What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. 5TT101, Spider-Man vs. Doctor Strange, a battle of ideas. DC Universe. Wayne Manor. When Bruce Wayne saw the words of Lil Spider-Man facing those villains, he seemed a little tangled and frowned immediately. This Spider-Man showed his immature side before. It caused a lot of unnecessary trouble. I hope he can mature a bit this time. He spoke slowly. Alfred on the side nodded after hearing this. The young master is mostly objective and to the point when it comes to judging people. This little Spider-Man is immature, but there is also a sense of justice in his heart. Perhaps these villains also have something to save. The old housekeeper slowly gave his opinion. Hearing this, Bruce Wayne nodded slowly. I just hope he can handle this matter properly in the future. On screen. Little Spider-Man fell silent after hearing the situation of those villains. And at this moment, Doctor Strange is going to send those villains back to his original world. Wait a minute, Mr. Steven. Little Spider-Man suddenly jumped up and stopped him. I think they still have a chance, he said hastily. I can help them correct it, otherwise, if they go back now, they will just die, he shouted. 113. No, if they die after going back, or correct themselves, they don't belong to our world, so they should go back. Doctor Strange seems unusually principled, otherwise all the world will be affected. No, I hope everyone will have the chance to be corrected, Little Spider-Man himself insisted. Subsequently, Doctor Strange launched the space magic, pulling Spider-Man into a space distance. Prepare to lock the ladder here, and let him out after the matter is over. Where do you think? At this moment, the little Spider-Man exploded at an extremely terrifying speed. Instead, Doctor Strange was subdued, and stole his ring. Instead, Doctor Strange was locked in a different space. After I correct them all, I will let you out, Spider-Man said. Then, the little Spider-Man came out of that different space. Off-screen. Metropolis. Countryside. Clark Kent looked at the screen. Little Spider-Man thought about his decision to give those villains a chance to turn around. Advertisement. Well, it seems to me that all villains should actually have a chance to come back. No one is born bad, it's just, that they lack a choice. He thought silently. Actually, later, after Clark Kent became a superstar, his behavior was the same. In most cases, he will send criminals to prison, and rarely kill them. Unless the crimes committed by the other party are completely irreparable. Da Chow will directly kill the killer. Marvel 199,999 Universe. Dominion Asgard. Thor couldn't sit still after seeing everything on the screen. Spider-Man, what are you doing? Obviously they are all villains who have made many mistakes. Why can't you deal with them directly? You give them a chance? So who gives a chance to those who have been hurt by these villains? He was furious. How could such an operation be done? It's outrageous. And the other Asgard people also hold the same opinion as Thor. It seems that this Spider-Man is fundamentally different from the other two Spider-Mons. Not only is the equipment more sophisticated, but the growth experience I have experienced is also different. However, I can only say that my heart is kind. For a while, all kinds of discussions arose. The other side. On screen. Little Spider-Man brought those people back home, used the Stark Group's technology, and developed an antidote to those villains. It's just that when he was about to inject Green Goblin with split personality medicine to suppress his bad personality, the evil personality of Green Goblin's personality suddenly attacked. Feel like you don't need treatment, the current villain is exactly what he wants. Then, Green Goblin began to unite with other villains to attack Little Spider-Man. Finally, Aunt May was hit by the spikes on the Green Goblin flight skateboard, and the body pierced through. Lying in Little Spider-Man's arms, she said to him, Peter, I don't blame you, you have to know, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Little Spider-Man looked at Aunt May in his arms, with tears all over his face. Off-screen. New York. Little Spider-Man looked at Aunt May lying in his arms in the picture, and was stunned. I used to think that I was different from other Spider-Mons, that I didn't have to experience the death of my loved ones. I didn't expect that I would eventually face such a thing. Advertisement, and, it's still my Aunt May, finished. He had some lingering fears, and he breathed a sigh of relief, but it's okay now, Aunt May is still there, now that I know about such things, I can avoid it in the future. Marbury Villa. Tony Stark looked at everything that appeared on the screen, and raised his eyebrows. I didn't expect that Little Spider-Man's lesson was taught to him by his relatives. However, if I meet him again later, I can tell him the phrase, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. He laughed. Nick Fury glanced at him, but now, Little Spider-Man is also looking at the inventory screen of the magic book. I'm afraid it's not your turn to tell, he has already seen all of Spider-Man's life. At the same time, I also saw the mistakes I made. After thinking about it, I will never make such mistakes again. The voice fell. Nick Fury has also made up his mind. That is, after the inventory of the magic book is over, immediately go to Little Spider-Man and make him a minister of the Avengers plan. Now, after seeing all the Spider-Man's lives, he is already a mature superhero. It can be called a good booster, it must be won over. However, it seems that even if he doesn't go to him, he should understand his mission and come to join us. Nick Fury thought so confidently in his heart. The other side. The picture presented by the magic book is still going on. On screen. After those villains are gone, Little Spider-Man was distraught. ready to find the villains desperately, and Ned and Michelle couldn't stop him at all. When at a loss, they noticed the ring that little Spider-Man snatched from Doctor Strange earlier. The two looked at each other. Perhaps we can bring Peter back through magic. Subsequently, Fat Ned put the ring on his hand. With words in his mouth, he brought Spider-Man to my eyes. Then, a golden circle door was opened. Subsequently, a Spider-Man appeared in front of them. Hey, Peter, I did it. Ned looked excited, but Spider-Man looked at them and hesitated. Who are you? 102. The three Spider-Men meet. Got you. Sorry to make up. On screen. After Spider-Man passed through the golden circle portal, he looked very confused when he looked at the two very enthusiastic people on the opposite side. How did you know my identity? Spider-Man asked. This time it was Ned and Michelle's turn to be confused. What are you talking about? We are friends. Ah, after being stunned for a moment, Spider-Man took off his hood, revealing a handsome face. Friend? His face was very surprised, but I don't know, you guys? Ned and Michelle looked at him, also stunned, off-screen. The Amazing Spider-Man universe. Peter Parker saw himself reappearing from the screen, and there was a feeling of surprise on his face. I can still appear in the universe of Little Spider-Man, huh? It's all too amazing. It's outrageous. I didn't expect that through such a thing, there would be intersections with other Spider-Mons. I don't know, at that time, if I had the opportunity to get in touch with a generation of Spider-Man. I quite like that Spider-Man too, he muttered to himself. And just next, on screen, after Ned and Michelle explain everything to the Amazing Spider-Man. Start experimenting again. Want to bring Little Spider-Man back. After all, it is too dangerous for him to face those villains alone. Subsequently, Ned started waving the ring in his hand again. Bring Spider-Man Peter Parker back to us. Buzz. The golden circle portal reappeared. Then a middle-aged man who looked very elegant appeared, and walked out of the portal with a puzzled expression. Then he looked at the young people in front of him who were staring at him in a daze, and said hello, how are you? Subsequently, he was about to turn around and go back. But looking back, he found that the portal behind him had been closed. Well, the elegant middle-aged man seemed a little hesitant. Can I be curious about what happened? Are you Spider-Man Peter Parker too? The extraordinary Spider-Man raised his eyebrows. Yes. Advertisement. The elegant middle-aged man nodded. Then reached out and shot a cobweb. The rest were dumbfounded. Next, Ned explained the situation to the new Spider-Man, and then learned that the elegant middle-aged man is a generation of Spider-Man. He started waving the ring again. Now, please send me and Michelle's friend, Spider-Man Peter Parker, back to us. Ned added some keywords this time. Then, little Spider-Man finally returned to them. After he saw the other two Spider-Man, the expression on his face was also full of shock. Subsequently, they began to communicate with each other about the current situation, and they are already envious of the fact that the next generation of Spider-Man can directly generate cobweb in the body. At the same time, it is also sour for the high-tech spider suit owned by Lil Spider-Man. Off-screen. Marvel 1,999,999 Universe. New York. High school student Peter Parker looks at the picture, and he gets along with the other two Spider-Man with a weird face. Unexpectedly, I was still feeling emotional about their stories before. In the future, we still have the opportunity to communicate with each other face to face. Life is amazing. He couldn't help but let out endless exclamations. The Amazing Spider-Man world. Oh, Peter Parker also sighed. We still have the chance to meet in the end. The existence of the multi-universe is really amazing enough that such things will happen. However, I didn't expect that even if I haven't seen the lives of other Spider-Mons here, I can communicate with him in person. The why. A generation of Spider-Man universe. Peter Parker smiled. Haha, it seems that this magic book has given us too many surprises. It will also tell us that something like this will happen in the future. Marvel 199,999 Universe. Kamar Taj. Looking at such a scene, one couldn't help sighing. Wow, I didn't expect such a thing to happen in the future. It's really incredible. When Ancient One Magician saw the current scene, the expression on his face also began to change. When she was observing the timeline before, she didn't see this place. Because her lifespan will come to an end in the near future, the only person who can succeed her as Sorcerer Supreme is Doctor Strange. However, she never expected that such a thing would appear in the universe after she disappeared. Everything is obviously starting to get a little out of control. However, since the prophecy says that Steven is the best Sorcerer Supreme, then he should be the best. She thought so. Advertisement and Mo-Do on the side. After watching these accidents on the screen, the expression on his face is a little different. 0. Seeking flowers. 0. Why does such a thing appear in the entire universe, and neither the Ancient One Magician nor I appear? Isn't I the ultimate Sorcerer Supreme? As soon as he had this idea, he was immediately rejected by himself. Impossible. I am the most outstanding disciple of Sorcerer Supreme, and naturally I will be the future Sorcerer Supreme. There is simply no possibility of other surprises. Spider-Man must have dealt with this crisis in the end, so I didn't show up. He quickly found a way to convince himself in his heart. Subsequently, on screen, the three Spider-Man, after some communication, determined to fight those villains and at the same time solve all their problems. Soon, several Spider-Man came to the Statue of Liberty, waiting for the arrival of several villains. In the process of waiting, the three Spider-Man also constantly exchanged their past experiences. At the same time, Extraordinary Spider-Man said that his back was once strained. The first generation of Spider-Man also stretched its back specially. Subsequently, several other villains from the Spider-Man universe rush forward. 3 Spider-Man fight side by side. Soon, several villains were suppressed. In the process of fighting, Michelle accidentally fell down from the elevated platform. Extraordinary Spider-Man reacts very quickly. He jumped down directly, hugged Michelle in his arms, and landed firmly. Off-screen. Marbury Villa. Seeing this scene, Little Pepper was very moved. After what happened with Gwen, if he saves people who fall from a height, will he choose to jump over and catch them with his arms? Well, the Extraordinary Spider-Man used this method to heal the regret in his heart. Tony Stark nodded. On screen. Soon Spider-Man subdued all the villains, and at the same time gave the latter all the antidote. Make them normal again. Each of them became very peaceful and began to reflect on their past mistakes. Also apologized to little Spider-Man, and at this time, the entire universe suddenly begins to crack. Countless gazes spewed out from those cracks, and locked firmly on Spider-Man in unison. It is full of endless killing intent. Force. 103. Little Spider-Man's most tragic choice. People have 3 deaths. On screen. As the dense cracks in the air appeared, Wuji's gaze was projected instantly. All of them gathered on little Spider-Man, for a while. He already feels huge amounts of pressure, at the same time. Those visible cracks in the air are also constantly spreading. It seems that the whole world has become very scary. It seems like it could collapse at any moment, and in the process, more and more eyes penetrated through those gaps, and gathered on Spider-Man. Everyone was stunned at this moment, because they can feel the world crumbling. And at this time, Doctor Strange, who was locked in a different space by Spider-Man before, appeared. Little Spider-Man looked at the other party's appearance, and suddenly seemed to have grasped the last straw. Mr. 567. What is the situation now? 21. Doctor Strange glanced at Ned. Because the previous magic was affected, it turned into gathering people who knew the existence of Spider-Man. So, the current situation is that in all universes and worlds, people who know the existence of Spider-Man are being gathered into our world. You also felt the gazes of countless gazes in those space cracks just now? Those are people who know you are Spider-Man. And if it continues, our world will be overwhelmed by so many creatures, and the whole world will collapse. After Lil Spider-Man heard the other party's words, nervousness appeared on his face. Then what should we do? We must prevent such a thing from happening. Yes. Doctor Strange nodded. Now there is only one way to deal with this matter and save our world, and that is to erase the relevant memories of everyone who knows your existence. Let everything go back to how it was before. Little Spider-Man fell silent upon hearing this. Will you? Doctor Strange asked. The expression on little Spider-Man's face was first tangled, then silent, and finally said, if this is the only way to save the whole world, then do it. No one remembers me, and it's better than the whole world being destroyed. Doctor Strange nodded. All right, since you're ready, let's get started. Good. The expression on little Spider-Man's face was unusually determined. Advertisement subsequently. Doctor Strange begins to work his magic. The majestic magical fluctuations spread between his 2 palms in all directions. Dip the whole world. All the cracks are starting to heal. As if going back in time, everything began to return to its original state. After seeing this scene, the other 2 Spider-Man also waved goodbye to little Spider-Man. The screen gradually dimmed. Little Spider-Man finally made a decision to erase everyone's memory about him, and everything returned to its original state. Close black lens bracket. The screen slowly lights up again. Peter Parker, who graduated from high school, entered a coffee shop. He saw Michelle and Ned working here. Only, the 2 people behind have no memory of him at all. Don't remember him as Spider-Man and don't remember him as Peter Parker. It seems that in their world, Peter Parker and Spider-Man no longer exist. 15 hash. Peter Parker never showed up. Sir, what would you like to order? Michelle asked aloud, feeling a little uncomfortable feeling the other party's affectionate gaze. I'd like a cup of hot coffee. Take it away, thank you. Peter Parker smiled. Soon, Michelle brought him coffee. After Peter Parker picked up the coffee, he glanced at Michelle and Ned without leaving a trace, smiled, and said nothing more. Turn around and leave. Michelle took a deep look at Peter Parker's leaving back, always feeling her heart throbbing inexplicably. But I can't say why. The screen gradually dimmed. Lines of text appear. In order to restore the whole world to normal, little Spider-Man chose to erase all traces of his existence. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. His story is not over yet. His story has just begun. Close black lens bracket. The greater the ability, the greater the encirclement. Close black lens bracket. Advertisement. This is the responsibility of the superhero, not an honor. Close black lens bracket. Spider-Man takes inventory. The curtain ends. Close black lens bracket. After the emergence of these words, it was only then that everyone came back to their senses from the lengthy Spider-Man story review. Marvel 199,999 Universe. Marbury Villa. Tony Stark looked at the screen, and after the Spider-Man story ended, he was in a trance for a while. It wasn't until he took a sip of whiskey that he slowly opened his mouth. This story is finally over. Spider-Man is indeed a good hero. It goes without saying that the first 2 Spider-Man are obviously the most qualified heroes. No matter when they have assumed their own responsibilities. As for the last little Spider-Man, although in many things, he is not mature enough. However, he is also the superhero guided by my Iron Man. After experiencing one thing after another, he still matured. As he spoke, Tony Stark took another sip of whiskey. Finally, when facing those villains, he understood that no matter who they are, they can have their own chance. Also, in order to save the world, I erased the traces of my past existence. Not bad. Pepper on the side nodded after hearing Tony Stark's words. After all, people will die 3 times, one is physical death, and the body has lost all vitality. Once was social death, and all the social status that belonged to him no longer needed him. And the last death, no one remembers him. Actually, Spider-Man's last choice is undoubtedly the last death. 3.1. Everything I have experienced in the past, only I can remember, and all my friends no longer know him. It's still a great choice, and just when the two of them kept talking. Nick Fury did not add more illustrations. After reading Spider-Man's inventory, he has already taken out his shield communicator and issued orders to his subordinates. Let them pull Spider-Man into the Avengers plan no matter what means. After all, Nick Fury can also be regarded as a man who has witnessed all the experiences and greatness of Spider-Man. And the little Spider-Man of their universe is a bit young though to begin with. But in the end a great superhero, therefore, he naturally wants to win over the other party. At the same time, people who finished the inventory of other worlds also made various reactions. 104. At the end of the stage, the superimposed horror effect of countless spider perceptions. With the end of Spider-Man's story inventory, all the spectators expressed various emotions. Kamar Taj, both Wong and Ancient One Magician showed admiration for Spider-Man. And Mordo was thinking wholeheartedly, and then he might be able to go to Thanos, the power-seeking area. Dominion Asgard. Everyone is admiring the greatness of Spider-Man. At the same time, I'm also looking forward to the next inventory, whether their Prince Thor will be on the list. Definitely. Loki wasn't among them, of course, DC Universe. Wayne Manor. Young Master, the next one is another game. Are you saying it's going to be Batman next? Alfred laughed. I don't know, but now I don't care about it anymore. Bruce Wayne said. After all, now I have seen a lot, silently giving, but asking for nothing in return. And bear a lot of superhero. I'm not alone. 08 Alfred fell silent after hearing these words. He was very pleased that his young master was able to obtain these gains in this inventory. However, I couldn't help worrying. After Bruce Wayne's heart became more and more firm, would he go all the way to the dark? I can't let go of the identity of Batman, that would be too bad. The old housekeeper thought so in his heart. Metropolis. Down. After watching Spider-Man's inventory, Clark Kent took a deep breath. Spider-Man's life is amazing. No matter which universe the Spider-Man is, he is a great superhero. I really hope I can become such a great superhero in the future. Finished. He began to look forward to who the next superhero would be. The world of Deadpool. I don't know when I will be on the list, so that people in this world will know that I am Deadpool heroic. He thought expectantly. As for all the Spider-Mons, they feel gratified that they have been recognized. At the same time, Marvel 199,999 Universe, New York. Somewhere in an unknown ordinary dormitory building. Advertisement. After Zian watched Spider-Man's stocktaking ended, anticipation began to appear in his heart. Okay, so many Spider-Man stories this time have touched the audience's emotions, there should be more. His eyes flickered. I'm starting to wonder what kind of ability this magic book inventory reward will bring me. Wait until his voice falls. The energy of the magic book scattered in the air around him out of thin air. Constantly twisting in the air, shines with a mysterious luster. Subsequently, a magic book exuding endless power slowly appeared in front of him. Then, just like the time when the stocktaking ended before. Then there were endless colorful lights covering his body. The next moment, countless Spider-Man phantoms appeared beside him. Then, those Spider-Man phantoms began to integrate into Zian's body one by one. The young man's handsome face became more and more sacred. He can feel it. There is endless power, which is constantly superimposed in his body. That is the super strength of Spider-Man in all parallel universes. To know, even with the strength of only one Spider-Man, it can weigh several tons. And now, countless Spider-Man powers were all superimposed on Zian's body. Now he feels that as long as he wants to, he can even punch through the space. Definitely, such an improvement is not Zian's greatest achievement. B. His body still exudes various mysterious magnetic fields. Actually, except for the first generation of Spider-Man. Other Spider-Man can climb on the wall, it is entirely because his body can emit a magnetic field to attract himself to the wall. And now, in all parallel universes, all Spider-Man's magnetic field attraction abilities are superimposed on him. You know, when a Spider-Man's body is hung on the wall, he can hold many things besides his own body. And now, but the magnetic attraction of countless Spider-Mons is superimposed on Zian's body. It can be said, now Zian is at full strength of magnetic field attraction. An entire city can be easily attracted together. When the attraction is weak, you can only absorb your own body on other objects. However, after the attraction is strong, advertisement. But it can attract other objects towards its own position. Definitely, super powerful attraction. It's not the end of Zian's stocktaking, the biggest harvest. To know, Spider-Man also has a powerful ability. That's spider perception. It can be prefabricated in advance to the advent of danger. And now, Spider-Man in countless universes, all spider perceptions are superimposed on Zian's body. #BA, the effect is horrific. That is, now Zian can predict shit. Just follow the experience in Aquaman. The weak sense of knowledge is just a premonition of the danger that he will face in the future. And when the color of knowledge is strong, it is the same as being able to predict the future. After countless Spider-Man perception abilities are superimposed on Zian, he can already predict the future. He tried to release his ability a little bit. Soon, I found that I could predict the future within 5 years. Well, 917 is not bad, Zian muttered to himself. Although he is familiar with the follow-up plot of Maiman. But, he also knows that after the inventory of his magic book is released, all futures will be rewritten. It's like the people in the X-Men universe, after reading the inventory of the magic book, go directly to change their future. So, this ability is also very useful for Zian. It can completely help him seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. However, my current ability is enough to deal with most of the crises in the comic world. However, there are still many existences, and I am not their opponent yet. After Zian experienced a joy, he began to analyze his current situation. It can be said that even the strongest on Earth and in the 9 realms, Ancient One Magician and God King Odin, basically have nothing against me. However, above them, there are still many next days. For example, the 5 great gods, as well as the existence of the Transcendent, OOA, etc. I still can't fully control my own destiny, Zian thought silently. However, don't worry too much. I'll just keep counting. The inventory of magic books is not over yet. Thoughts fell. Zian raised his hand slightly. The magic book immediately turned into a golden torrent, spreading towards the air in all directions. The inventory continues. 105. Nick Fury, Captain Marvel is better than Iron Man. As Zian waved his hand lightly, endless waves of golden light radiated from his palm, spreading into the surrounding air. A series of mysterious runes began to condense and then dispersed in the air. And the magic book that appeared in front of countless heroes in the universe and the world also began to flip rapidly. On the pages of the book, a bright light began to bloom. They know. The inventory is about to start again. Marvel 199,999 Universe. Marbury Villa. Tony Stark looked at the magic book in front of him, which started to vibrate again. His eyes were full of anticipation. It seems that the third superhero on the list is about to appear. I'm really looking forward to him. I don't know who he will be. I don't know when it will be my turn. He murmured in a low voice. It must be number 1, right? Nick Fury on the side smiled and said, I think I can read it again from the superhero stories just now. That is, I think you have a good chance to be on the list, but it is impossible to be number 1. After all, none of those superheroes lost to you. After hearing his words, Tony Stark took a sip of his wine in disdain. That's not necessarily true. You have to know what I did in that crisis in Thanos before, and it still didn't show up in the end. Maybe I'm the one who finally got rid of the strongest villain Thanos. That would be enough for me to be number 1, what do you think? After Nick Fury heard his words, he was silent for a while. Then he raised his eyes and said slowly, yes, if you are really the superhero who finally solved the Thanos crisis, you are ranked first, it is probably undisputed. However, I know a superhero who is stronger than all superheroes. With her around, it shouldn't be on your Iron Man's head to solve things like Thanos. I think the number 1 superhero should be her. After hearing what Nick Fury said, Tony Stark immediately became excited. Oh, do you still know such a powerful superhero? Definitely. Nick Fury looked very determined. No other superhero will be stronger than her. When you say that, it makes me very curious. Pepper had a smile and doubts on his face. Her name is Captain Marvel. Nick Fury didn't keep it to the end, but directly said the superhero he was most optimistic about. Subsequently, together with Tony Stark and Pepper, he told the story of Captain Marvel. She possesses the ultimate power of cosmic magic. It can be said that among all the superheroes I know, she is the strongest. When Nick Fury spoke, the expression on his face was very confident. Advertisement and Tony Stark's self-confidence in the bottom of his heart has also decreased a lot after listening to the story of the surprise partner. After all, the story Nick Fury just told is that Captain Marvel has been fighting in the universe to liberate planets that have been oppressed by war. If, just talking about strength, no matter how powerful Captain Marvel is, Tony Stark will not completely lose confidence. I feel that I may not be able to compare with the other party. After all, the inventory of magic books is not entirely based on strength. Definitely, strength is essential, but what is more important is the character of a superhero, which is the most important part. Just like Wolverine and Spider-Man before, all superheroes have noble character. Just seeing their deeds is enough to make those who have seen them feel respect for them. And what Captain Marvel does is to fight for the liberation of all planets. It is completely a revolutionary army at the cosmic level. Such a great superhero. Maybe he can really compete with himself for the number 1 position. Forget it, anyway, as long as you enter the top 10 superheroes, it is already enough honor. Tony Stark thought so from the bottom of his heart. Kamar Taj. Wong is also looking forward to which superhero will be on the list next. But Ancient One watched calmly. However, some feelings of anticipation inevitably appeared in the eyes. Because, through these superhero stories, she can see the future long after. And she, as the Asgardian of the timeline, definitely expects enough of that kind of thing. As for Mordo, I was thinking about it all the time, wanting to see the story of myself after becoming Sorcerer Supreme. His eyes were fixed on the magic picture in front of him. Holy area. Asgard. Do you think it will be our Prince Thor's turn to be on the list next? I was very moved by all the superhero stories just now, and I am full of respect for them. At the same time, through the stories of these superheroes, we learned about other superheroes around them. Advertisement. Now, it's our Prince Thor's turn too? If our Prince Thor can be listed next, then people in other worlds and universes will be able to see his heroic appearance. Backquote. At the same time, we can also see the greatness of our Asgard. Everyone in Asgard was talking. The eyes looking at the screen of the magic book are filled with endless anticipation and excitement. As for Thor himself, he also looked forward to it. After Spider-Man's inventory was over, the whole person didn't say much. He kept staring straight at the screen projected by the magic book. The bottom of my heart is also looking forward to the picture when I am on the list. At the same time, Loki, his younger brother, stared at the projected image of the spellbook just as longingly. Compared to Thor, his expectations for whether he can be on the list are even stronger. After all, Thor was already expected by countless people. But Loki is only looking forward to the second when he can be on the list. He prayed over and over in his heart, I must be on the list. Then show Father and the rest of Asgard. I am obviously so much better than Thor. Qian Hao, is the man who should sit on the throne of Asgard. Among the spaceships. Next is the third superhero on the list, and I don't know if there will be a chance for me to be on the list. Xingju looked at the magic book that started to light up in front of him. He also raised his eyebrows, expressing his expectation. Groot. After hearing his words, Groot shook his head speechlessly. What? Am I unworthy? I've made a lot of contributions too. Okay. Star-Lord was suddenly a little upset. With all due respect, no matter what you have done before. The one punch you gave Thanos, you ruined all your merits. Rocket Raccoon sighed bitterly, destruction aside agrees. Xingju felt very upset when he heard what they said, and wanted to refute, but he couldn't find any reason. The whole person froze. Okay, let's see who will be on the list next. Lift. 106. 8th place. With a mortal body, he can stand shoulder to shoulder with a god. DC Universe. Wayne Manor. Master, who do you think will be on the list next? Alfred looked at the silent Bruce Wayne and asked. I don't know. From the previous heroes on the list, we can see that there are too many superheroes we don't know. Bruce Wayne shook his head. However, what I can confirm now is that in the world, I am not the only one who bears the responsibility. There are even quite a few people, like Wolverine, who carry an entire race on his back. He has no less burden than me, and even the ending is so miserable. There is also Spider-Man, who also lost his love because of the responsibility of being a superhero. When he said this, an obvious smile appeared on Bruce Wayne's face, so, in my opinion now, no matter which world I am in, I am not alone. On the contrary, I have become more and more determined to be a superhero. The voice fell. The expression on Alfred's face, who had been listening all the time, began to look ugly. It's over. It seems that it is difficult for the young master to give up his identity as Batman. Before, I wondered if the young master could be on the list of 630, making him feel that his status as Batman is worth it. From now on, I still think it's better not to let Batman on the list. Thoughts fell. Alfred took another deep look at Bruce Wayne and then sighed heavily. As for Bruce Wayne, he can naturally feel the thoughts of the old butler. He didn't say much about it, just smiled silently. Metropolis. Countryside. Clark Kent closed his eyes, reminiscing about Spider-Man's life. When he opened his eyes again, there was a sense of awe in his eyes. I don't know who will be the next great existence on the list. He murmured excitedly. I'm already looking forward to the next superhero. I have to say that every superhero on the list has given me endless encouragement. At the same time, it also gave me a lot of guidance on the road to my future superhero. I'm looking forward to it. After watching enough superheroes, I can work hard to get closer to where they're in the future. Deadpool Universe. Who will be next? Deadpool looked at the magic book that shook again, and couldn't help standing up, walking back and forth. Advertisement. The next one is me, right? I've been waiting for a long time for those who read the magic book to see the horror of my life and see the image of me falling down. Who is the best superhero in the world? Definitely it's me. Oh. At this point in the conversation, Deadpool had some sudden realization again. Since I am the greatest superhero, then I shouldn't be the one to appear next. As the greatest superhero, it is natural to be the last one to appear on stage, which is the most shocking. I'm still waiting for my last appearance. Look at the next superhero first, it won't be too late who is on the list. And in the bottom of everyone's heart, they began to look forward to which superhero will be on the list next. On the screen presented by the magic book, with a buzz. Lines of text began to emerge gradually, continuing the inventory of the top 10 superheroes in multi-universe and multi-universe. Open black lens bracket 8th place. Batman, Bruce Wayne. Close black lens bracket, reason for the list. He is a ray of moonlight in a dark and muddy city, the fear in the hearts of all evil villains, and the dark knight who bears all the burdens. Open black lens bracket Batman is lonely, but also great. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket. With a mortal body, you can stand shoulder to shoulder with a god. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. He is just an ordinary body of flesh and blood, but he has done something as great as a god. Close black lens bracket. Marvel 199,999 Universe. Marbury Villa. Batman. I. With a mortal body, equal to a god? Tony Stark looked at the screen, and the name of the superhero emerged, as well as the corresponding sentence. He couldn't help raising his eyebrows. With only flesh and blood, he has achieved something as great as a god? Isn't this talking about me? One thing to say, I have taken a fancy to this comment. Pepper looked at him and smiled. Haha, in my heart, you are greater than a god. But, have you heard of this superhero before? Tony Stark shook his head, then he set his sights on Nick Fury, S.H.I.E.L.D. director. I can only ask you this question. Today, he is no longer so arrogant that as long as it is a superhero he does not know, he will think that the other party is a superhero from another universe. No, advertisement. Nick Fury thought about it in his heart, and carefully searched for the information about Batman in his memory. The result is blank. It seems that he is not the superhero of our universe, he said. Is that so? Tony Stark frowned after hearing this. Then opened the superhero chat room. He remembered seeing Batman's speech in the chat room before. Holy area. Asgard. Ah, isn't our prince on the list? However, it's not that strange. After all, there are 10 spots in the entire list of the top 10 superheroes. Even if the third one is not a prince, he can still be on the list. Let's take a good look at what's different about this Batman. Everyone in Asgard, after seeing the life stories of the first two superheroes, they didn't worry about why their prince wasn't on the list yet. After all the superheroes who were able to make the list finally convinced them. As for Thor himself, although he was a little bit disappointed when he saw that the person on the list was still not himself. But, now he obviously has calmed down a lot, not impatient. Instead, prepared to quietly see what is different about this superhero named Batman. Odin, who was sitting on the throne, nodded calmly after seeing his son start to calm down. It seems that Thor has grown a lot, and you were right when you decided to let everyone read the inventory of the magic book. The Queen of God, Frigga, gently took the arm of the God King Odin. He is my son. God King Odin's face was full of relief. Only the expression of Loki in the corner is not very good. DC Universe. Wayne Manor. Bruce Wayne looked at the picture with an unexpected expression on his face. The next thing is me. 107. The Mystery of the Shadow, Gotham City of Sin. The next person on the list is actually me. Bruce Wayne looked at the words that emerged from the screen presented by the magic book, and the expression on his face suddenly appeared incomparably surprised. Although he also thought about whether he might be on the list before. But when it was time for him to be on the list, something still surprised him. How should I put it? Although I hope that the young master will not continue to be Batman, but I have to admit that Batman has indeed made a lot of contributions to our city. Actually, I think Batman deserves to be on the list. After all, I have seen all the sacrifices of the young master, and I know everything you have given. I've seen all the scars on your body, so, although I don't want the young master to continue to be Batman, I understand from the bottom of my heart that Batman is great. He really deserves to be on the list. I am not surprised by this result. After the picture presented in the magic book emerged, Alfred simply raised his brows, his expression basically unchanged. Just like what he himself just said, Alfred really felt that it was an undisputed thing that Batman was on the list. After all, just like what he just said, he sees everything about Bruce Wayne. As the most intimate old butler of the opponent, he didn't even need to look, he could point out how many scars Bruce Wayne had on his body through his clothes. After thinking here, Alfred's gaze at Bruce Wayne also became kind. A kind smile was drawn on the corner of his mouth. Thank you, Afu. Since then, only you have been by my side. Bruce Wayne also felt the emotion in the eyes of the other party, and felt extremely moved immediately. Actually, from the bottom of his heart, he has always been grateful to the old butler for being by his side no matter how many opinions he has on being a Batman. There are many things that Alfred handles. So, although the two of them would have some disputes about some things on weekdays, he never blamed Alfred for not understanding him. On the contrary, actually, Bruce Wayne knew that Alfred was the one who understood him best. The next step is to see if my story will be recognized by other superheroes. Bruce Wayne smiled, and then thought so in his heart. All previous superheroes have been recognized by other superheroes. Do not know either. As Batman, will I be recognized by others? Metropolis. Countryside. Advertisement, Batman? Looks like another great superhero. With the body of a mortal, it is still very great to compare it with a god. Even though I just heard this one sentence, I felt the extraordinariness of Batman. After seeing the picture presented by the magic book, Clark Kent's eyes also began to show slight fluctuations. He has always respected those superheroes who can make the list. And in Clark Kent's mind, he has to work hard to get closer to those great superheroes. I'm already looking forward to what's next for Batman. Clark Kent thought brightly. At the same time, in the screen presented by the magic book, a new text begins to emerge. Next, this article will be divided into 3 chapters: The Mystery of Heroes, The Dark Knight, and The Dark Knight Rises, to tell the story of this great Dark Knight. Close black lens bracket. Part 1. The Mystery of Hero and Shadow, with the emergence of these lines, and then disappear. It turned into a dark picture before, and suddenly began to have a trace of color. The picture of endless cosmic stars reappeared. It is a gorgeous galaxy consisting of endless universes and worlds. Then, one of the stars suddenly enlarge. Then the picture freezes in a city where the overall tone tends to be gray and dark. Gotham City, this is a city full of crime, with the emergence of subtitles. The picture soon came to an ancient castle full of classical atmosphere. A boy and a girl are playing here. Then, the two children found a quaint pointed point in a corner. It is full of the breath of the years. The two children fought over each other. Whoever finds it first gets it. Then, one of the little boys accidentally fell into an old well. 0, seeking flowers. 0, there is no more water in the well. But it is connected to a huge amounts of cave. Inside the cave, it can be said that there are no other light sources at all, and it looks very dim. And the moment the boy fell into it, advertisement. In the dark cave, countless bats were immediately disturbed by his fall. Started to fly out of the dark cave frantically, wrap around him. The young boy was terrified looking at the terrifying bats around him. Shouted. Off screen. Wayne Manor. Bruce Wayne looked at everything on the screen, and for a moment, a trace of nostalgia appeared in his eyes. I remember at the time, those bats terrified me. 0 www. However, now those bats can be called my partners. Looking at the pictures of the past now, I still have some nostalgia. He murmured emotion. For a while, his eyes were a little dazed. At the same time, on screen, shortly after the young Bruce Wayne fell into the dry well, his father rescued him from the bottom of the well. Began to constantly reassure him. His father looked very elegant and his voice was very gentle. Do you know why people wrestle? It's for us to learn to stand up. Those things are your fears, but it also makes you brave. Bruce Wayne's father, speaking to him so softly. Yeah, I see, thank you father. After the young Bruce Wayne heard his father's words, his mood that had been agitated for a while suddenly calmed down. Off screen. Bruce Wayne looked at the picture. His father's face, which was already a little blurred in memory, was in a trance for a while. His lips twitched, but in the end he couldn't say anything. He could only let out a long sigh, then see the screen. When the gentle mother came into the room, she came to comfort herself. The expression on his face became even more complicated. An inexplicable emotion began to spread in the bottom of my heart. 108. The Bruce couple died again in the Alley of Sin. And under Bruce Wayne's complicated gaze, on screen. Soon, little Bruce Wayne seemed to have stepped out of the shadows and was taken to the opera by his parents. Only, when seeing the bat-shaped actors on the stage, Bruce Wayne still felt uncomfortable in his heart and felt that he could not stand it anymore. Then he said to the parents on the side that he wanted to leave. Bruce Wayne's parents would naturally be considerate of their son. Then, they took him, left the scene from the back of the opera house, and came to a small alley connected by the back door. And at this time, a gangster wants to rob. Bruce's father didn't panic about this, instead he handed over all the cash on his body to the robber. Only, the gangster, 830, still didn't feel satisfied, but instead set his sights on the string of pearl necklaces on Bruce Wayne's mother's chest. Only, at this time, Bruce Wayne's mother seemed very reluctant. Because it was a birthday present from her husband. Therefore, faced with such a situation, she resisted. Therefore, the robber, who seemed very nervous, directly pulled the trigger of the pistol in his hand. A direct hit to Bruce Wayne's mother. Seeing such a situation, his father naturally couldn't bear it. Go straight to the robbers, he also got shot himself. At last, the gangster looked at the two people lying on the ground and panicked for a while. He ran away without looking back. It's okay, Bruce, it's okay. Bruce Wayne's father, who was lying on the ground, saw that Bruce Wayne, who was bewildered, had not forgotten to comfort his son. Advertisement pity. His aura quickly faded away. So far, Bruce Wayne had an extra fear in his heart. Bats and night. It became a nightmare in his heart. And just in the process, the police came to the scene soon. While everyone else was busy disposing of the corpses and hunting down the robbers. Police officer Gordon squatted down and put a coat on Bruce Wayne. At the same time, he comforted the latter softly. Off screen. Bruce Wayne closed his eyes suddenly, although I expected that I might see this scene again in the picture presented in the magic book. I also feel that I have prepared my heart, but when I saw this picture again, I still felt out of breath. It's so sad to feel so powerless. It was from that time that I began to hate those disgusting crimes in Gotham City. And, in the bottom of my heart, I planted the idea of clearing all these evils. Alfred on the side looked at the scene of the Bruce couple falling down on the screen, and a trace of unbearableness flickered in his heart. He looked at Bruce Wayne, who closed his eyes and sighed forcefully. At this time, he can naturally understand Bruce Wayne's determination to become Batman and clean up the evil. As the last parent to accompany him, Alfred really couldn't bear that Bruce Wayne had been sunk in darkness. At some point, he would lose his life in some unknown gutter. So, although he knew that Bruce Wayne was very determined to become Batman in his heart, he would still find various opportunities every time to persuade him to give up his Batman identity. Although knowing such persuasion, it will certainly not play a big role. However, he still wants to say it. Maybe one day Bruce Wayne will understand that his own happiness is real. Perhaps cleaning up the crimes in Gotham City is indeed a great thing, but it is undeniable that such a thing is too dangerous. Bruce Wayne could literally end up in it if he wasn't careful. No one can be sure that such a thing will happen. Advertisement, however, maybe I can also use this inventory to see how Master Bruce will end up after becoming Batman. Alfred looked at the picture presented in the magic book, and thought silently in his heart, if possible, I still hope to see the picture of him taking his wife and daughter and living happily every day. Instead of, every night, he has to fight against endless crimes. If I can really see the picture of Master Bruce's happy life, then I will be very satisfied. Metropolis. Countryside. Clark Kent couldn't help but heave a sigh when he looked at Bruce Wayne's tragic experience when he was young. It seems that this Batman experienced the same pain when he was young. Perhaps, this is the growth of a superhero. At the beginning, you have to lose what to right before you understand the weight of life. Afterwards, I will begin to understand, as a superhero, what the meaning of existence is. He murmured a sigh. At the same time, the image of his father burying himself in the tornado before to protect his super ability from being known by other people suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. For a while, Clark Kent had some trances himself. It seems that before the superhero, there will always be something in common. Marvel 199,999 Universe. Marbury Villa. Tony Stark looked at the content that emerged from the screen, and couldn't help raising his brows. Why do the three superheroes we've seen now always have some connections? That is before these superheroes, they will always experience some tragedies when their superhero career has not yet begun. Then, let them plant the seed of becoming a superhero in their hearts. Finish suck you on. He shook his head and took a sip of his wine. However, it seems that the wealth of the Wayne group that Bruce Wayne belongs to does not seem to lose to the Stark group. At this time, Nick Fury laughed and said, it seems that Iron Man is not the only superhero with countless wealth in the world. Also, everything he experienced seems to be more tragic than yours. After Tony Stark heard his words, he didn't refute, it's true, it seems that my vision was a bit narrow before. Just don't know how Batman ends up being Batman. Because bats caused him a lot of shadows and fears before, did he finally choose to transform himself into a bat to bring fear to the evil in the city? Then this identity is quite meaningful, I just don't know what kind of story Batman will experience later. 109. Bruce's Awakening. Stopping crime with crime is also crime. Dominion Asgard. Everyone in Asgard is naturally following Batman's story. It seems that from here on, Batman's story has not really begun. Everything is just a foreshadowing before he becomes a superhero. However, such a foreshadowing is also essential, so that we can truly understand why a superhero eventually becomes a hero. However, superheroes are also because they are inherently righteous. Otherwise, if it is a person who is evil by nature, after facing such a tragedy, I am afraid that he will also become a sinner. So, superhero is great, they are much greater than many people. Everyone in Asgard immediately gave their own answers. As for Thor, he was not in a hurry to speak. Facing the tragedy that the young Bruce Wayne was still powerless to resist, he really couldn't comment. So, he is still looking forward to the story of Bruce Wayne becoming Batman even more. And at this time, Loki in the corner couldn't help expressing emotion, but looking at it this way, I'm not 08 lucky. These superheroes will basically lose their relatives at the beginning. And now, both my parents and my elder brother are still around, compared to them, I am lucky enough. Thinking. Loki glanced at Thor calmly. There was even a smile on the corner of his mouth. Subsequently, he felt that his smile was a little disgusting again, frowned again, and became serious. Deadpool Universe. Oh, Batman? Deadpool looked at Batman in the picture, and suddenly winked. I really want to hear about him, he is from the DC Universe next door. Tisk, other than that, I don't know much about him. After all, he and I are not in the same universe. I haven't even killed the Marvel Universe a few times. Talking. He couldn't help pulling out his knife again. However, now that I know about such a superhero, if I have a chance in the future, I can still find time to go to the DC Universe and experience the feeling of slaughtering other universes. I just don't know when there will be so many opportunities. By the way, before I go to other universes, I must find a chance to kill that damn Thanos 100 times. Advertisement, it will definitely not make him feel better. That Thanos is so disgusting at the same time. On screen. Bruce Wayne was devastated when his parents died. Has been depressed. Subsequently, he chose to leave Gotham to study abroad. Until later. When Bruce Wayne returned to Gotham City again, he discovered that the gangster who killed his parents had a chance to be released on bail. Because he admitted that in his own hands, he has some black material about Bill Coe, the boss of the Gotham gangster. He was going to testify as a tainted witness, then get the chance to set yourself free. Faced with such a thing, the young Bruce Wayne naturally would not feel that such a person had a chance to live on. Then, he took a small pistol and prepared to go to court, looking for an opportunity to kill the enemy who killed his parents. Only, when I just entered the court and saw that gangster. Bruce Wayne hadn't had time to make a shot yet. The underlings of the gang boss Bill K took the lead and killed the gangster. There is no chance to shake out the black material in his hand, and at the same time, the gangster also lost the opportunity to be a tainted witness. Faced with such a result, Bruce Wayne seemed a little surprised. Even feel a little dazed, and at this time, a woman found him. That was his childhood friend, Rachel, that is, the little girl who snatched the ancient arrow with him at that time, and then caused him to fall into the dry well. Actually, Bruce Wayne has always liked Rachel. Rachel took Bruce Wayne together, ready to take him to dinner. And while walking on the road, Bruce Wayne gave his opinion on the gangster who died before. He thinks that guy deserved it. Then, Rachel, the court prosecutor, disagreed with his statement. Advertisement Rachel feels that all criminals should be tried before they can be punished accordingly. If the way of crime is used to stop crime, then there is no justice in the world. Everything will be dark, and at this time, Bruce Wayne shows Rachel the gun he had prepared earlier. Rachel's expression changed. He turned the car around and drove towards a bar. On the way, Rachel said, "Bruce, you have to know that the darkness of Gotham is far beyond your imagination. If you think that all evils should be solved by killing, then everything will only get worse." Finally, the car of the two stopped in front of a bar. She pointed to the bar opposite. "The gang boss is in that bar now. Everyone in Gotham City knows about it, and there are countless people who want to kill him. But everyone knows that if things can be handled so easily, then he won't be a problem. If you want to prove yourself, you can go to that gangster boss." After Rachel said these words, the expression on Bruce Wayne's face suddenly changed. Then, he took a deep breath and got out of the car. Walked into that bar, and found the biggest gangster in the city along the way. Only, he was insulted by the other party. "Hey, kid, I know you. How much do you know about our world? If you can, you'd better go back and be your rich son and stop meddling in our affairs." Then, Bruce Wayne was kicked out of the bar by the gang boss. At that time, Bruce Wayne suddenly understood something in his heart. In other words, he began to understand that he was still quite unfamiliar with this world and all the evils. If you want to truly understand what kind of things you faced at the beginning, then you should experience it. For a while, Bruce Wayne's gaze went from uneasy at the beginning, to bewildered, and finally became firm. With all kinds of thoughts, he suddenly changed his temper and found a beggar lying on the side of the street. At the same time, he took out all his money and bought the dirty and torn coat on the other party. He also gave the expensive coat he was wearing to the beggar. 110. And light and dust, Bruce is wandering. Batman is born. Off-screen. Marvel 199,999 Universe. Tony Stark looked at Bruce Wayne's behavior in the picture, and a puzzled expression appeared on his face. Why did he do this? I don't understand. After going to a bar where other people were and making trouble, suddenly doing such a strange thing. He asked his own question. Actually, after Tony Stark learned that Batman Bruce Wayne's family background was similar to his own, he became curious about being counted by the magic book at this moment, showing the superhero of his life. Is it similar to myself in many places? But, looking at it now, it turns out that this is not the case. Just like at this moment, he couldn't understand why Bruce Wayne would find 10 strangers to change clothes after he came out of the bar. Relax. Nick Fury glanced at him. You want to say, why does his growth path and what he thinks in his heart seem to be different from yours? Tony Stark didn't answer, but still raised his head and glanced at Nick Fury. Obviously, Nick Fury hit the spot. But Nick Fury smiled after feeling the puzzled eyes of the other party. Don't forget that my job is to keep in touch with different criminals, so a certain psychological interpretation is required. So, I can probably guess what's on your mind. Actually, it's not a bad thing. You can't read Batman's mind, the two of you grew up differently. Doesn't that just mean that there is only one Iron Man in the world, that Iron Man is unique? At least, isn't Iron Man the same as any other superhero? After he finished speaking, Pepper, who was on the side, had a look of surprise on his face. I didn't expect Nick Fury to say these comforting words, she said in surprise, and Tony Stark also showed a smile at this time. I thought Nick Fury would only say some annoying things, but I didn't expect him to say such reasonable things. I admit that I underestimated him before. It's not simple. After Nick Fury heard these words, he suddenly couldn't say a word and fell silent, feeling very speechless for a moment. At the same time, the picture continues. After Bruce Wayne bought the homeless man's clothes, he started wandering around. Begin to experience the life of the people at the bottom. He understands that if he doesn't experience it, he will never understand that those people will choose to do evil things. So, advertisement Bruce Wayne felt that he could not save Gotham City. He used to be penniless, stole, and did all kinds of illegal things that didn't hurt others. But Bruce Wayne did this not to commit crimes, but to experience those who commit crimes and why they commit crimes. Because of a theft, he was arrested and imprisoned. Know a man named Ducati, know his identity. He said he was from the Shadow Warrior Alliance. The leader, Lei Xiaogu, is a figure that even gangsters fear. If you want to truly conquer the darkness, maybe you need to learn from him. He can show you the way. Ducati told Bruce that you will be released from prison tomorrow. There is a rare blue flower on the mountain in the east, and then you can find the answer you want when you reach the top of the mountain. Bruce Wayne does what he says. He found the flower and climbed to the top of the mountain with difficulty. There is a building standing on a cliff here. Bruce Wayne met the legendary Lei Xiaogu here. Since then, he has been learning various fighting techniques and ninjutsu from Ducati here. Actually, the fear in Bruce Wayne's heart has always come from his parents. He has always been guilty, until later, Ducati taught him how to face the fear in his heart. Finally, Bruce Wayne's fighting power has already been recognized by all the Shadow Fighters Alliance. Just need to pass a test, then he can become a real Shadow Warrior. The test is divided into 2 parts. First round. Just in the case of inhaling blue flower pollen, defeat Ducati. As a ninja master, Lei Xiaogu has been watching from the sidelines. Subsequently, Bruce Wayne inhaled the pollen of the blue flower. Soon, The world in his eyes began to become illusory. The ninjas of the Shadow Warrior Alliance also appeared in 2 rows and stood in front of him. Ducati stands among them, after a series of confrontations. Bruce Wayne defeated Ducati in the illusion caused by the blue flower. Advertisement so far. All the strength of Bruce Wayne has been recognized by all the ninjas of the Shadow Warrior Alliance. He has one last pass left. That is to personally kill a serious criminal with a criminal record. The criminal was tied up and placed in front of Bruce Wayne. Bruce Wayne looked at each other. He thought, if criminals were to be executed in a criminal way. So what is the difference between him and the criminal? Then, Bruce Wayne began to rebel against the entire League of Shadow Warriors. Because his combat effectiveness can be regarded as the pinnacle among all Shadow Warriors, so even if other Shadow Warriors come to besiege him, Bruce Wayne can easily deal with it. After, he used the flame bow and arrow to ignite the gunpowder in the Shadow Warrior Alliance. Gunpowder exploded. Even the Ninja Master Raleigh is buried in the building. Finally, only because Ducati had helped Bruce Wayne, he saved the former and put them in 10 villages at the foot of the mountain. After, Bruce Wayne is back in Gotham City, just went back, got Zhao. He told the top management of the Wayne Group that he didn't want to participate in the management, and he only needed to give his group's weapon warehouse. Subsequently, he entered the warehouse, and, I got to know the warehouse administrator, who is a very capable person. Subsequently, Bruce Wayne found various weapons in the group's warehouse. Includes black light body armor, and an off-road vehicle with super off-road ability. Subsequently, Bruce Wayne started spraying that body armor with Batman coating. Then, he started the first action. Batman collects criminal evidence against the mob boss who insulted him before and arrests him at the same time. Tied to the top of a tall building, the mob boss is strapped to a projection lamp. The beam of light cast a shadow of a bat on the clouds in the sky. Batman is born. 111. Similarities and differences between Iron Man and Batman. Off-screen. Marvel 199,999 Universe. Tony Stark looked at the screen, the shadow of the bat cast on the clouds. His eyes looked very downcast. It seems that the psychological journey this rich man went through is completely different from mine. I'm like a blazing sun, suddenly awakening on a certain day. I feel that I should illuminate the suffering in this world. And he has been sinking in the darkness, walking alone all the time, and finally understands what he should do, and walks with the suffering. We are similar, yet different, he said slowly. Yes. Nick Fury did not deliberately sing the opposite tune this time, but agreed with Tony Stark's statement. You are all a group of people with the most wealth in the world. And after you experienced that kidnapping, you looked down from the sky, saw the suffering of the world, and felt that the world needed Iron Man. But Batman's growth experience is that he grew up from the soil of suffering, and then understood where all the filth came from, and he wanted to start from the root. Come on for a little change. The way you see it is also different. However, what you have done leads to the same goal. The voice fell. Tony Stark looked at the Batman in the picture, but there was a smile on the corner of his mouth. I am very interested in this Batman now. I want to see how he will change the world. I want to see if Batman is going to be successful in the end. Just like my career. Pepper looked at Tony Stark, who had a smile on the corner of his mouth, and smiled slightly. In her heart, the confident look of Tony Stark was the most touching. It is also what fascinates her the most. It's just strange to say. Actually, not so long ago, he could feel that there was something hidden in Tony Stark's heart, and he was always depressed. It's not just that I doubt that I can't make the list. But something else. However, after reading the story of Little Spider-Man, Tony Stark's mood is obviously much better. Such a discovery made Pepper feel that there must be something Tony Stark was hiding from him. It's just that he doesn't want to say more. Pepper is also a smart person, otherwise he wouldn't be Tony Stark's secretary, handling so many problems for him. Advertisement. It's just that Tony Stark and Nick Fury flirted with each other at the time, but neither of them was willing to tell him the truth. So she controlled the curiosity in her heart and didn't ask any more questions. AIBD. Prepare yourself to go below when the time comes and investigate by yourself. And now, Pepper was almost sure of what Tony Stark had been worried about. That's probably why Tony Stark is sick. As for what the disease was, little Pepper couldn't directly guess it. But that's about it. The illness endangered Tony Stark's life. But in a short time, he still couldn't find a way to deal with it. Only, in the story of Little Spider-Man, he saw himself. Tony Stark was sure that he could continue to live. Then the worries in his heart were eliminated a lot. So now Tony Stark's magic is obviously a lot easier. Although, what exactly is the disease that is plaguing Tony Stark now? But little Pepper saw that his mood became much happier, so he didn't continue to ask. As long as it can be confirmed that Tony Stark's illness is much better. There are some things to ask. Some things should not be asked. This is also the wisdom of life. Pepper obviously knows this. At the same time, she also understands that caring makes chaos. Yes, she didn't worry too much about anything. Kamar Taj. In Wong Zai's pictures, Batman has gone through trials and tribulations, and even wanted to get to know the people at the bottom and the mentality of those criminals. After passing the test of the Shadow Warrior Alliance, there is no picture of getting lost in it. Immediately, he couldn't help but let out a burst of exclamation. Now, even if Batman's story hasn't started yet, just watching his short experience, I can already confirm that he is a great superhero. After all, Spider-Man is great, because he was born among the common people. so it can become a good neighbor for all citizens in the city. As for Batman, although he didn't understand the mental journey of those criminals at the beginning, he took the initiative to join the bottom. I deeply experienced the thoughts of those low-level criminals, and at the same time, I began to understand why those crimes were born. Advertisement. In this way, he has other differences from other superheroes. He really wanted to change those evils. The voice fell. The Ancient One magician, who had been calm before, also showed some approval and appreciation in his eyes. That's right, even though I have seen countless timelines before. I have seen countless life journeys, but it's the first time I've seen a superhero like Batman. Such a superhero is rare. His thoughts are even greater than many superheroes. And when Ancient One magician was talking about these things, on the side, Modu couldn't lift his spirits at all. Because he clearly felt it, although Batman has reached the peak of an ordinary person in terms of physique and fighting skills. At the same time, because of his wealth, he prepared a lot of equipment far beyond ordinary people. But at the end of the day, this Batman is still just an ordinary person. What's the use of an ordinary person with such a high spirit? Can he beat Spider-Man and Wolverine? Modu couldn't help thinking in his heart. Without power, no matter how noble the spirit is, it's just a joke. It doesn't make any sense at all. I still don't like this Batman. Because he's just an ordinary person. Dominion Asgard. After seeing Batman's story, everyone in Asgard quickly fell into silence. Because they can feel it, Batman is just an ordinary person. Maybe his fighting skills have reached the peak of human beings, but he is still an ordinary person after all. However, God King Odin has said it before, superhero depends more on their spiritual quality. And Batman's spiritual quality is undoubtedly very noble. Even greater than many superheroes, it's just that it's not sure if this Batman can keep his mind. Batman, the superhero, if he can keep his mind and last until the end, it will be incredible. I want to see if he can do it, Thor thought silently. 112. The Dark Knight Batman, Playboy Bruce and just when other people think differently. On screen. Batman's story continues, on screen. After Bruce Wayne put on Batman's battlesuit, he went to find Gordon, who had become the sheriff. Then he explained to Gordon that if necessary in the future, he can call himself through the Bat-Light. Subsequently, Batman jumped through the window. But the current Batman may not be as proficient as later. When jumping down, it still seems a little unskilled. Stumbled before the laneway, but after he went back, he explained his situation to the administrator of the scientific research department. He needs a portable glider. Then, the administrator of the scientific research department introduced him to a kind of black cloth that would appear very soft under most circumstances, but would be very hard once the electricity was turned on. Subsequently, Batman designed that fabric into his own cape. As long as the electricity is turned on, the cloak can become hard, and at the same time, he also designed the shape of the cloak to be the same shape as a bat's wings. But when he needs to glide, the wings of a bat allow him to glide in the air. At the same time, the old butler Alfred found Bruce Wayne and told him, "Master, you need an identity to conceal your identity as Batman in the night. Moreover, an identity that is far away from the Batman who punishes our asterisk and eliminates evil in the dark is still needed to cover up his Batman identity. Let others not suspect your identity. At the same time, you also need to cut identities from those you love. Don't let Batman's identity implicate them. A playboy who likes to get along with different beauties may be a good choice." Alfred looked at Bruce Wayne and smiled. "I think so." After thinking for a while, Bruce Wayne nodded. Subsequently, he started hooking up with different beauties during the day when he didn't need Batman. And on this day, Bruce Wayne brought the three beauties to a very luxurious hotel. Then, advertisement: those beauties just wanted to have fun in the huge amounts of pond at the entrance of the hotel. Pity. The management of the hotel said that it was a facility in charge of decoration and it was not good to play in it. That is not allowed by the regulations. Bruce Wayne looked across and raised his eyebrows. Then he waved his hand. Directly let someone buy that hotel. Now, the pond at the gate can be used for playing. Bruce Wayne said to the manager with a smile, and the latter was speechless after hearing his words. He never thought that such a person could be such a prodigal. For the beauties who play with me, you can do what you want. Bought a hotel directly, and at this time, Rachel also happened to be eating in this hotel and ran into Bruce Wayne. Bruce Wayne immediately felt embarrassed, want to explain something to Rachel. Because Bruce Wayne and Rachel can play childhood sweethearts. At the same time, there is also a mutual affection between the two. Pity. Bruce Wayne was about to say something. In the pond behind, the beautiful woman who was having fun began to call Bruce Wayne's name. "Bruce, come on, we can't do without you." Bruce Wayne, who heard this sentence. A feeling of embarrassment appeared on his face instantly. And Rachel also looked at Bruce Wayne disappointedly. "This is not the Bruce Wayne I know. I heard the other party say that." Bruce Wayne felt more and more embarrassed. But he wanted to explain, but he swallowed the words when they reached his mouth. Because he set himself up as a playboy who likes to have fun casually. "But I can't explain it to the other party. I just did this on purpose to cover up my identity as Batman." And Rachel looked at the other party's cramped look, but shook her head helplessly. "Bruce, I think maybe in your heart, you are still the big boy you used to be. However, what I want to tell you is that a person, don't look at what he thinks in his heart, what is more important is how he does it." Finished. Advertisement. Rachel left without looking back. Bruce Wayne looked at each other's back, speechless for a long time. Because he felt how disappointed in himself, his beloved. 0. Seeking flowers. But he can't tell, because Bruce Wayne knew that asking Rachel not to have anything to do with him and Batman, and to stay away from him, was actually for the good of the other party. Batman is doomed to be alone, off-screen, Marbury Villa. Tony Stark couldn't help but raised his brows when he saw Bruce Wayne taking 3 beauties on a date at the same time, and at the same time bought a whole hotel with a wave of his hand just for the sake of a Pomeranian smile. Wow, this Bruce Wayne's behavior has several similarities with me. Sure enough, we rich people still have a strong charm. Look at those beautiful women in the pond, how happy they're smiling. But just as his words fell, the little pepper next to him gave him a blank look. However, Bruce Wayne did this to cover up the fact that he is Batman. We should use the skin of Wawa Company to draw a clear line from the Batman in the Dark Knight. And you, Iron Man, Mr. Tony Stark, your flirtatiousness is well known. Even before you're Iron Man, you're flirtatious enough. As the words continued, Pepper became more and more angry. It can be said that Bruce Wayne's behavior is fundamentally different from your Tony Stark's behavior. His Playboy image is just a disguise. And you, Mr. Tony Stark, the richest man in our universe, is really a showman. Well, finished. Pepper sighed heavily again. After Tony Stark heard these words, the expression on his face was very cramped. But I also know that what the other party said is also true. So at the end I want to explain something, but nothing can be said. In a trance, Tony Stark understood the feeling that Bruce Wayne wanted to explain to Rachel but couldn't say anything. But he also knows. The two look similar, but there are many differences. Unfortunately, this Batman also has a very great character, that is, he is no longer a minister of the same universe as us. Otherwise I must get to know him. Nick Fury also sighed at this time. 113. All superheroes are similar, except Iron Man. Although until now, Batman's story is just beginning. But through the experience of the other party in just a few years, there are still some things to do. It has already made Nick Fury fully approve of each other. At the same time, Bruce Wayne also has similarities with other superheroes. That is, he knows that he is a Batman, and he can protect many enemies. In order to protect the people around him, he will choose to pretend when facing the outside world. Talking, Nick Fury couldn't help but glance at Tony Stark. At first, the latter's high-profile admission of his Iron Man at the press conference is still vivid in his mind. It can be said, few superheroes are as high-profile as he is. This is also where he is different from other superheroes. This kind of behavior is also not good, 577, or not. At least Tony Stark also has the ability to protect those around him. Think here. Nick Fury took another look at Pepper next to him. A generation of Spider-Man world. The first generation Spider-Man Peter Parker looked at the screen, his face full of helplessness, and he wanted to explain, but it was Bruce Wayne who couldn't say a word. There was also a wry smile on his face, actually. He has naturally experienced this feeling. When he became a Spider-Man, he began to realize that as a superhero, as a Spider-Man, in the future time, he will constantly make enemies, and there will be countless enemies. So, such things are not only the superhero's responsibility, but also the superhero's curse. Dear people around superhero will be affected by him. And was affected by it. No matter how careful you are, no one can be sure, among the endless waves, there will be a small wave sweeping towards those people the superhero cares about. But that other person is no ordinary person, although Spider-Man is able to deal with those crises. But no one can be sure that the people around Spider-Man will get through it safely. So, the original Peter Parker would not tell her his true identity after dealing with misunderstandings with Mary Jane time and time again. Even later, after Mary Jane knew the identity of Peter Parker Spider-Man, Peter Parker would still suppress his emotions for a long time. Advertisement Mary Jane is not accepted, because he knows. Being with Mary Jane is clearly a manifestation of selfishness. Let the other party live in dire straits with yourself. This kind of thing is something he never wants to see. Then, he will reject Mary Jane again and again. Although it will hurt the other party's heart, he will still do it like this. This is to protect each other. So, Peter Parker can understand the mood of Bruce Wayne in the picture very well. What the other party is doing now is also to protect the one he loves. Although it will be misunderstood, but still doesn't explain much. Instead, he endured everything silently, didn't explain much at all. The Amazing Spider-Man world. Bruce Wayne is doing the right thing. Peter Parker looked at the picture and wanted to explain, but in the end it was Bruce Wayne who didn't say anything. He opened his mouth and finally just sighed. He knew that such a choice, except for Bruce Wayne himself who would be misunderstood, was actually a good thing for everyone. As long as he can persist like this, then the person he loves will not be harmed because of his Batman status. When the thoughts come here, Peter Parker couldn't help thinking of his lover Gwen again. It is because back then, he clearly knew that being with Spider-Man represented an endless crisis. But he still couldn't suppress the feelings in his heart, and was with Gwen, which led to the final tragedy. If Peter Parker insisted not to be with Gwen at the time, then Gwen will not be implicated by him in the end. But, now it's too late. No matter how regretful Peter Parker was, Gwen could no longer return to him. He could only regret it over and over in his heart. Marvel 199,999 Universe. New York. High school student Peter Parker looked at Bruce Wayne who was misunderstood but could not explain it. Well, advertisement can't help but let out a long sigh. Actually, before the start of this inventory, he still felt extremely excited because he became a Spider-Man. At the same time, although also clear, if she exposes her identity, it may cause a lot of trouble to Aunt May and other people she cares about. But he is more or less looking forward to the day when his identity is discovered. Then, Peter Parker himself imagined that after his superhero identity was known by the world, he might receive countless attention and applause like Iron Man. But look now, things don't seem to be like that. Because there is only one Iron Man in the world, only people like Tony Stark, who won't get too much trouble after announcing himself as Iron Man. But other superheroes cannot imitate each other so easily. Just like, after seeing Peter Parker Spider-Man's identity revealed in the stock footage earlier, he, and all his friends and relatives, will be in a lot of trouble. Therefore, he also now understands the necessity of this measure by Bruce Wayne. Sigh, these superheroes still have to bear so many things. It's just too difficult, he murmured a sigh. Deadpool universe. Deadpool looks at the picture. Bruce Wayne is misunderstood by the woman he loves. All of a sudden fell silent. Yes. Deadpool, who has always been far-fetched, fell silent when he saw the picture of Bruce Wayne being misunderstood in order to protect the one he loved. 4.0 said nothing, because he has also experienced that because of his behavior at the beginning, the things he loved were hurt. Even, Deadpool implicated his lover in the vendetta against him because of himself. After going through a lot of things, I brought my lover back. So he will not laugh at Bruce Wayne's behavior, in order to protect the lover and then be misunderstood. Such a sad thing, even Deadpool couldn't bear to laugh at it. It's just that, the most popular heroes in the DC universe, I didn't expect their origin stories to have many similarities with those popular superheroes. It seems that from some perspectives, people's aesthetics still have a lot in common. Deadpool sighed, then stay tuned for Batman's story. 114. Batman's defeat, unexpected people, on screen. Batman's story continues, after Batman, the vigilante of the night in Gotham. The criminals in Gotham City began to calm down a lot. But in the eyes of many citizens, Batman is a sudden superhero. The peace of Gotham City was maintained, but there are also many people who believe that Batman is actually a big criminal. Felt that his actions were effectively above the law. It made many people feel extremely panicked, and off-screen. Those who have seen many superheroes being vilified before have become numb to such things. It seems that basically all superheroes will face their predicament. Make everyone feel speechless. Marvel 199,999 Universe. The basement of Villa Mabry. Seeing this situation, Tony Stark looked a little speechless. I used to feel speechless when I saw superhero being misunderstood by other people, but now I feel confused when I see such a thing again. All superheroes will be misunderstood by such people. I can't bear it too much, it's too outrageous. 08. And when he said these words, the other two, Pepper and Nick Fury, didn't say much more. Because both of them felt that this matter was too much trouble. The social issues involved in it cannot be explained clearly by a few people in a few words. Well, finally, the other two didn't say much. He just sighed heavily, then there was nothing more to say. They just looked at each other, then there was silence. At the same time, on screen, when Batman faced such a thing, he didn't care too much. Actually, after experiencing the previous wandering, he has already begun to understand what the truth behind these things is. At least at this stage, he won't think much about it. However, when he went to the company that day, after seeing it, the administrator of the Scientific Research Weapons Department said with a serious expression, "We got stolen. Someone stole one of our devices. That device was intended to be used against enemies in a desert environment. It evaporates all the water directly, advertisement. It's just that this device needs a lot of energy to start up later, so the research and development was stopped. I don't know if they stole this device, what kind of fish is there?" Heard the management say that. Bruce Wayne didn't have a clue at first either. I just thought I had to go down and observe more carefully. Maybe something will come out later, subsequently. At night, Bruce Wayne saw the shadow of the bat cast in the sky. That's Gordon calling Batman. Then, Bruce Wayne put on Batman's equipment and came to the roof where he often met with Gordon. The other party is watching. He explained the situation to him. The dean of Arkham Mental Hospital arrested some people and went to the poor peninsula in Gotham City. Batman, after hearing these words, when Gordon turned his head, he disappeared into the night. He quickly came to the peninsula through his hook-lock equipment in the Batmobile with powerful kinetic energy. At the same time, through a very fast speed, he found the location of the dean of the Arkham Mental Hospital. Only, when first entering the room they were in, Batman sneaked in very well. The people guarding outside are not his opponents at all. But when meeting the director of Arkham Asylum, the other party put on a scarecrow's headgear. "You're Batman? I've heard your name many times. I'm telling you, Gotham is almost over. Let me introduce you, you can call me Scarecrow," said the Scarecrow. The voice just fell. He raised his hand. But there was a handful of smoke, which was directly sprinkled on Batman's face. The next moment, Batman felt that the world in front of him had undergone huge amounts of changes. Everything started to twist up. In my mind, the memories of my own incomparable fear began to emerge a series of times. At the same time, the world I saw in my eyes also began to change into things that I feared one by one. It makes people look very scary, and before, advertisement. Standing in front of him, the scarecrow wearing a scarecrow headgear suddenly began to grow abnormally huge. At the same time, there are also bats one after another, coming out of his mouth. Each one looks extremely ferocious and terrifying. Scream out loud. Start flying around, Batman. Batman, you are not worthy to be our enemy. Suddenly the scarecrow spoke. This time, when he spoke again, his voice sounded like Satan's whisper, which made people feel extremely terrifying. What did you do to me? Batman felt his consciousness begin to blur rapidly. The last rationality told him that it was the smoke that the scarecrow sprayed on him before, which caused him to become what he is now. For a while, when he was a child, the scenes he experienced began to emerge in front of his eyes. Those are the deepest fears buried in his heart. The next moment, the scarecrow started laughing, raised the flamethrower and spewed horrible flames at Batman. Fortunately, Bruce Wayne's 440 suit has the function of fire and heat insulation, so that he will not be burned. He stumbled out of the house, then try to keep yourself away. Before his consciousness completely fell into chaos, he sent a final message to the butler, and then passed out directly. Fortunately, Alfred eventually found Batman and brought him back. Bring Bruce Wayne back. At the same time, the administrator of the scientific research department was invited to prepare the hallucinogenic serum. After taking that serum, Batman also developed antibodies against the hallucinogen. After that, you won't be recruited, and at this time, Bruce Wayne receives Rachel's distress message. He rushed over without hesitation. It was discovered that Rachel was also kidnapped by the Scarecrow. In that hallucinogenic potion, Bruce Wayne was in a hurry and rescued him directly. Then sent to the Batcave for treatment, finally. Before Rachel wakes up, Bruce Wayne asks Alfred to take her home. At the same time, because tonight is Bruce Wayne's birthday, he didn't think about it. But Ah Fu reminded him, maybe Batman doesn't need it, but Bruce Wayne does. Then, Bruce Wayne had to organize a banquet. Then, he was at the banquet and met an unexpected person. 115. Goodbye Lei Xiaogu, Batman's life and death crisis. On screen. When Rachel woke up, she looked dazed. It never occurred to her that it was Batman who saved her. Then, she told Batman that she had inquired about a terrifying situation, that is, the Scarecrow was going to pour those hallucinogenic potions into the sewers of the entire Gotham. Subsequently, Batman gave her 2 serums, saying that they would be given to Gordon, and one of them would be used by Gordon himself, and the other would be used for dispensing. Subsequently, Batman gave Rachel a sedative and put her in a coma. Then, Batman asked Ah Fu to take Rachel home, at the same time. Because today is Bruce Wayne's birthday, originally, he was not going to hold a banquet. But Alfred said that Batman probably didn't need the banquet, but Bruce Wayne did. The Wayne family needs it. Today, Bruce Wayne's father is no longer in this world, and his reputation is the only thing left of him. It cannot be thrown away easily. After hearing these words, Bruce Wayne didn't refute, didn't say much. Instead, as previously planned, a banquet was held. Subsequently, at night, Banquet 043 will begin. Bruce Wayne started socializing among the various guests. They are all friends of the Wayne family, and each of them is an upper-class person. At this time, Bruce Wayne found Fox, the administrator of the previous scientific research department. He told Fox, they put those hallucinogenic drugs in the sewers of the whole Gotham, and they want to turn the whole Gotham into a purgatory on Earth. However, that hallucinogenic drug can only cause people to have hallucinations through the respiratory system, and it cannot be done just by drinking it. Fox said. When saving Bruce Wayne before, he had already conducted research on the hallucinogenic potion. It's just that when he blurted out these words, he and Bruce Wayne looked at each other again. Advertisement thinking of the device that Wayne Group lost before. A device that can evaporate the water in the entire desert. Just use that sword device to evaporate all the groundwater containing hallucinogens into water vapor, and then the entire Gotham City will be destroyed by them. The two looked at each other, immediately came to the answer. It seems that you need to investigate where that piece of equipment went. Bruce Wayne said. Well, this matter is very important, so I will go now. Fox also understood the seriousness of the matter, and immediately stopped staying in place too much. Leaving Wayne Manor directly, and at this time, a lady who was friendly with the Wayne family walked up to Bruce Wayne and said that she would introduce him to a big client. Lei Xiaogu. When Bruce Wayne heard this sentence, he was shocked. Because he clearly remembered that the League of Shadow Warriors and Master Ren Legu were destroyed in his hands. In the entire Kagemura alliance, only the Ducati he saved was left. Isn't Lei Xiaogu dead? He thought so, then he was pulled in front of a person by that lady. When the man turned around, a man with the same beard as Bruce Wayne remembered Lei Xiao Ancient One turned around. However, he knew very well that the other party was not Lei Tong. You are not Lei Xiaogu, Bruce Wayne said directly to the man in front of him. However, at this moment, an extremely familiar male voice came from behind him. Master Ninja is everywhere, and he will never die. When Bruce Wayne heard these words, his scalp felt numb. Because the owner of this voice is his former teacher, Ducati. So, are you the ninja master Lei Xiaogu? He turned around and saw that familiar face. His whole face looked extremely ugly, and he just stared at him like that. I can't say a word that is superfluous at all. The bottom of my heart was filled with endless shock. Unexpectedly, the Ducati who gets along with him day and night is the real ninja master. Bruce Wayne looked at the familiar face on the opposite side, and his whole body felt shuddering. Then, advertisement he ended the banquet early and let all the treasure guests in Wayne Manor leave early. And at this time, Ducati, no, to be precise, it was Lei Xiaogu, with a smile on his face, he slowly walked in front of him. The meaning of our Shadow Warrior Alliance is that we want to purify the world. The depravity and misunderstanding we are in will perish in our hands. When a place falls into enough darkness, we step in and let that place die and rebuild. It's happened in England and in Rome in the past. Actually, many years ago, we had already set our sights on Gotham once. But at that time, your father, Mr. Wayne, welcomed the people's sense of self-help through economic means, and let the city survive. Years after he disappeared, Gotham began to sink into unstoppable decay. So we are now ready to officially destroy the entire Gotham. Lei Xiaogu looked at Bruce Wayne and said slowly. And while he was speaking, who he brought? Gasoline has already begun to be poured on every corner of the entire Wayne Manor. You once burned my entire Kagamore League and left me in a place where no one cares about me, leaving me to fend for myself. So I'm going to do the same thing with you now. Lei Xiaogu laughed. You are my best disciple. It would be great if you chose to accomplish the same career as me. Unfortunately, the situation has become what it is now. Just disappear with Gotham. He continued. And Bruce Wayne listened to the other party's words, and the whole person fell into deeper and deeper complexity. However, there are still some good people in Gotham. It's completely unreasonable for you to do this. After hearing what he said, Lei Xiaogu laughed. Good man, are you referring to that Batman? Actually, after seeing him make a move, I identified him. Bruce Wayne, acting as a vigilante at night, looks like he's having a lot of fun with you. Unfortunately, everything is coming to an end, it's all meaningless. Following Lei Xiaogu's voice fell, bang, instantly. The men he brought ignited the entire Wayne Manor. Let Wayne Manor fall into a sea of flames. 116. Butler Fu. Master, I will never give up on you. On screen. Boom, but in an instant, following Lei Xiaogu's subordinates after lighting up the flames. At this moment, the entire Wayne Manor turned into a sea of flames. Everything started to fall apart quickly. Bruce Wayne looked at the man on the opposite side and suddenly felt furious. Just rush over. He fought with Lei Xiaogu, it can be said. When the two first started fighting, they were evenly matched. Soon they were deadlocked. I said that you used to be my best disciple, but unfortunately, you still can learn how to see with your eyes and listen to all directions. Lei Xiaogu looked at Bruce Wayne, who was deadlocked with him, and suddenly smiled. After saying this, he pushed the other party, pushing Bruce Wayne back 2 steps. And at this time, a beam that was broken by the fire also fell from the roof. It hit Bruce Wayne directly. At the beginning, you left me in a place where no one knew me to die after a big fire burned my Shadow Warrior Alliance. And now I want you to have the same experience as me. Lei Xiaogu looked at Bruce Wayne, who was crushed under the beam of the house and couldn't move at all, and said coldly. Finished. He led the others into the night of Gotham without looking back. And at this time, Alfred, who sent Rachel home, ran back. Woke up Bruce Wayne. At the same time, I tried my best to help him remove the beam. Master, if you can't push this thing away, I really can't think of the use of those push-ups you usually do. And Alfred also used his own method to cheer up Bruce Wayne. Then, after Bruce Wayne heard his words, he immediately pushed the whole beam off his body with all his strength. Then, the two of them walked through the flames and started to go to the basement where Batman's equipment was kept. Gotham is going to be destroyed. Advertisement during the descent of the elevator. Bruce Wayne told Alfred the ins and outs. At the same time, it seemed very depressed. Master, do you know why we fall down? Alfred smiled and looked at Bruce Wayne. It's for us to learn to stand up. When Bruce Wayne heard this sentence, he felt a little dazed for a while. He looked at Alfred. Have you not lost faith in me yet? Never. Alfred gave a broad smile. Off screen. Marvel 199,999 Universe. Marbury Villa. Tony Stark looked at Alfred, who had been by Bruce Wayne's side in the picture, and felt embarrassed for a moment. I really envy Batman, there is such a reliable housekeeper. He sighed. Here is not just a housekeeper, it is completely the same as his family and elders. He'll be there for Batman when Batman needs it. At the same time, I have been worried about Batman, wanting to let him withdraw in the endless night. And when Batman is unwilling to agree, he will always be Batman's backup and do logistics for Batman. Such a housekeeper is too rare. When Pepper heard him say that, he also nodded, feeling very agreeable. I also think it's great that Batman can have such a butler by his side. I think this may be an important reason why he has not fallen in the dark. Nick Fury didn't speak, but for the views of the two people, it seems to agree very much. Sometimes, when faced with endless pressure, it is very great and not easy to have someone who can stand by your side, trust you unconditionally, and give you strength at the same time. The power he can possibly have is completely beyond your imagination. Kamar Taj. Wong looked at the old housekeeper in the picture, and also looked very envious. Ancient One magician has no daily fluctuations, as for Mordo. For such a person who has always supported him, there is no fluctuation at all. Because he himself is also the kind of person who will never be loyal to anyone. So he does not believe that there will be loyal existence in the world. V =_ advertisement. This is probably what it means to judge others by yourself. If it weren't for Bruce Wayne's family, with so much money, would this Alfred be so loyal to him? 0. Seeking flowers. I don't think it's possible. Mo Du thought silently in his heart, Dominion Asgard. After seeing Alfred's support for Batman in the picture, everyone in Asgard was extremely moved. Such loyalty is really touching. I think, no matter who it is, they will find such loyalty very desirable. Loyalty is worthy of praise wherever it is. Such feelings are too great. For a while, various praises for Alfred came from different people. But Thor is very serious, staring at the picture. I just want to know how Batman stopped Lei Xiaogu in the end. The voice fell. No one gave him an answer, but obviously, other people's ideas are actually similar to his. They all want to know how Batman finally stopped such a crisis that spread throughout Gotham City. To know, Batman is nothing but a normal human without any super abilities. Even if his equipment is much better than others. But in the end he is still a normal person. The body of a mortal is comparable to a god. Just at this time, Loki thought of the evaluation he gave to Batman when the stocktaking began. Before, I was a little disdainful of this evaluation. But now it seems that if Batman can really save the whole city, then I will admit him. He thought silently in his heart. DC Universe, Wayne Manor. Bruce Wayne looked at the Wayne Manor surrounded by raging fire and fell into a trance. The current Wayne Manor has already been repaired. But recalling the situation at that time, he still felt a little scared. After all, Master Ninja is his former master, who is both a teacher and a friend. Even if he is alone, it is difficult for Batman to be his opponent. Thinking about it now, I still feel a little bit like the rest of my life. He murmured a sigh, and Alfred on the side said at this moment, but in the end you succeeded, you saved the entire Gotham City. 117. Batman. I won't kill you, and I won't save you. Metropolis. Down. When Clark Kent saw that the entire Gotham was in crisis, he forgot to breathe. Concentrate on everything on the screen. I don't know how Batman will handle such a crisis. He couldn't help thinking in his heart, however, this Batman is still worthy of respect. If he is in the same universe as me, I am still very interested in becoming friends with him. On screen. After Bruce Wayne put on Batman's battlesuit, he rushed to the peninsula in the civilian area where he had interrogated the Scarecrow. Things turned out as they expected. The device that was stolen before, which can evaporate water resources in a large area, was written by Shadow Warrior. And the Scarecrow also obeys the orders of the Shadow Fighters. In other words, Lei Xiaogu. Now, they have started on the peninsula in the civilian area, 687. Using that equipment, all the groundwater in the peninsula of the civilian area was evaporated into steam. And the water in those underground pipes was naturally mixed with countless hallucinogenic drugs. It can be said that the people in the entire civilian area have fallen into endless hallucinations. Everything I saw in my eyes turned into the most terrifying illusion in my heart. And in the process, in the Arkham Asylum in the civilian area, all the patients were released. And actually, Arkham Asylum is nominally a mental institution. But after many criminals enter the prison, Arkham's Dean Scarecrow will issue them a certificate of mental illness and transfer all criminals to the Arkham Mental Hospital. So, in the Arkham Asylum, some of the people locked up are actually vicious super criminals. Therefore, following this operation of the Shadow Warrior Alliance, the entire civilian area was in chaos. All are civilians and criminals caught in the hallucinations of terror. Countless hoarse voices came out from every street. And when Batman arrived here, I saw Rachel hugging a child who had fallen into hallucinations, avoiding the pursuit of those crazy criminals. Batman rescued her and took Rachel and the child to a safe roof. Then prepared to leave. And at this time, Rachel looked at Batman's back, her eyes flustered, but she looked very serious. You may lose your life this time, so can you tell me who you are? Batman didn't look back, just said slowly, the important thing is not what I think in my heart, but how I do it. Are you Bruce? Advertisement. Rachel was stunned. She never expected that things would develop in this direction. What Batman said just now was what she said when she saw Bruce Wayne sinking into beauty. Only, Batman didn't answer her. Instead, he jumped off the roof. Disappeared in the night. At this time, Batman finds Gordon. Because Gordon had been injected with detoxification serum, he did not fall into hallucinations. Gordon said, they are going to send the water evaporation equipment to the center of the city, the Wayne building, and then evaporate the water in the entire city into water vapor. Let the whole city fall into an illusion and then perish. And the delivery method of that equipment is the train that can pass through the whole city. Knowing the news, Batman started to rush to the train. At the same time, he handed over control of the Batmobile to Gordon. Let Gordon go straight to destroying the train tracks. The train carrying the equipment cannot go directly to the Wayne building. Then the two began to split into two groups. Batman directly caught up with the train and saw Lei Xiaogu on the train. Gotham is about to perish, please come and die for it. Lei Xiaogu laughed. Both ended up fighting together. Still the same as before, only, just at this time. Gordon drove the Batmobile, which had been hit by heavy firepower, to the bottom of the Wayne building. Then, shooting mode is on. Gordon was one of the best sheriffs around. Full shooting skills. Just a few shots smashed the track of the train. And just when the train was about to fall and be smashed to pieces. In the train, Batman actually suppressed Lei Xiaogu, and then pressed the Batmark on the ladder's neck. Have you finally learned that to solve problems you have to be like us? Lei Xiaogu's life was at stake, but for a moment, he smiled with some relief. Actually, advertisement he still agrees with Batman, the philosophy of this disciple. But Batman doesn't agree with the fact that crime can be a killer. If only Batman could learn to kill. So, even if the Shadow Warrior Alliance fails this time, Guobu still feels that Batman can destroy the corruption in Gotham City. Unfortunately, Batman looked at Lei Xiaogu coldly, feeling the train that was about to fall from the track and smashed to pieces. He said, "I won't kill you, but I can choose not to save you." Finished. Batman shot through the windows of the train with flying darts. Then he unfolded his cloak, and through electrification, the cloak behind him became a hard-hang glider. His next moment, it was like a bat with its wings spread, outside the train, driven by the whistling wind, it flew away from the carriage. And Lei Xiaogu followed the train and fell from the broken viaduct. It was directly smashed to pieces. Batman successfully resolved this crisis. Off-screen. Marvel 199,999 Universe. Little Pepper, who had always been nervous before, suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. He finally succeeded. Just now I was so nervous because of Batman, this could endanger the crisis of the whole city. Luckily he did it in the end, as expected of a superhero that can be on the list. Tony Stark looked at the excited Pepper, smiled and pulled him into his arms. 3.0. Actually, he also understands what it feels like to be able to save so many people with his own strength. That's why he became Iron Man, so he appreciates the bat very much now. Nick Fury on the side feels similar to Tony Stark. He thinks he appreciates Batman very much now. Pity. From the looks of it, the opponent doesn't seem to be the superhero of their universe. After all, from everything in the picture, one can understand that Wayne Group has influence in the whole world. If the Wayne Group exists in their world, then they have no reason not to know. At the same time, in their world, there is no Gotham either. At this time, the screen change. Other content emerge. .118. End of the first act, Joker is here. The screen change came a few days later. Bruce Wayne and Rachel stand side by side in front of the burned Wayne Manor. There are countless busy workers. "Bruce, I didn't expect you to be." Rachel spoke in a rather complicated tone, but she didn't go on. He hesitated to speak. Later, the two had another heart-to-heart talk before kissing each other. Only, both Bruce Wayne and Rachel are extremely rational people. Then, Rachel made a pact with Bruce Wayne. That is in the future, if one day Gotham City no longer needs Batman, then that day will be the day when two people are together. Off-screen. Marvel 199,999 Universe. Tony Stark looked at the agreement made by the two people on the screen, and raised his eyebrows. "I didn't expect that this Rachel is also a smart woman. She knows what to choose and doesn't bother Batman." After hearing his words, Pepper, who was next to 108, gave him a blank look and didn't say much. And Nick Fury said, "It is true, we have seen a lot before. Superhero needs to deliberately keep a distance from other people in order to protect the one he loves. The others just don't understand. Actually, even if they don't care that they are being implicated by those superheroes, they are in danger. But in a sense, they are not afraid of danger, but superheroes are afraid of their loved ones being in danger because of themselves. Under such circumstances, the superhero will be in danger because of the person he loves, and the original will be restrained. It's not good for either side. It's equivalent to a loved one becoming a superhero's weakness." The voice fell. Tony Stark couldn't help but nodded, "But to be honest, if Bruce Wayne is in our world, I'd be interested in buying him a drink. Although we are different in many places, but we have many places which are actually the same. So, I still admire him. Also, regardless of his Batman identity, when it comes to Bruce Wayne's usual playboy behavior, no matter what his motives are, I really appreciate it." "Not bad." Advertisement. Nick Fury laughed when he heard the words. "I also think that he is very good, but unfortunately he is not in the same world." Pepper didn't speak. Kamar Taj. Wong looked at the two sane people in the picture, and was speechless for a long time. Bruce Wayne and Rachel are both sane people, it's really not easy. And Rachel's choice will neither embarrass Bruce Wayne, or even make her heart full of motivation because of her choice. Ancient One Magician nodded. "Yes, perhaps, the best way to get along with superhero, that's it. If you don't have enough strength, then don't get into trouble for it. And such a choice is good for both of us." As for Mordo, don't care about these things at all. Bruce Wayne doesn't know what he's thinking either. Justice? What kind of thing is that? So what if the world is a better place? It's still more practical to have enough power. Holy area. Asgard. When everyone in Asgard heard the agreement between Bruce Wayne and Rachel, they all showed surprise expressions. They didn't expect that there would be such a sensible woman. "I remember this Rachel, is it actually Gotham's prosecutor? It's no wonder she was able to sit in this position, she has such an extraordinary character and deserves our respect." Perhaps such a choice is a good thing for both herself and Bruce Wayne. This time, everyone's reaction was surprisingly the same. It's all a recognition of the actions of two people. Basically didn't say much. As for Thor, he looked forward to it, and I began to look forward to the story of Batman in the future. I don't know if he can clean up all the sins of Gotham, and then wait for the day when Gotham doesn't need Batman, and finally be with Rachel as he wished. It is not surprising that he would say such a thing. Before Thor, it is not very expected to see the superhero finally disarm and return to the field, and then live a peaceful life. But after watching so many superhero stories, he began to feel that he would return to the ordinary in the end, No need to be grandiose, and live every day peacefully, which is actually a good life. And God King Odin and God Queen Frigga heard Thor's words. I also understood the change in my son's mentality. They looked at each other immediately. Advertisement. I am very pleased. Did you hear it? Frigg said. He has begun to understand the importance of peace, and it seems that this inventory has gained him a lot. I hear it, and I think it's good. Odin also drew an imperceptible smile on the corner of his mouth. This time the projection of the magic book still made him gain a lot. I think, even if Thor didn't make it to the list in the end, if he has gone through all this, he still has grown a lot. Then I will still take him to the world tree for baptism. After hearing what he said, the Queen of God, Frigga, was a little surprised. So, do you think our son might not be on the list? It's possible. Odin did not deny the other party's statement. After all, from the past to the present, each of the superheroes on the list has extremely high quality, but Thor also has many flaws. If he still hasn't changed in the end, maybe he won't be on the list. However, if he can grow, I will be satisfied. God Empress Frigg nodded, indeed. At the same time, on screen, as night fell, Gordon used his Batcall to call Batman. At the same time, he was handed a Joker card. A lunatic appeared in Gotham recently, and many politicians died in his hands. Gordon said to Batman calmly. The voice fell. The picture gradually dimmed. Open black lens bracket. The first act. The mystery of Hero and Shadow. The curtain is over. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Batman is officially born. Start preparing for his legendary experience. Close black lens bracket. Deadpool universe. Deadpool couldn't help standing up when he saw Gordon took out Joker's card in the picture. Although I am a character from the Marvel universe, I still know what this card means. The Joker is about to appear. This villain is so popular, even I've heard of it in the Marvel universe. He exclaimed. At the same time, on screen. Next, the second act of the Batman story will begin. Open black lens bracket. Dark Knight. Close black lens bracket. 119. Batman Joker killed 5 officers and court judges in a row. Now that so many officers have died, the public opinion on this matter has become more and more serious. Batman and Inspector Jim Gordon set out to figure out how to eradicate these Joker factions. The plan has already started to be implemented, and they have used all kinds of relationships, hoping to get a complete overview of these Jokers. What Batman didn't expect was that through the plan with his friend Dante and the cover of the bomb, Mr. Liu and Joker escaped from the place where they were held. Through a series of schemes, Batman brought Oda down again. Joker was really resentful when he was imprisoned. He knew that it was impossible for Batman to be completely corrupted and depraved. He put his thoughts on other people, but Dante is not like this. It is a real good time to strike. Sure enough, Dante couldn't resist the temptation to be fooled by Joker. What the hell, he's really teamed up with Joker. When he heard the news, Bruce was really angry, and his eyes widened. It's true that we can't trust this guy in the future. Advertisement. Bruce and Dante have been friends for a long time. How could he never have thought that he would be bought by Joker in the end? I know about this. In the blink of an eye, half a month later, what people didn't expect was that the Joker actually threatened Dante's life. The two of them didn't come to an agreement, and in the end Dante didn't side with Batman. I didn't expect you to be really ignorant of current affairs. Today I will let Batman die with you. Joker roared angrily, waiting for Batman to arrive. When writing these scenes, Zian feels like his brain cells are going to be burned. He has always admired Batman, but this time Batman had to bear so many insults and negative emotions, which also made Zian feel very depressed. Should I change the ending in the future? Looking at the inventory of magic books in front of him, Zian said to himself. Forget it, let them suffer a certain amount before they can become stronger. After thinking for 2 minutes, Zian once again muttered to himself, said a word, picked up the pen and began to write again. Advertisement. Joker, you let go of my friend. Batman was dressed in black, spread his bat wings and jumped up to the top of the building. Backquote. You guys are finally here. Joker's annoying voice sounded, and Dante never expected that his friends would come to save him at such a time. Leave me alone, it's all a conspiracy. How could Batman think so much now? He was just entangled with each other. Dante knew he didn't want to drag his friend back, so he yelled with a smile on his lips and red eyes. Leave me alone, it's all my fault. Lee How, after the voice fell, he jumped down and fell from the high roof to the ground. It's funny to watch, it's all over. Batman received a lot of slander before, and now he decides to bear the abuse that everyone doesn't understand in silence. We'll meet later. Joker didn't expect that guy to do such a thing in the last moment. Knowing how powerful Batman is, he hurriedly left the place of right and wrong. 120. Pessimistic characters get a lot of viewer sentiment. Batman stood alone for a while, and everyone rushed over. He and the inspector returned to the room. Send a hunt for me. The detective was really shocked. Hearing what Batman said, he could only agree to it among the 4 of them. The next day, the inspector had to issue a warrant for Batman. As this matter fermented, many people smashed the bat shape of the signal light, and also gave Batman the name of a Dark Knight. The chapter of the Dark Knight ends. Zian took back the pen and exhaled lightly. In the end, Batman was the one who took the blame. Don't worry, I will turn you back into a real superhero in the future. What he didn't expect was that Batman's final 550 became a tragedy. When Zian wrote about this place, he knew that only in this way can the emotions of more spectators be aroused and he will get endless rewards. The magic book was closed again, and the faint golden light on it disappeared bit by bit. I don't know what the reward will be this time. Advertisement, Zian muttered to himself. It has been half a year since he came to this world, and he has written so many super characters every day. Although he has been rewarded, he wants to get out of this threshold earlier. Congratulations to the host, the Iron Man he is working on, AIAF, has driven the emotions of the audience. A mechanical voice rang in his mind, and the subtitles line by line also appeared in his mind at the same time. Zian was taken aback for a moment, knowing that this was just the emergence of the system. Since he got the magic inventory book, there have been several days like this. I don't know what I will get if this time the emotions of the spectators are stimulated. This guy only shows up when he's done writing a book. The two had dealt with each other several times, and Zian was not polite to him. Please wait. The other party was also a person who seldom talked. Zian just felt 3 golden words appear in his mind, saying please wait a moment. He was just thinking about it, and with a sway, he began to feel that the Iron Man he wrote this time had become a very tragic person, and he was very emotional. But the words that followed really left Zian speechless. What was the situation? How could it be like this? Your reward is that you can write the next superhero with your mind in the future, and the speed will become even faster. Advertisement. What the hell is this? Is this also called a reward? Wrong. Wait a minute, what did he mean by that? Just when Zian wanted to complain, he suddenly felt the meaning of what the other party said just now. As long as he uses his mind to think about the next plot, wouldn't it mean that the editing speed of the top 10 superheroes can become faster and faster? You have to know that he is really exhausted to death with that pen and writes every day and night. Doesn't it mean that as long as I think about the next plot, it will evolve into a corner story in this world? That's right, that's what it looks like. A few words floated in his mind again to answer his question. As long as you think up these plots with your mind, the speed will become faster in the future. Zian thinks that he will speed up his pace when he wants to enter this world of beautiful comics in the future. I like this reward. Zian said to himself, and he also knew that the magic book would disappear after a while of checking his kung fu. 121. Zian writes books with ideas. Sure enough, the other party did not say a word after giving the reward, nor did any gold lettering appear once. Let's see now that 5 superheroes have been written. Who's next? I came to this world because I knew it through a newspaper that Iron Man published in the news. I came to the world of American comics. Now I have written 4 superheroes, and I have written 5 superhero stories in total. Well, the task given at the beginning was the top 10 superheroes. Doesn't it mean that there will be 5 more people in the future? Thinking of having 5 people to write it, Zian really has more than enough to say. You must know that in the Marvel Universe, there are many other characters appearing, and these people are also remarkable. Time flies so fast. I'll write about the captain of the country next. He was talking to himself and thinking about it. This is a legendary figure among the top 10 superheroes, and also a special existence among everyone. Come on, we're ready to start. To be honest, Zian wants to give it a try. What kind of situation will it be like to write a book with ideas today? Will it make people more relaxed? He moved his mind at will, and started to let the magic book open the book one at a time. Advertisement. As the magic book was opened bit by bit, a burst of golden sunlight radiated out again. The captain of the country of Magnesium is an extremely heroic figure, and the age of his birth is also very characteristic. It was an era of great wars. Since he was going to write about Captain Magnesia, Zian paused slightly in his consciousness, thinking that he should start with the red-headed monster. The big villain outside the redhead can be regarded as one of the best. Well, if that's the case, let's start with you. The story about the captain of Magnesium country has officially started. He was born into a world of war. The captain of the Magnesium country was wearing an iconic blue suit, holding a shield in his hand, leading the soldiers around him, and started fighting in the front direction. Why is the enemy so powerful this time? Captain, don't you know? Now the leaders above have found out that it is the red-headed monster who really endangers the people. In the past, they were fighting against some dangerous guys, but this time they were fighting against something completely different. Each of them was extremely powerful, and this was an organized team. 0. Seeking flowers. Advertisement. What the hell is this? While fighting with his teammates around him, the captain of the Magnesium country asked who knew about this matter. Teammates didn't know much about these things, and they answered again while flipping their bodies. Captain, what is going on here? I don't know, I just heard that the red-headed monster is the real murderer who endangers the people. When the team leader heard what the team members said, he didn't ask any further questions. As long as he asked the leader who these guys were, he would definitely know in the future. A battle lasted until the evening, and the regiment defeated this so-called red-headed monster team bit by bit. The captain of the Magnesium country was still thinking about what the so-called red-headed monster was, and after settling all the team members, he came to the building. Report. His voice was very loud, and it sounded outside the corridor of the office. Enter. With a majestic voice, Captain America pushed open the door and walked towards the inside. Chapter 122. The superhero who defeated the red-headed monster. Report. I have something to ask. He has always been a straightforward person, and he doesn't like to beat around the bush no matter what. Besides, these players all have this kind of personality. Explain. It can be seen that the leader is very busy, and now he has not raised his head, but is looking at the documents in front of him. His eyebrows furrowed deeply. I heard some people say that red-headed monsters appeared again this time, and I don't know what kind of team they, 6, are. Sure enough, The words of Captain Magnesium made the leader put down the documents in his hand. Unexpectedly, this news has been deeply suppressed for a long time. Even the captain of the Magnesium country did not disclose it. How did he know this news? How did you know the news? The leader did not deny or admit it, and it seems that there is indeed something to do. Advertisement, I just heard that I asked you to confirm it today. He's not a guy who sells out his teammates, he takes everything. It is true that such a red-headed monster appeared and they are extremely vicious. When you fight against it in the future, you should be careful. There are many things that cannot be said, and now the leaders can only say these things. Captain Magnesium, as a righteous hero with ability, will meet them in battle, sooner or later. The leader sitting opposite him thought for a while, then sighed deeply, and pushed the document in front of him. Let's take a look, don't say that I revealed it to you. The red-headed monsters are a group of vicious people who pose a great threat to the entire country. After seeing it, the captain of the country of Magnesium did not expect these guys to threaten the country and the people. It's the leader, don't worry, I won't talk about it, I know about this, so I'll go out first. After reading the document in his hand, he pushed the leader back and turned his head again, and his whole body became a lot heavier. Walked outside the door. Advertisement, the door was closed, and the captain of the country let out a deep breath. It seems that his enemies will become more and more powerful in the future, but he is not afraid, and he will definitely let them learn a lesson. Let me completely defeat you in the future. It only took 3 or 2 minutes to write this place. Zian let out a soft breath and withdrew his consciousness. I didn't expect this reward to be really useful. Zian smiled slightly, although this thing is not a very good system, it is just a magic book, but now he finds it more and more interesting. It seems that this captain of the Magnesium country, I can write it in just 2 days. In the past, he had watched the TV series of the captain of the country of Magnesium, and even some cartoons, and he liked the captain of the country of Magnesium in it very much. Thinking about the several films of the captain of Magnesia, each of which is a legend, there are several of them. Zian thought that he should write more carefully when he wanted to write. 2.6. I don't know if I will come to you in the future. The most important thing for him now is to write all the top 10 superheroes. If the system is happy in the future, it will be interesting to put it in the Marvel world. It means that Zian also began to have a sweet dream at this moment, hoping to become real good friends with Captain Magnesium, even Thor and Wolverine. 123. Idol of peers. He believes that this is not only his idol, but also the idol of those partners who were the same age as him back then. Thinking about it, it was already dark outside. A round of moon hangs high above the sky, giving the night the little bit of light. Zian sat on the chair with him like this, slowly closed his eyes, with a smile on his mouth, and fell asleep bit by bit. The sky turned pale again, Zian shuddered, and his whole body was frozen awake. What's the matter? I sat on a chair and slept all night. Zian was in a daze, murmuring. He stood up and walked towards 08's bathroom. It has been more than half a year since he came to the Marvel world, and he has long been accustomed to the life here. Although he can change the world here now, he is a mortal body after all. If he walks on the street, he doesn't know which strange villain the superhero will fight next. If he is not careful, he will die unexpectedly. The safest way is to hide in this place, waiting for all the superhero stories to be written. I went to the toilet and simply washed up. Advertisement. Returning to the table again, Zian casually picked up a bucket of instant noodles. It's really sad to think about it. I didn't expect this simple instant noodles to become his most daily morsel. Can you improve the food for me? While adding hot water to the bucket of instant noodles, he muttered and protested and complained. There was no reply in the room, and he was the only one talking to himself, and no one answered at all. Seeing that the instant noodles had been soaked, Zian skillfully opened the instant noodles and began to eat one bite at a time. While eating the instant noodles, he was still thinking about the various plots of Captain Magnesia in his mind. Be sure to finish writing it quickly today to see if this new reward works well. After taking another bite of the instant noodles with a fork, Zian began to think about the ideas in his mind. While he was thinking about the second part of Captain Magnesia, he was still thinking about what kind of adjustments could be made to various plots. This is really a person like me. Advertisement. Zian suddenly remembered that the captain of the second part of Magnesia was called the Winter Soldier. As for the plot inside, he was a reporter in college. Captain Steve of Magnesia failed to do the task in the first part, and was frozen for 20 years. When he was resurrected and integrated into the new world again, he also encountered various difficulties. Since coming to the Marvel world, it has become very difficult for Zian to integrate into this society. Although there are many ordinary people in this Marvel world, compared with those ordinary people, he is not out of place. However, he still can't fully integrate into everything that lives here at 570, and can only hide in front of this magic book and write tasks every day. At this moment, Zian really hopes that he can write the top 10 superhero edited books quickly, so that he can go to their side to experience this exciting life. Since he came to this world, he has thought a lot in the past 6 months. This world is different from the previous world, so he no longer rejects it, and if he wants to accept it all, he can also live a brand new life. Thinking about this, Zian picked up the book in front of him, again, and started flipping through it. After he flipped through the magic book, it once again emitted a burst of dazzling light. 124. Steve trying to fit in flipping over the previous content one by one, Zian moved his mind at will and started writing the book with his mind. It has become very easy for him to write the content of the magic book at will, and these contents will soon be made public and will happen in this world. The first thing Zian did was to integrate Magnesium Captain Steve into this society. There are many various problems in modern society, and even people's lives have undergone earth-shaking changes. SHIELD colleagues under attack. Assemble everyone. Zian's writing has already started, but he didn't expect that the plot of this story has already entered the official stage with just a slight click of his head. Waiting for a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, I saw a mechanical voice sounded in SHIELD on the other side. What's the situation? A colleague was attacked. Yeah, let's go to the meeting quickly. One after another, people in overalls rushed towards the conference room. Everyone has to get together and prepare for the next meeting. In just 2 minutes, a lot of people rushed to the conference room. Advertisement. Okay. Everyone is here. No more nonsense. This time SHIELD colleagues are attacked. Let's go rescue them together. The person whose name is called will set off with me in a while. The leader standing above had an extremely serious face, as dark as the bottom of a pot. This time the colleagues of SHIELD were attacked, which was a provocation for them. It's the leader. Following an order, the leaders above began to call their names one by one. The captain of Magnesium Country, Steve, came to this new environment and got to know his colleagues very well and was quickly called on by name. This mission will be led by Magnesium Captain Steve. Hearing the order from above, the captain of Magnesia took a step forward and led the task. It's the leader. He turned his head and looked at several colleagues around him and ordered directly. Everyone is ready to go. It's the captain. It's the captain. Advertisement as Captain Steve. He has always been a legendary existence among these people. Everyone knows that he is very powerful and is willing to obey him sincerely. Zian's fingers moved slightly. He didn't expect that this time the plot would only go so far in a blink of an eye. It seems that if I want to write these plots quickly, I can get faster and faster. Thinking of these, Zian showed a satisfied smile, and once again wrote the story of Captain America setting off to save his colleagues. In a blink of an eye, everyone came to the scene, and a battle had begun. With a shield in his hand, the captain of the Magnesium Country took a step forward and began to fight with the opponent. Although the other party had already made preparations, they only tried for half a day because of their bravery, and rescued all the colleagues of SHIELD. Backquote. You did a good job on this, Monies, task. The leader looked at the captain of the Magnesium Country below who rescued all his colleagues, and praised him for successfully completing the task. These are all things I should do. He saluted respectfully and answered the leader's words seriously. Okay, you've worked hard, go down and have a rest. Follow the leader. Following his words, he accepted the next task, turned his head and walked out the door. 125. Complete the task perfectly. What Steve didn't know, because after he rescued his SHIELD colleagues this time, he was once again involved in a conspiracy. This conspiracy is fermenting little by little, and somehow he, Black Widow and even Nick, the director friend of SHIELD, are all hunted down. What's the situation? How did these guys come to chase me down? Before he knew what was going on, he looked at his dark-skinned friend Nick Fury wearing a black blindfold. Now there is a new task before us. Hearing this friend's words really made the faces of Captain America and Black Widow even more ugly. The two were chased and killed for no reason, and only now did I see that this guy's output was 620 with a mission. Tell me, what are we going to do this time? Steve's personality has always been very good, and he doesn't say so many complaining words. Besides, he also knows that Nick has just received the task above. But Black Widow is not such a character that is easy to fool. Now whether it is SHIELD or Steve, they all treat themselves like a monkey, and let him be hunted down like this, and I feel very angry when I think about it. Advertisement. He didn't speak, but looked at the two men in front of him with a livid face. Why are you looking at me like that? The woman in black looked at Steve with hatred in her eyes, which made him really unbearable. Don't you know the conspiracy among them? What a conscience, I really don't know these things. Steve felt that he had been wrong too, but he didn't expect that Black Widow thought of himself this way. He was really fooled into being confused, and now he doesn't want to pursue the past, he just wants to complete this task as soon as possible. Seeing his innocent face, Black Widow finally fixed his gaze on SHIELD Nick viciously. That's what you guys do. He has always been such a personality, especially a woman who likes to be alone, otherwise he would not have such a famous minister. Ife. He didn't give Nick any face when he spoke, which also made the other person's face become a little embarrassed. Advertisement. This is the task I just tracked down. Let's study it first, and then you can hold us accountable. During the conversation, several people were in the dark pipeline, and Nick took out a blueprint. What lies ahead of the blueprints is the current machinations of their old rival Hydra. Hydra is an evil force that has been operating for decades, and now they have an even more evil plan. They want to destroy all the current order and make the country their puppet. I heard that Nyx is waiting for you to come and want to arrest them or do all kinds of things they plan, but I didn't expect this task to be really serious. These guys are really disgusting. I will definitely make them look good. The captain of the country of Magnesium was jealous of evil. Seeing these guys doing so many evil things, he cursed angrily in his heart. He was still complaining about Nick's Black Widow just now, but at this moment his complexion also became extremely ugly. He really didn't expect Hydra to be so evil, and if this is the case, he will definitely make them look good. Whether this mission can succeed or not depends on the abilities of the two of you. I hope I'm wrong, that's not him. 126. I hope I see the wrong person, that is not him. Listening to Nick's words, both Black Widow and Steve knew that they were specially selected. It seems that today's chase and various other things that will follow are also arranged by SHIELD. In Zian's mind, He suddenly thought of the two of them, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch in satisfaction. It's not because this incident is a happy event, but because he feels that this story makes him write more and more exciting. Zian believes that after writing like this, he will definitely arouse more people's emotions in the future. It shouldn't be a problem for him to get more rewards. These thoughts are only for a moment, and Zian once again lost sight of this novel of Captain Magnesium. The camera flashed, and during the process of tracing, Steve and Black Widow met their new teammates again. Why are you here? He and Black Widow disrupted Hydra's plan and are entangled with each other. What he didn't expect was that during the battle, he actually saw his teammates. This teammate's nickname is Falcon, and his real name is Sam. He had met them a few times before. Advertisement, you are my idol. Seeing that you are in trouble in this place, I am here to help you. Thanks, brother. The captain of the Magnesium country waved his hand and held the shield in his hand to the front direction. He was the first to block the attack of a bullet, and then flipped back to the side of several people again. The combat abilities of the three are extremely strong, and they defeated the enemy together in just one morning. Today's battle was really fun. Seeing that the enemy either fled or died on this street, Sam retracted his weapon and sighed. These guys are looking for death, let me see them again, and I won't let them go. Black Widow wrapped his weapon little by little, looking at those guys on the ground without any mercy. These Hydra forces are particularly hateful, and they have caused a lot of damage in the past few days, which has really given them some headaches. Thank you both for your cooperation. Steve cleaned up the mess in front of him and returned to his two friends. 0. Seeking flowers. Advertisement. Suddenly, Steve raised his head and looked in the direction of a familiar figure at Genuine. What he didn't expect was that this time the enemy was actually one of his former assistants. For the figure of his former friends, he can remember very clearly, and he can be sure of the figure of the other party just by looking at him. How could he still wear such a piece of clothing in this place? You must know that Hydra has fixed clothing. As long as they are their people, they will have these clothing signs. Listening to his muttering, both Black Widow and Sam felt a little strange, and the two asked in unison. What's wrong? Who did you see? Could it be that I saw an acquaintance? The words of the two people brought back all his thoughts for an instant. The captain of Magnesia knows that if he tells who his opponent is, Nick and S.H.I.E.L.D. will not let him go, and he needs to confirm again. Zian exhaled lightly, knowing that the next big battle was about to begin. This is also the most poignant scene in the whole movie. 127. The betrayal of an old friend. Being betrayed by former friends is really not easy for the captain of the country. Zian exhaled lightly, expressing the emotion in his heart. Looking at what I have just written in front of me, I know that there is still a final climax. This book, Captain of Magnesium Country 2, is about to be finished. I didn't expect the speed of editing to become so fast. Seeing so many plots written, even more exciting than before, every language is so real, and every action makes people feel as if they are in front of them. Even the plot began to become ups and downs after passing through his imagination. Zian feels that writing a new program is the biggest assistant for him now. Whether I can get out of this room in the future depends on you. He is now ready to leave this room and walk into the real Marvel world. As long as these 10 top 10 heroes are all edited, the world will return to normal, and he wants to take a look at the lives of these real heroes. Advertisement. Thinking of these things, Zian stopped hesitation, but with a wave of his hand, turned the magic book again, and started a new chapter. After Steve's investigation, he didn't expect that his real enemy turned out to be his former assistant, and they were very good friends when they joined the army in the early years. Thinking about the days of sharing weal and woe, the captain of the country deeply shook hands. Steve was really angry. What happened in 20 years? Why did it become like this? Everyone is clearly a righteous person, but he turned out to be so evil. What's the surprise? But he knows better that now is not the time to pursue these matters. Hydra's evil plan has officially started, and he wants to become enemies with his friends from the past without any hesitation. I have something to say. Steve came to Nick's side, speaking in a low voice. Hearing the other party's voice, Steve was a little strange, turned his head to look at this good friend, wondering what happened today that affected his mood. What's wrong? What do you want to say? Advertisement. A man with dark skin, wearing a black blindfold on his face, wants to see clearly what his friend in front of him is thinking. What I'm going to say next may surprise you very much. You have to be mentally prepared. Nick has never been a person who will be defeated casually, and he has a good ability to accept many things, otherwise he would not have reached the point of S.H.I.E.L.D. I saw that after Steve finished this sentence, he started talking about everything about his former friend Bucky Barnes. He even said that after investigation, he knew that Bucky Barnes had some accidents, and was later used to become a killing machine. What happened to Bucky Barnes really surprised Nick. You mean he 1.8 is your former comrade in arms? He has definitely heard of the name Bucky Barnes, and the other party has a very high status in Hydra. It would be a matter of time before he could be dealt with, but he also knew that Steve would definitely be difficult to deal with. Yes, as long as we follow his lead, I believe we will be able to crack Hydra's plan. 128. Destroy Hydra's plans. The captain of Magnesium Country has considered everything very clearly. As long as this plan is completed bit by bit, Hydra will be defeated by them. You and him never imagined that today he not only gave himself a little clue, but even thought about his thoughts in the future. Tell me about your plan. The two people in the room began to talk with extremely serious faces, how to deal with Bucky Barnes's problem next. It's not that friends don't get together, it's just that less than half a month later, when the captain of Magnesia was performing a mission, he really saw Bucky Barnes. '08. I didn't expect that we would meet in this format. Knowing that the current identity of Captain Magnesium is opposite to him, and looking at his inhuman appearance, Bucky Barnes said in a calm voice sometimes. I already know what happened to you, and it's too late to turn around now. After all, the two of them are also brothers who grew up together. Knowing what happened to Bucky Barnes, Captain Magnesia's heart is also extremely heartbroken. Too late, Steve. Advertisement: since Bucky Barnes lost a left arm, now it is replaced with a mechanical arm, and now he is a leader within Hydra. It is impossible to be a human being again. The only thing he can do now is to go all the way to the Black and stand on his heel in Hydra. Come on, let us brothers have a good fight today. The Black Widow and Sam, who were fighting around them, didn't expect that Steve and that guy actually knew each other. Hearing the various friendships between the two of them since they were young, also made Black Widow a little surprised, the degree of familiarity between the other party and the captain of the country. What's the matter with this guy? Wearing a black suit and holding a machine gun in the desert, he ran curiously to the Black Widow next to him. The blonde-haired Black Widow flicked his long legs vigorously, kicked the opponent's body, and replied somewhat confused. It seems that the identity of that guy is really not simple. They heard the conversation between the two, and they definitely know that there are still many stories in it. Careful. Advertisement: seeing that side, Steve and Bucky Barnes had started fighting each other, and the two stopped talking nonsense and entered the fighting situation. A fight came to an end, and Bucky Barnes hadn't wanted to kill Steve all this time. He could see that today's battle could only end in this way. While the other party was not paying attention, he turned his body forward and stabbed him in the knife, and a mouthful of blood gushed out. Steve never thought 650 that Bucky Barnes would do this, and stared wide-eyed at his old friend in front of him. In this way I have an explanation to you. The corners of Bucky Barnes' mouth were raised slightly, and he pulled out the knife with all his strength towards the back. He spat out a mouthful of blood again, and fell heavily to the ground. Don't want brothers. The plot of this paragraph is really ups and downs, making Zian feel as if he is in the scene. Bucky Barnes is too sad and too sad. He understands the audience's appetite, and he knows that he can get more highlights. 129. Barn Bass is too tragic. The next moment is the moment of their parting. Zian only needs to think about it for a while, and he can think clearly about everything. Regarding the result of Hydra, Zian also made clear arrangements. Whether it is Sam or Black Widow will also receive meritorious service in the future. Well, it seems that there is such a character in every ending. Zian withdrew his spirit, raised his head and glanced in the direction of the clock. I just arrived at 11 o'clock in the morning. I didn't expect to finish writing a hero movie in just over 3 hours. If this speed is followed, I will be able to leave this room soon. Zian knows that the ending of the character of Bucky Barnes is still very good in terms of emotional points. Come on, I have prepared the magic book. Zian asked to himself, and rewarded him with the golden magic book in front of him. The body leaned against the chair behind more casually, and by the way put the double head beside the table. Advertisement: but what Zian didn't expect was that the magic book didn't change at all. Is there any accident in it? No, as long as he writes a book, the world will change accordingly. Is it because there are not enough emotional points? While he was puzzled, a mechanical voice sounded. What I wrote this time is really impressive, and you will get better rewards. Hearing the sentence said by the system, he also saw the golden words in his mind, which appeared in his mind like a subtitle. Zian really never imagined that it wasn't because the system didn't appear, but because the story he wrote was too touching, and the storyline was too exciting, which made the other party unable to react for a long time. Could it be that you were moved by me? He looked expectantly in his eyes, looking at the golden magic book in front of the inquirer. For a long time, there was only this magic book, and Zian would talk to him every day or two, making Zian treat him as a friend. Master, let's get down to business. What kind of reward do you want next? He has received various rewards now, and he doesn't know what to reward if he wants to get new rewards. Advertisement: it is also because of the top 10 heroes written by the Master today. The captain of Magnesium country is too wonderful, and he wants to give a special reward. Backquote. You mean let me make the request? Zian was really surprised, sat up from the chair, took off his legs, looked at the magic book in front of him and asked in surprise. He didn't know what medicine this guy took wrongly today, and he let himself choose. You must know that this magic book has always been a very proud guy, and he is unwilling to say a few words with him. Given such a good condition today, Qian Nuo's, Anne was really afraid that there would be some kind of pit waiting for him. Your writing today's Captain Magnesia is really good. This is my special reward for you. Special reward, Qian. It seems that this is true, since it needs to be thought about carefully. Zian furrowed his brows deeply, and began to make calculations in his heart. He thought that no matter what, he couldn't make a loss-making business. He had to open his mouth wide and let him take out the blood book. 130. Want a special reward. He has been suppressed for such a long time, and today he finally has a chance to stand up, and he cannot let it go no matter what. How did the visual system know that he had so many wishful thinking, and he didn't say anything after waiting for a long time? Did he think that this guy gave up the reward? The golden subtitles on the magic book appeared again, and these words appeared to communicate with him. May I ask if the master chose to give up the reward? If he really gave up, it would make the magic book feel a little strange. What is wrong with today's master? Seeing the golden words in his mind and choosing to give up the reward, Zian was startled and immediately opened his mouth to refuse. Impossible. How could I give up? One must know that it took him more than 3 hours to finish writing The Winter Soldier today, so it would be a pity if he gave up. Even he was still thinking in his heart, writing a book about Captain Magnesia in the afternoon, wouldn't it be possible to get more rewards? After thinking about this abacus, Zian smiled slightly, and he discussed with the other party in a fawning manner. You, AIEG, ask me to propose a reward right now. I really can't think of what I want. The two of us can discuss it. Look, if I write another book and get more emotions, can you let them put the 2 points together? I want a special reward. When the system heard that this guy was bargaining with him again, he really wanted to roll his eyes helplessly. Advertisement. This is also the greatest kindness to him. I didn't expect this little human being to want to bargain with him. For this arrogant system, it didn't answer his question for a while, but used this silent voice to fight against the other party's emotions. This made Zian a little nervous. Could it be that this guy took back the reward just now? Ask again and again quickly. What's the matter? You're not here. Still angry. Thinking that if the other party disagrees, then he will quickly ask for a reward, no matter what it is. He can't make a loss-making business, and let his 3 hours of hard work be nothing. Don't be angry, I'm just discussing with you, or I'll just ask for a reward right now. No matter how you look at your magic book, you are not a stingy guy. Let's discuss it with the two of us. He flattered the other party every sentence, hoping that the other party would not have any emotions because of this, which would affect his future fortune. It's not impossible, but it can't be too much. If you put forward any excessive conditions, I will not agree. The magic book definitely knows that Zian is a villain who pushes forward, and his weakness makes him take advantage of it. He doesn't know how he will drink his own blood next. It seems that the two of them have been together for half a year, and they have cooperated with each other and intrigued with each other, and they really have a certain understanding. Zian silently rolled his eyes, knowing that this magic book is very smart. It seems that thinking about some cleverness in the future will not work. That is nature. What is nature? How could I make excessive demands? 131 The Winter Soldier. Don't worry, if you don't agree, I'll make another request right away. The system knows that this guy can turn faces faster than pages and doesn't want to continue negotiating with him like this. His mechanical voice sounded again, answering the other party's request. Okay, then you can ask for a reward together when Captain San of the Magnesium Country finishes writing. In fact, for him, the third captain of the Magnesium Country is just a real movie plot that can be written in 3 or 2 hours. It is said that the time is very short for him, but in this world, it will take a certain amount of time to complete the development of all these things. Zian was really overjoyed when the system retreated this time. Since Uncle Magic agreed, doesn't it mean that he can have a big wish? He hopes that in the future he can walk out of this room, into the real Marvel world, into the crowd, and even to the side of the hero's body. If the system can agree, he also hopes that his life can, developmentally change. Thank you for rest assured, I won't ask for too much reward. Advertisement. He hasn't been in contact with too many people for a long time, and he also hopes to make new friends, and believes that these requests are not too much, and the magic book will agree. Well, since this is the case, I will save the emotional value for you this time. If you need it in the future, I will naturally show up again. Hearing the other party's affirmative answer, Zian stood up excitedly. Due to his sudden and violent movements, the chair he was sitting on suddenly moved back a long way, and Pilar's piercing sound sounded. He didn't care what kind of noise was happening in the room at all, but thanked the magic book lying on the table in front of him. Thank you, I will definitely edit the next Captain Magnesia seriously. Captain Magnesia 2 The Winter Soldier pulled off the curtain perfectly in just 3 hours. After hearing the promises he made, the magic book was unwilling to say another word to him and slowly disappeared. This also made Zian's mind completely clear. Now his eyes are whirling and his brain is running at a speed of 180 degrees. All he was thinking about was how to get the system to allow him to go to the Marvel world. Even if the system can improve his basic necessities of life, he is alone every day, so don't let him have no interest in enjoying it. Advertisement 0, Seeking Flowers. Zian, who has been imprisoned for half a year, wants freedom most now, and hopes that the system will agree. I looked up at the clock, and it was 12 o'clock. Since it's noon time to continue editing novels in the afternoon, it's better to cook a good meal at noon to reward yourself. 0. He thought about the bowl of instant noodles he ate in the morning, and now he felt hungry and rumbling around. I'll fry up a steak first, and make myself a hamburger. I still have to think about what reward I want this afternoon. I don't know if he will let me come to this Marvel world after Captain Magnesium 3 finishes writing. Zian has long been accustomed to this life of talking to himself. He can stand up and walk towards the kitchen while talking to himself. While talking, he took out a hamburger from the refrigerator and took out a semi-finished steak from the bottom of the refrigerator. He didn't know how to cook until he arrived in the Marvel world, but people can't starve to death, so he learned this little bit of technical meaning bit by bit. Chapter 132 Steak and Red Wine. That's right, it smells really good. After the steak was placed on the non-stick pan for a while, the meaty aroma from frying made him swallow. The hamburger ding sounded, and the semi-finished product has been heated and matured. Zian's hearty lunch has begun. He put the steak on the plate bit by bit, and even set him a beautiful plate in a good mood today. I didn't like to eat these meals in the past, but now I think about the pressure of life, this is already a good reward. You're done. Looking at the well-prepared steak in front of him, and on the other side, the burger has been layered with chicken legs and lettuce leaves. Come on, have a drink today to celebrate a new change in my life. While talking, he walked towards the refrigerator again, and took out a bottle of red wine from it. This bottle of red wine is not particularly expensive, so Zian only drinks a glass when he is happy. Advertisement: there are dangers everywhere in this world. He is afraid that if he drinks alcohol, what danger will he face next? If he is close to him, he cannot have a good way to deal with it. Only when he is extremely happy, he will pick up the red wine, drink a glass and taste it. He poured the red wine with a strong wine aroma into a high wine glass and brought it to the table. There were also some messy things on the table. In order to make his life less messy, Zian put all those things aside. A man's life is always so simple, and there are not so many details in the room. He is satisfied just looking at the food in front of him. Come on, I will fight for the right to be free tonight. Only Zian knows how important this sentence is. In order to complete the task now, he can only write the lives of the 10 heroes. When he is free in the future, he will be free. Cheers. He shook the red wine lightly, took the goblet and brought it to his mouth bit by bit, and took a sip of it. The taste is really good wine. Advertisement. While talking, Zian, I praised him a few times, and said something to myself, and took a deep look in the direction of the magic book. The magic book has never responded, as if it has never appeared. He is still a little lonely, because when he wrote about Captain Magnesia today, Bucky Barnes in it was a tragic person. A real warrior finally turned into a villain with huge amounts of money, and even the leader of the villain, which made Captain Magnesium feel lonely. Zian thought about it for a while. Steve must be in an extremely bad mood at this moment, so he couldn't help picking up the wine glass in front of him, feeling the other person's mood and taking another sip. Steve's personality is also his favorite among all superheroes, and only now can he deeply understand the feelings of those heroes back then. Let's have a hamburger. After a few sips of wine, 0.5, he also took a knife and fork, and skillfully cut a few pieces of steak. The taste of the steak is really good, there is only such a small piece. I feel that these things are just arty, and it is too difficult to eat enough. He let go of the knife and fork in his hand, took the red wine aside, stretched out his hand to take the burger and took a big bite. Chapter 133. The Century of Ultron has passed the full taste of meat, and the hamburger chewing in the mouth. The compound taste made Zian feel satisfied all of a sudden. This is real life. Those red wine steaks are extravagant, but only by eating this kind of protective food can one feel the real existence. In just 5 minutes, the hamburger was completely wiped out by him. Looking at the time on the clock, it was almost 1 o'clock. After 1 o'clock, I will start to write Captain Magnesia 3 again. Thinking about the next plot, Zian feels that writing a book is also an interesting thing. Before 2008, it was extremely difficult for him to edit these novels for a period of time. At that time, he was very resistant to these tasks provided by the magic book. Thinking about it now, the magic book and him seem to be good friends, and they also seem to be a pair of bad friends, but they are both good and bad, and they can only depend on each other in the future. I have to admit, this feeling is actually very good. Zian muttered while thinking, or said this to himself, and returned to the table again. Advertisement, Captain 3 of Magnesium Country, where do I start today? While Zian was talking, he was still thinking about the plots he talked about before. The movie Captain Magnesia is divided into 4 or 5 parts, each of which is an extremely important classic. The more he writes now, the more he can understand the various contents in it. Let me think about what to write now. Zian, he remembered that when he wrote Avengers, he wrote Age of Ultron. There are also various plots of the Captain of the Country, and even many things happened. Thinking of these, Zian decided that it is necessary for the Captains of Magnesia to connect with each other, so as to make the next one more exciting. Well, since this is the case, I will add some more plots for you. Zian was talking to himself again. A golden light appeared in his mind. The magic book opened with a clatter of golden light, causing him to narrow his eyes slightly. At noon, the light on the magic book was even more dazzling, which also made Zian murmur and complain. Advertisement, your light is too dazzling. That's what Zian said. He has always loved this magic book very much. It was a perfect transition for them to enter the era of the Ultron century after paying the certificate, and Zian had swept away a lot of content in it. He remembered that the real protagonist this time was the Captain of Magnesia. Just a brief overview, I wrote the chapter of Avengers. In a blink of an eye, 540 Ultron did a lot of damage to the world, and after these effects, the Avengers were once again united. This is simply a big reunion, and it is even more exciting. All the heroes are together, it really is eye-catching. Zian opened his eyes, looked at the contents of these magic books that were appearing in front of him, his heart moved at will, and synchronized to the world again. He feels that as long as this time comes, everyone will form a surge, and the emotion of watching the class brought about by this content will give him 10 points of reward. Heroes wish each of you to move F. Chapter 134 Civil War. Zian felt that he was still watching TV at home at this moment, so he spoke again. Come on, let me see what the content of Captain Magnesia's third Civil War is. For this step, he has always been very familiar with it, and his brows began to frown when he thought about it. Zian got into the plot bit by bit, and Steve also started to enter a new chapter of his life. Because of the influence of all Avengers on Ultron, they united to protect all the people, and some forces behind them began to fear them. The protagonists of these forces believe that it is necessary to control the auras and super abilities of the protagonists of these superheroes, as well as their behavior, and they cannot be allowed to go on like this. So under circumstances unknown to Nick, these protagonists start a real meeting. Their meeting this time was very secretive, and only a little bit of news could be revealed. Zian's eyebrows frowned slightly. In order to write these things more mysteriously, he really used up all his literary talents. It's you guys who are the worst. Advertisement Zian has always known that only those guys at the top are the real conspirators. In order to let them get more emotions from the audience, Zian is also afraid that they write vividly. With the end of a meeting, a control measure was really introduced. These measures are really aimed at the heroes within Avengers. The top managers of the managers require them to act, but after the action, they must truly take the lead. They discussed for 3 hours and decided to use this task to suppress these heroes. As soon as this decision came out, it also caused a lot of controversy among the heroes among the controlled Avengers. What's the situation? These guys are really deceiving. Tony had a violent temper, and he slapped the table in front of him vigorously to resist. I won't listen to those guys talking nonsense. I'm not going to listen to them either. Advertisement, whether it is Black Widow or Batman, they are very angry when they hear these nonsensical opinions. Nick sits at the starting position and is actually very angry about these new tasks. But he knew that these tasks must be completed, and this was also the order of the leaders, who frightened him to death. Zian still likes Nick very much. He is not only able to help these heroes, but also a mediator between the two. Backquote. This character is really difficult to make. Your time of day, Zian finds himself talking to himself and starts chatting. Although he was the only one talking when chatting, he felt that he could relax a lot. Zian felt it for himself, and felt that it might be nuo how, that because he relaxed his hand, as long as he used his mind at will, he could flip the magic book. It was just a trance effort, and he once again put his spirit into the disputes between these forces. This is an order from S.H.I.E.L.D. and we must obey it. Steve has always been a strict person. As long as there is an order, he always obeys the order first, and it must be carried out no matter what. Chapter 135 Iron Man and Steve's contradictory relationship. Nick had talked to him earlier, and although he was angry, seeing so many friends resisting, he stood by Nick's side. What did you say that you actually agreed with them to control us? These plans are simply deceiving people too much. All tasks need to be done under their noses. I don't agree. Iron Man Tony was already a wealthy businessman, and he was even more unwilling to work with those leaders. This time, he let them overwhelm him. How could he be willing? Without any hesitation, he stood up and resisted what the captain of the Magnesium country said just now. I hope you all can complete mission 157 this time. Captain Megu knows that each of these people has his own temper, but he also hopes to help everyone reconcile the conflict this time. But what Captain Magnesia didn't expect was that Tony's temper was really a bomb. The two of them even started to quarrel with each other. I don't care if you are willing to be their lackey, but I will never agree. What did you say that you said that to me? Advertisement. If there is something you don't like, the two of us can solve it alone. Iron Man Tony has always had such a temper. He stood up and looked at the captain of the Magnesium country opposite him and said unconvinced. Since the conflict between the two of them could not be resolved, he would rather be singled out. A piece of red armor slashed in his direction during the conversation. Stop messing around, shut up all of you. Tony really didn't expect that the matter would turn out to be so serious, so he hurriedly stopped the quarrel between the two. But even so, the conflict between Iron Man and Captain America has completely intensified. Two people, you don't like me, and I don't agree with you, and the conflict between the alliances also broke out. Whether it's Batman or Thor, each of them has their own ideas. Some are on the side of Iron Man Tony, some are on the side of Magnesium, Captain Steve. Everyone was arguing like this, and in the end the leader didn't take any effort to destroy it, and actually caused a civil war between the entire Avengers team. Advertisement. This civil war made them fight each other. When Zian wrote about this place, he let out a deep breath. In fact, he likes each of these heroes very much, but this is a conspiracy by the leaders above, and he didn't expect them to fall into the trap. You people are really foolhardy. Zian threw away the pen in his hand angrily, and flipped through the magic book angrily. The golden light of the magic tree posted an article again, and saw some League of Heroes fighting. Their internal conflicts have reached a certain level, and they will explode today. Zian, he knows that today is the finale of Captain 3 of the entire Civil War, and it is also a highlight of it. Looking up at the time on the clock, it took another 3 hours to write a letter about the captain of the country of Magnesium. Zian feels that it is getting easier and easier for him to write a superhero well. Zian, who was complacent, moved his heart freely, and looked towards the direction of the magic book again. The golden font waving on it bit by bit, fell to the top and turned into a black font. Chapter 136 The Alliance reunited. The plot of the story began to develop again. Since the civil war between the two of them did not start, everyone finally shook hands and made peace again. For Zian, the plot took only half an hour to write. The captain of Magnesia ushered in a complete Zian finale, and the civil war was thus completely over. Let them unanimously go abroad, and let those leaders learn the lessons they deserve. But with the obstruction of Nick and Steve, they finally died down. I was so good that I left work at 4 o'clock on time. The finale ended. Zian raised his head and looked at the time on the clock. It's now 4 p.m. when the sun goes down, and the scenery outside becomes very beautiful. It's been a long time since he raised his head to look at the sunshine outside. All this makes him feel that life is so good for Zian. When he used to write these novels with a pen, he would work hard every day, and he would not fall asleep until midnight. Now just write these heroes with ideas. This kind of work is really simple and easy for him. Advertisement. It seems that the two rewards together should be quite a lot. In the morning, he gained a lot of enthusiasm from the audience, and in the afternoon, he also wrote the Captain 3 of Magnesium Country. Zian just thinks about it, and he is very proud of himself. He felt that these tasks given by the system made him easier and easier, and his confidence began to soar. He began to think about rewards, thinking whimsically, if he could sleep at night, get all these plots out, and put them on the magic book, wouldn't it make him more relaxed? But thinking about it, it's a pity to waste an opportunity for a reward just to kiss yourself. Zian had an idea, and was thinking again, if the magic book is willing to let him ask for himself, he would like to live with one of the heroes for a day. Since the superhero I am writing now is the captain of the country of Magnesium, it is fine to live with the captain of the country of Magnesium for a day. As long as there are superheroes around, Zian is not afraid at all that he will encounter danger, and if he encounters danger, there will definitely be them to protect him. Just as Zian was buzzing in his heart, the golden font of the magic book appeared in his mind again. 0. Seeking flowers. Your writing is getting better and better, and the audience's mood is getting higher and higher. Congratulations to your master. Advertisement. The mechanical sound was a welcome piece of news to him. Really? Thank you for your compliment. Is the condition I mentioned earlier in the morning still applicable? Zian couldn't wait to ask. The magic book must not make this guy go back on his word. That's natural, you talk about it. As long as the system listens to him, it knows that the master must have already thought about the conditions and is waiting for him. As long as it is not excessive, he is willing to agree to these conditions that the other party said. I want to live with Captain Magnesium for a day. Zian hadn't gone out of this door for a long time, and the only way out was to buy some daily necessities, and he had never wandered casually on the street. Thinking about the miserable life of the past 6 months, he just wants to go out and live a good day. The magic book never thought that as a reward twice, he just made such a request to chew on. Chapter 137. Zian wants to live recklessly for a day. Wouldn't it be a waste of a rewarding opportunity to want to live casually on the street for a day, and to be with Captain Magnesia? Are you sure you want this reward? The golden light of the magic book appeared in his mind again, and he asked in disbelief. Yes, I want to live with the Captain of Magnesia for a day, and this is my reward requirement. The magic book became quiet again. 327, only half a minute passed, and the other party answered his request in the affirmative. Since this is your idea, then I agree. I can make you the captain's nephew, or a friend, and live by his side for a day. The magic book knew that it was necessary to arrange a new identity for him, and let him live by the other party's side. But he has long forgotten that Zian is the real editor. As long as he swipes his pen, he can clearly arrange the identity. Thank you for your kindness, I can do this myself. Okay, as you wish. Advertisement. The golden light flashed again, the pages of the magic book closed little by little, and Zian's work today was completely over. What am I going to do with Captain Magnesia tomorrow? Zian didn't want to work either, so he returned to the bed, lay down casually, put his hands under his head, and began to daydream, thinking about tomorrow's schedule. It has been half a year since he came here, and he finally had a chance to take a vacation, which he couldn't miss. During this trip, he fell asleep again in a daze, and woke up again in the middle of the night. For more than half a year, his work and rest schedule has been completely reversed, which is nothing to him. Looking at the night outside, Zian sighed deeply, thinking about the date with Captain Magu tomorrow. He became a little excited again. Why isn't it daylight yet? He stood by the bed alone in a black pajamas, muttering. But there was no sound in his ears, and he hadn't talked to outsiders for a long time except for the magic book system talking to himself. In this way, he stood alone until the sky began to turn pale. Looking at the horizon in the distance, light gradually began to shine, and the sun in the distance slowly jumped out of the hill. Advertisement, a new day begins. Today is his first rest in half a year, and he is really looking forward to it. What kind of clothes should I wear today? Thinking about meeting his idol today, he immediately started preparing for the meeting. When I came to the cloakroom, I saw that every piece of clothing in it was very casual. Zian really regretted at this moment. She didn't have any contact with people for half a year, and her clothes were too casual. Just this. In the end, he chose a white t-shirt, light blue jeans and a pair of white sneakers, which made him look more sunny. After a brief grooming, I put on all these clothes one after another, raised my head to look at the clock at 5:2, unexpectedly it was 7 o'clock in the morning. How does time go by so slowly? It may be that I was too anxious today, and I became more motivated when I got busy in the morning, which also accelerated my speed a lot. Now that everything has been done, the time is only 7 o'clock in the morning. Many people in Magnesium get up very late, and now is just the time for everyone to wake up. Chapter 138. Zian is looking forward to the first rest in half a year. Looks like I need to go out for a morning workout. Suddenly having time today, he had the urge to go out for a walk. As promised, Zian, who hadn't eaten, took a sip of water and walked out the door. When he came outside the door, the sun in the distance had already illuminated the entire interface, making him narrow his eyes slightly unaccustomed. Not walking into the crowd for a long time also made him start to feel a little socially afraid. Zian took a deep breath and walked out into the crowd. When I came to the park, some children and old people were playing and making noise so early. I didn't expect this place to be so lively. Zian didn't exercise, but found a long chair at random and sat down. The scenery in the park is extremely beautiful. Zian, stepping on a piece of grass makes the whole person feel that everything around is soft. Are you alone, young man? Just as he was experiencing a new day, suddenly an extremely magnetic voice appeared next to him. Following the voice, Zian raised his head, and the man in front of him was wearing a black suit and carrying a briefcase in his hand, talking to him. It didn't occur to me that I hadn't had a break in a long time. Hearing what Steve said, Zian felt a little sorry in his heart. If it wasn't for the existence of the system, he might still have a normal day at work. This sentence really made Steve a little confused. He hasn't rested for a long time, he didn't know how to transition today. Advertisement, yes, I'm only alone. Then you have a rest today, where are you going to play? I also went to work alone this morning, and the leader told me that I can rest today. But when he finished saying this, he regretted it, and went out with Captain Megu for a walk. What he said was really a bit abrupt. But he was also happy in his heart, now he had the opportunity to contact the idol alone. Zian was already sunny and handsome, a big smile appeared on his face, and he seemed to be talking silly. He seemed to be very familiar with Zian, and they chatted casually like a pair of old friends. The magic book system said that the two of them had a date before, but they never thought that the date of the two of them would come so early. Okay, since that's the case, meeting by chance is worse than meeting by chance. It's okay for the two of us to hang out today. Zian also seemed to be chatting casually, and also seemed to be himself, a lonely person inviting friends to go on a trip. What shocked him the most about this person was that he did not expect that he was actually the captain of the country of magnesium. The other party spoke casually, put the briefcase next to him on the chair, put his hands on his legs casually, and looked at the green mountains and green waters in the distance. 397. If you don't mind, the two of us can go to the beach today, or go to the city center. Unexpectedly, Captain Steve of Magnesia smiled slightly, threw the bag in his hand aside, and sat on the long chair beside him. What he didn't expect was that the other party put his hands on the long chair, and then leaned on it casually and agreed. Zian was really caught off guard by the sudden surprise. The young man quickly sat up straight like a primary school student and replied respectfully. Chapter 139 Encounter with an Idol in the Park. This word of promise really made him overjoyed. He stared blankly at the handsome captain of the country in front of him and asked. Really, you really agreed? Definitely, I definitely agreed, and it happens that I have nothing to do today. Thank you, Captain Magnesium. The other party knew his identity. Steve suddenly started to laugh and asked. You just found out who I am. This made Zian feel a little embarrassed. He really knew the identity of the other party just now, but if he answered it this time, it would be a little worth 300 taels of silver here. Yes, but I was afraid that you would meet outside, so I didn't say anything. The sincerity he showed also let the other party know that he has no malice, and he likes this young man even more. Besides, looking at the young man's thin and tall appearance, he has a very literary temperament, and he knows that his personality may be a bit introverted. It's okay, I don't mind, and I think you are sincere. I like your seeking truth from facts. People nowadays are too hypocritical, and it is really not easy to have such a stranger talk. Advertisement. So what are we going to do today? The two of them are still not familiar with each other, and they need to discuss in advance what they want to do. Captain Megu looked down at his suit and leather shoes and the casual clothes he was wearing. They really didn't match. I'll also buy a casual outfit first, and then we'll talk. Then shall we go shopping? They started chatting as if they were friends who had known each other for a long time. Look at me. This place is full of tall buildings. Captain Megu thought that since he needs to rest today, why not go to a quiet place with Zian for a walk? Yeah, it's really not suitable for you to travel. Zian chatted with the other party a little awkwardly, but his heart was already full of joy. By the way, I haven't asked your name yet. While speaking, Steve's side has already extended his hand politely, wanting to get to know him. Advertisement. It was a fate to meet this young man today, which made him feel like old friends at first sight. Seeing the hands stretched out, Zian stood up politely, and he took hold of those broad, leather-covered hands. Hi, my name is Zian, nice to meet you, Steve. The other party was a little surprised to hear him call out his name, but he soon felt relieved. It's no surprise that many people have seen him on TV. Then I don't need to introduce myself. It's nice to meet you too. Zian has a good name. Thank you. 17. The two smiled slightly and began to introduce themselves casually. They sat in the park and looked at the distant scenery. After talking for more than half an hour, the mall had opened. It's 9 o'clock, the mall opened, and we all left for a comparison. Steve, got it, looked at the time on his watch, and the first line author invited him to leave this park with young people. Go shopping for casual clothes first, and then I'll take you to the beach on a motorcycle. He didn't know why he had a good impression of this young man, and he began to make arrangements for this day. Going to the sea when you are a little anxious can relieve all your moods. The captain of the country is bored. I want to relax today, so I took the lead in suggesting it one day. Chapter 140. The wonderful vacation begins. Well, I haven't been to the sea since I came here. Zian agreed without any hesitation, and he didn't turn around for a long time, which just opened his eyes. It seems that this is my honor. Today I can show you the real magnesium country. The two stood up while talking, took a taxi, and drove towards the city center. A commercial street in the city center is full of shops. The shops are very lively, especially some shops selling casual clothes, and many young people are choosing the clothes they want to buy. Let's go, the two of us will go to this house to have a look. The two came to the commercial street and strolled casually. Suddenly, Steve turned his head and walked towards a shop on the right. This store is owned by a friend of mine, we can go to his house to buy. His former teammates transferred to this place to do business, and Steve would sometimes come to this place to take care of his friend's business. Seeing this shop, Zian raised his head and carefully read the name of the shop. Advertisement. He murmured softly what he promised. Okay, just go in and have a look. The two pushed open the door of the store and walked in. The inside of the store, AB, is very large, with rows of hangers neatly hanging all kinds of clothes and pants. No, this place is like this, there is no one to entertain, we can choose to check out by ourselves. Maybe my friend used this business model to do business in order to avoid this kind of trouble. Does he think it's because he hasn't stepped into the society for too long and has been completely forgotten by you? Zian was wearing casual clothes. When he walked out of the fitting room, he was wearing a white t-shirt and light-colored jeans underneath, making him look as if he had just walked out of a university campus. That's definitely. He also looked in the direction of those clothes to choose his favorite clothes. The two of them can be an advisor to each other, and they can have a better vision when choosing clothes. Advertisement. There won't be a lot of salesmanship here, and there won't be people who don't know him coming to talk to him. In the past, everyone was not optimistic about this business, but they did not expect that there were still a lot of customers. Zian is also interested. He hasn't bought anything for a year, so he can experience it today. Zian and he walked into this room, seeing that there were no service personnel around, felt a little strange, and asked. There are no waiters to entertain them warmly, but you can choose whatever size you want. After trying it out, take it to the front desk and check out. Hearing Steve's answer, Zian really became a little curious, and he smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth, feeling that it would make people more relaxed. Is there no one to entertain us? While the other party was talking, he began to pick out the pair of trousers he liked on the shelves of various trousers. Steve is very familiar with this type of business, and he likes this self-selected way of doing business. This kind of business model is really interesting, so we can try on any clothes we like. Although he has been here for more than half a year, he has never come out to take a good look around, and he is very curious about this place. 6TT Chapter 141 Sudden Explosion on the Commercial Street. How about this one? He spoke the language fluently, asking for Steve's opinion. Not bad, it suits you very well, with a gentle temperament. Zian has never thought of himself as a literary temperament. When he heard Steve say this today, he took a serious look. That's right, he has been editing various superhero manuscripts for the past 6 months, which also made him slowly put on his glasses, making him look like he has learned a lot. When the two of them were talking lively, there was a loud noise suddenly, which attracted the attention of many people. Definitely among them, Zian and the captain of the Magnesium country suddenly became extremely nervous and drove out in the surrounding direction. What happened? The captain of Magu said something, and immediately took off his glasses. He didn't have that gentle look, but became extremely stern all over, and ran out in the direction of outside. The service staff had heard the sound of the explosion a long time ago and hid under the cabinet. This kind of situation often happens. Once there is a fight, everyone will be afraid that they will be involved. If there is a fight, the most important thing is to save their own lives. Advertisement. Zian didn't have time to take off the white shirt on his body, and when he ran outside, he saw the bombed-out tatters on the street. What's the situation? Just now it was a very relieved street, but now, with the sound of several explosions, the road surface began to become a mess. Now a street is full of cries, and many people are lying on the ground bleeding because of the explosion. After taking off the clothes on the captain of the country of Magnesium, he deliberately put on a blue dress with a red shield in his hand and checked the surrounding directions. He came to the front of the deep pit and jumped down. Some people were injured by the explosion. He first moved Anne to move ordinary people to a safe place. Zian saw this scene and knew that this was the hero he had always dreamed of. He didn't back down from his dream and saw the crowd dispersing in all directions, and he rushed towards the direction where someone was injured. I usually write eloquently in the book, but when I encounter difficulties, Zian is really at a loss at this moment. 0. Seeking flowers, he looked at the captain of the country in front of him and asked loudly. Advertisement, what should I do? How can I help them? He hasn't found out who the real destroyer is yet, and he doesn't know whether there will be danger in the next moment. Transport these ordinary people to a safe place first. 0. The captain of May country was really surprised to see Zian coming. He never thought that all the ordinary people would be scattered, and Zian would come to help. At this moment, he really admired the young man. It seemed that he was really different. Okay, I get it. Zian agreed loudly, and walked in the direction of a wounded person. The man's body was seriously injured, and there were some wounds on his arms. I'll help you leave. He said a word, stepped forward to help the other party without any explanation, and began to move towards a safe place. The injured man screamed in pain, but Zian has no time to worry about so many things now. He can only guarantee his life safety. Chapter 142 The Joint Action of Zian and Stephen. Hold on, we'll be there in a minute. After speaking, Zian supported the man and hurried towards the direction of evacuation, hiding behind a car. When I rushed back again, I saw that the surroundings were in tatters, and many people had been slowly evacuated. But what made him feel strange was that the explosion seemed to have fallen from the sky, and he didn't see any perpetrators at all. 843. Who the hell planted the bomb? Zian looked at Captain May and was busy while he was growing up. Many people had already come to support him, and they asked him loudly. He doesn't know anyone here, he only knows Steve, and the two of them have made an appointment to go to the beach today, and he doesn't know if it will be possible. At this moment, Zian was really regretful in his heart, and finally fought for a day's vacation with the system. It seems that today will pass like this. I don't know, I haven't found any suspicious characters. Steve and the surrounding staff searched in a large circle but did not see any perpetrators. Advertisement. I really don't know if this thing was thrown down from the sky, or was it hidden in this place in advance. Hearing him say that, Zian felt really strange. Is there anything else he doesn't know? I saw you were busy, so I didn't bother you. How about 3.6? Are you done? The staff who actually took over this job arrived, and the captain of the country greeted them politely and said goodbye. There are more and more workers, and the sound of whistles began to sound, and the surrounding ordinary people were all evacuated. Zian hid in a corner alone and watched their work slowly come to an end. He politely asked each other. He was also very helpless when he spoke. Obviously, he could take over these tasks by himself, but he didn't know why he was transferred like this. Zian was really overjoyed to see the captain of Magnesia come back again. It seems that what the system promised him has really come true. Think about it, no matter what the plot is, he has never been in contact with it. It may be that this matter is too small, and he has not had time to write it. Yes, I'm done. Staff from relevant departments have come to take over the work of this place. I'm on leave again. Advertisement. The captain of the country of Magnesium had received an order from the leader before, so he had nowhere to go to rest today, and he didn't expect that Zian was still waiting for him. Seeing that the other party was busy, he didn't speak anymore, but waited quietly. Besides, it is impossible for him to fabricate the whole country of Magnesium by himself. Goodbye. Thank you, Captain, for helping us. After saying goodbye, the captain of Magu looked at Zian still standing there, and waited for the corner of his mouth to smile slightly. He was wearing a blue suit and walked towards Zian with a shield in his hand. Okay, everyone has worked hard this time, you can do the rest of the work. He was really surprised. If it was before, he would definitely be returning to the team now, but today he is still forced to rest. When the city manager arrived, he and the captain of the Magnesium country handed over work to each other. Thank you so much for being able to wait for me here. Chapter 143. Captain's cool motorcycle. Anyway, the captain of Magnesium country is also thinking about it. If this is the case, it is good. He has not had a vacation for a long time, and it is also a chance for him to relax. Is the date we both agreed to count? When he finished speaking, he saw that Zian was a little dirty, so he asked again. Definitely counts. Zian looks like he is only 20 years old. He is really a young man in this city. When he smiles, he looks like a sunny boy. Then what are you waiting for? When I change my clothes, the two of us are going to go to the beach for vacation. This sudden happiness caught Zian by surprise. He agreed without hesitation. It's my pleasure. The date of the two big men started again, and it was already 11 o'clock noon, and they wanted to ride a motorcycle all the way to the beach, and it took about 1 p.m. to arrive. Captain Magnesia walked into his friend's shop, and the place was still intact without any damage. He saw that the waiter was still talking with trembling mouth, said a few words of comfort in a soft voice, and chose a suit of clothes to put on again. Advertisement. The same is true for Zian, who chose clean clothes for himself and put them on. I'll pay for these two clothes. Zian bought a suit of clothes just now and made himself dirty, and now he bought a new suit. Without any hesitation, he was ready to pay in the direction of the waiter. The waiter never thought that there were so many accidents just now, and that he would not be able to see the customer come back at this moment. Okay, thank you for your patronage, I will sell the bill for you. The service staff was really happy, and they immediately took out their computers and began to operate the money to sell the bill for Zian. Since he and Steve had only known each other for half a day, Zian did not buy the other party but a substantive OS system. Steve also asked about the price of his two suits. Sell my 2 sets of clothes. Okay sir, just a moment. After paying the bill, 2 people walked out towards the direction of the door. Come on, my motorcycle is just around the corner. Advertisement. Zian remembers Steve's motorcycle, which is the most popular motorcycle in the whole TV series. It is really an honor for Qingzi to be able to sit on this motorcycle today. Okay, let's go, the two of us. He didn't want to be too deliberate. With a slight smile on the corner of his mouth and Steve, the two walked towards the end of the commercial street. There is a small garage at the end of the corner of 410th Street. It's here. The garage door opened, and a black motorcycle appeared in the perspective of the two of them. The captain of the country of Magnesium walked in. Looking at his motorcycle, he couldn't put it down. It's been more than a month since he went out to play with his old buddy, and he doesn't know if this guy is okay after a month. Old man, I'm back. Walking into the garage, he stared at the motorcycle while talking to himself, holding a rag and wiping it lovingly while talking. Zian followed behind him, and also walked in the direction of the garage. Chapter 144. The reward given by the magic book has been fulfilled. Looking at his motorcycle exuding a faint black light, he also loved him very much at this moment. Your car is really beautiful. He is not a hypocritical compliment but something he said sincerely. Thank you. After I clean the toilet, the two of us are ready to go. Good. The captain of Magnesium country was very happy when he heard that his friend praised his motorcycle. Zian didn't stay idle, but took the things beside him and started to help him with some work within his ability. After 2 people worked hard for about 10 minutes, the motorcycle began to look brand new. Come on brother, the two of us are ready to go. The captain of the Magnesium country chose a punk-style leather suit for himself, which suits him very well and makes him look even more handsome. Seeing him sitting on the motorcycle, the corners of Zian's mouth slightly raised, agreeing. We're ready to go. Advertisement. Zian is not too polite. He originally planned to have a good trip with the captain of the country of Magnesia today. It seems that his wish has really come true. The young man took a step forward, dressed in casual clothes, and straddled the motorcycle, and a roaring voice began to sound. Ready to go. Seeing that the motorcycle rushed out in the direction of the front like a rain of arrows. This feeling is really exciting. Zian sat on the back of the motorcycle and wore a helmet on his head. At this moment, he felt like he was flying. When facing the strong wind blowing over, let him start to clear his head all of a sudden. Thank you, really thank you. Zian said this loudly, really thankful that Steve was able to play with himself this day today. Only he knew in his heart that all of this was a reward agreed between him and the system. Otherwise, Captain Magnesium would not have wasted a day saving the city. But Steve was really a little confused, so he didn't know what Zian meant by this sentence. He turned his head slightly and asked loudly, advertisement. Why should you thank me? Nothing, just thank you for playing with me today. Hearing what the young man said, the corners of Steve's mouth also began to smile. He hadn't been on vacation like this for a long time, and it also made him feel relaxed. He also answered loudly, then I have to thank you too. Thank you for allowing me to plan to take a day off today. The two of you chatted on the road, and I also learned about everyone's interests and hobbies by the way. Zian made his hobbies very simple, just saying that he prefers to edit books and is an author. Hearing what he said, Steve felt that the young man was sincere and practical, and he had a good impression of him. Then you and Wolverine and Batman, are they still in touch? Zian knew that Steve had broken with those friends before, and it was all edited by him. The reason why I am asking this now is to ask them how the feelings of these people are now. Steve also understood in his heart that these contradictions before are not a secret to all the people. Besides, he has long been relieved about these things, and he has nothing to hide, and answered his words loudly. Chapter 145. A quiet day worth cherishing. Definitely, we will always be friends. Hearing what he said, Zian was really relieved. He smiled happily and then spoke loudly. That's good, you are all heroes, and you shouldn't be separated because of a little bit of conflict. Young man, you are right. The motorcycle sped forward again, and now it was getting closer and closer to the beach, and there were not many cars around, and the speed began to become faster. Seeing the blue sea in the distance also made people feel calmer. Zian actually just mentioned a few other people in 800 just now, but he didn't mention Iron Man Tony's previous conflicts between the two of them. He was most worried about it. I probably thought that if there is a chance, I should clarify these things with Captain Megu, and it will not affect their feelings. Besides, for him, the content to be written in the future will also allow them to merge again. The car drove all the way to the beach. The beach is all white and looks cleaner. There are not many people in this place. It seems that Steve is really good at finding such a quiet place. With a sudden brake, the lead car stopped not far from the beach. Zian looked at this place, the white sandy beach, the blue sea and the blue sky. It is simply a beautiful picture. This place is simply beautiful. Advertisement. He got out of the car first, took off the helmet on his head, and took a deep breath. The faint smell of seawater was inhaled into his nasal cavity, which made him sigh with emotion. The captain of the country of Magnesium sat on the motorcycle and looked at the distant scenery. At this moment, many obsessions in his heart began to let go. He and Iron Man Tony had many conflicts before, but now that they think about it, these things are no longer as entangled as before. Yeah, the scenery of this place is really beautiful, and it makes people feel much calmer. I add. Hearing the young man's words, he couldn't help but start to exude emotion. The two of them looked at the distant scenery at this moment. For about 4 or 5 minutes, they chatted casually like this. This feeling is really strange. Usually couples come to this place for tourism or family and friends, but the two of them who have never met can walk together in this place. Walking, Zian took off a pair of sneakers on his feet, and just walked on the beach with his bare feet. When the seawater rushed over, he felt very comfortable and cool. It feels good to try it, he said softly, and walked towards the front, leaving behind a row of big footprints. It seems that you are really a young man, so curious about these things. Although the captain of the country of Magnesium looks like a young man now, he is still a middle-aged man, and he doesn't have so much perfect fun. Zian has never been a person who makes things difficult for others. He just smiled and walked happily. The two walked for half an hour and came to the side of 10 wooden cloth heads. They sat on the rocks at will and began to rest. Looking at an old couple walking along the beach in the distance, this kind of scenery really makes people feel more emotional for a while. Chapter 146. A chance to introduce Wolverine to you. If everything in our world is peaceful, how wonderful it would be. Seeing this scene, Captain Megu couldn't help sighing. If a person's life can be peaceful, without so many things, without so many evil forces, how wonderful it would be. But he also knew that all of this was just a dream. Now the entire Marvel world is full of all kinds of novel powers, and even these things will be more mysterious and obscure, making them hard to guard against. No need to ask, Zian knows exactly what the captain of the Magnesium country said. He knows even more that there are actually many contradictions, and many people's things are not what they can happen, but they are fabricated by themselves. In order to get more emotions from the audience and get more rewards from the system, Zian was able to make the story twists and turns difficult to overcome. Seeing these words of Captain May country now, Taoist Zian felt a deep sense of self-blame in his heart. Yeah, it's nice to have a peaceful life like this, but then there's no need for a superhero anymore. He's telling the truth. Once there's no need for superheroes, when people are living a peaceful life, that's when they disappear. Advertisement. Ordinary people may think that these superheroes are a kind of obstacle, and they will try their best to fight against them. But these things that Zian thinks, how can Captain Magnesium understand that he only needs world peace? It seems that the brain circuit of a young man like you is really different from that of an ordinary person like me. The captain of Magnesium Country thinks that he is an ordinary person, and there is a big gap between the thinking of young people and himself. After all, he is also a middle-aged man with the appearance of a young man, but his psychological quality is different. His words made Zian start to laugh, and knew that the person in front of him was not his peers, but an elder. Then uncle doesn't know what you think. Sure enough, his words instantly caused the other party to start laughing, seeing that the sea in front of him was starting to pick up wind, and waves of waves began to rush over. You call me uncle, don't say it, it's a correct name. 0. Seeking flowers. Advertisement. The two started chatting casually like this, and also talked about his relationship with Iron Man Tony by the way. The face of the captain of the Magnesium Country is still a little ugly. How can I say that the two of them haven't seen each other for a long time? Although it is said that they shook hands and made peace, the long-term lack of contact also has an impact on their relationship. 0. The relationship between the two of us should be pretty good. He didn't think that Zian, a young man, would suddenly ask this question, but after thinking about it carefully, he didn't evade the question. Then have you been in contact recently? I hope you can restore your previous relationship again. Iron Man Tony is a rich man, he has always lived in this city, and Captain Magnesium often interacts with him when he is working. If the two of them didn't meet, they must be avoiding each other. Zian didn't want such a thing to happen. In the following plot, Zian will also assist him in all these matters, hoping that the two of them can get chapter 147. Zian claims to be an author. Thank you, young man. Thank you for these words. Steve knew in his heart that many people hoped that the relationship between the two of them could be reconciled, but he also knew in his heart that this is not something that can be changed overnight. He thought that the relationship between himself and Iron Man Tony was really stiff, and it needed to be eased slowly. As long as the words are spoken, Zian has never been a person who inquired about the 997, he just smiled and changed the topic again. What's more, Zian told Steve about the top 10 heroes that he had compiled, and what he said was definitely just superficial, and it simply penetrated a bit. Hearing that the young man was very curious about their stories, the corners of Captain America's mouth began to show. He was eager to talk, and asked Zian, then how do you collect material on us people? Although whether it is Iron Man or the Captain of Magnesia, even Wolverine, these people have a lot of rumors, and they can often be seen on the news, but these things will inevitably be misleading. The Captain of Magnesium Country has a very good idea at this moment. If possible, Zian can get in touch with them frequently in the future, so that he can collect a lot of materials. I just read some news or interviewed some ordinary people, and then made it up myself. Zian, he definitely can't say that he wrote at will with the magic book, and he will publish the content of his writing in this world. He believed that if he said so, this guy might treat him as a psychopath or as a horrible guy. I guess that's what it looks like. Advertisement. The captain of the Magnesium Country replied with a clear look, and he had already stood up and walked back in the direction of the motorcycle. Now the horizon in the distance exudes a touch of gold, and the sun will come to sunset in a while. Although the two of them said they wanted to come out and look at the sea together, neither of them said how long they would stay. Zian knew that one day would pass, and it seemed that the rewards given by the system would soon end. He put on his shoes, followed behind the captain of the Magnesium Country, and walked back in the direction of the motorcycle. If you have a chance, you can get in touch with us superheroes more. This is a suggestion Steve gave him, so that he can write all the people in the book. Zian was really overjoyed when he heard that, so that he would not have to stay in that small room in the future. Really? Can I really? The young man was really excited, looking forward to the inquirer. Looking at his expression, Steve couldn't help but start to smile, and answered again in the affirmative. Naturally born, whether it's Thor or Wolverine, these people are all 2.3 my friends, and I will introduce you to them. He has made such a plan, he has always been a man of one word, and he will definitely do what he says. Zian believes in him. Okay, since it's settled with one word, thank you very much. Zian is really happy that he can come out when these heroes meet in the future, and he can also become their friend. Chapter 148. Introducing other superheroes to you. The two of them returned to the front of the motorcycle again. Watching the setting sun in the distance turn the sea into a faint golden color, it really made people reluctant to leave this place. It's getting late, the two of us are going to go back. Steve looked at Zian reluctantly looking at the sea in front of him and asked. Okay, we're going back. I haven't come out for a good stroll in a long time, it's really not easy to come out today. Zian is really reluctant to part with it. But he also knows that the moment of parting will come sooner or later, and he will continue to make up for the captain of the country in 2008 tomorrow. Although the two met today, they also talked a lot. This may be because you and the people close to you can't say it. Those feelings in your heart can be expressed if you want to confide at this moment. Zian didn't say anything more, and two people got on the motorcycle with the captain of the Magnesium Country, and headed towards the distant direction. He knew that after going back today, he would write about the next step of the captain of the Magnesium Country, and that they would encounter various problems in the future, but he couldn't disclose all of these things. He is like a prophet now, he can only guard the secret in his heart. As if feeling the mood of the people behind him, Captain America's car speed suddenly slowed down and asked a lot of concerned questions. Why do you still have something on your mind? No, I just thought today was a really good day. Zian was very bitter in his heart. He couldn't say that the captain of the country of Magnesia would encounter various problems next, so he casually found an excuse to prevaricate. advertisement, but he knew that since they met today, the two of them would have more chances to meet each other. Returning to the urban area from the beach again, the motorcycle slowly stopped beside a road. The two of them decided to travel suddenly today, so this beautiful day is coming to an end soon. At this moment, no matter whether it is Zian or Steve, both of them feel a little bit reluctant in their hearts. Nice to meet you today, my new friend. I'm also very happy to meet my idol today. The two got off their motorcycles and took off their helmets one after another. They stood under a big tree and casually said goodbye. Well then, we will meet again when we have a chance in the future. It's not procrastinating at all. Steve's lesson has been decided. He said goodbye in the future. If there is a chance, he will introduce Zian to Wolverine, as well as his friend Thor, as he said today. Don't worry, we will meet again. Zian has been alone for a long time. Today he finally had a chance to meet friends. Besides, the captain of Magnesia 520 also promised to let him get to know more superheroes in the future. He will not miss this opportunity of. Since the magic book gave him this chance today, next time he will elevate the audience's emotions even more, and he will definitely get endless rewards at that time. After he had figured everything out, his mood was no longer so depressed, but now he began to bring out a natural smile. Seeing that the young man's change is really fast, it also makes the captain of Megu feel somewhat puzzled about him. The two chatted for about 5 minutes, and the real parting moment was about to come. Chapter 149. Zian parted with his new friend. Zian stretched out his hand first, and said goodbye to the other party politely. I'm really happy. Today you gave me a chance to meet my idol. We will meet again in the future. Looking at the young man's handsome face, wearing a white t-shirt, and his clean appearance, Captain Magnesium has a very good impression of him. He stretched out his hands and held them together. Nice to meet you too. See you later, goodbye. After Zian spoke, he returned the hard hat in Steve's hand, turned his head and waved with him, and walked towards the end of the street in the distance. And Steve didn't leave immediately for a moment, but looked at the back in front of him, not knowing what he was thinking in his heart. He also found it strange that suddenly this stranger he met in the morning was able to spend a comfortable day with him. A day like this really hadn't happened in a long time. I really hope we have a chance to meet. Steve said something silently, got on those handsome motorcycles, and the humming sound started to sound, and he left the street all the way. Just as he was leaving quietly, Zian took a step forward, watching the black figure getting farther and farther away from the street. See you later. Advertisement. Zian. He didn't leave just now, because he knew that Steve was watching his back. He couldn't turn his head, and he was afraid that he would miss something because of it. After speaking, he walked alone on the lonely street. It was slowly getting dark now, and it was different from the daytime. It was even darker now, which still made him feel even more lonely in his heart. All the way back to the small room where he lived, there was a mess everywhere. After all, he had been writing magic books and had no time to clean up the room. This day was still very tiring for Zian. He sat on a chair casually and put his feet on the coffee table next to him. Are you in the magic book? Zian muttered, knowing that this day was very special to him and wanted to share it with the magic book. But what he didn't expect was that this guy never showed up when he needed to complain, only when he assigned tasks. Okay, it's fine if you don't show up. Whether it appears or not does not have much impact on him. Anyway, today is a happy day for him. After resting quietly for a while, Zian stood up and walked towards the bathroom, washed up briefly. Lying on the bed was really an incomparably sweet sleep for him. It seems that only good exercise can make people more sunny and their physical fitness better and better. Zian figured this out, and even felt that if he used his mind to write books in the future, Liao knew how. The time could be reduced a lot, and he could change to morning exercises and evening runs every day. In this way, when I have the opportunity to accept the mission with Captain Magnesium and Thor in the future, I will not hold back others. This night he had an excellent dream, and when he woke up the next morning he was extremely energetic. Backquote. A new day has begun, and it seems that my Captain Magnesia 3 will also begin. Chapter 150. A new chapter is about to begin. He wanted to get more emotions from the audience, and he also hoped that the system would let him out, or that he could make an appointment with this friend to meet him in normal times. Are you really ready? When Zian was mumbling and looking at the ancient golden magic book in front of him, he didn't expect a mechanical voice to sound in his mind. Who was this voice? Without even thinking about it, he knew it must be the system. You guy didn't show up to chat with you yesterday. Why did you suddenly show up today? Hearing the mechanical sound, Zian started complaining about 660 out of hesitation. He was in a good mood yesterday and wanted to find someone to confide in, but this guy had really been pretending to turn a blind eye all along. I don't have to listen to your words, I've seen them all. The simple words made Zian shut his mouth completely. Well, in that case, I have nothing more to say. Sure enough, the two of them had been together for half a year, and they really knew each other's magic books very well, and the mechanical voice sounded again. Although these people are all superheroes, after they get together, the enemies will become stronger and stronger, and the plot will become more and more ups and downs. Yes, this guy is one with him. No matter what it is, he can feel it. Advertisement. Thinking of everything about himself, Zian simply stopped thinking about it so much. If he and Steve really became friends in the future, if they encountered any problems. Then come on, tell me what is your purpose for coming here today. Zian is actually unwilling to do this in his heart. If there are too many problems they will encounter next, it will be a new challenge for everyone. Seeing Zian's silence, the system knew exactly what was going on in his mind, and immediately raised it again. I can feel your mood yesterday, and if you want to get in touch with those 10 heroes in the future, I hope that your audience's mood will be as high as possible. He definitely remembers that as long as he completes this magic book and counts the top 10 heroes, he can become stronger and stronger, and only then can he break away from these storylines and enter society. I hope you can think about what you came to this world for. I hope you can complete your homework. He is ready for a new challenge, and he is ready to know that if the magic resin appears, then it will be a problem for him. He knew that as long as the magic book system appeared, it would definitely come with more missions, AIFC, and more things. He didn't know what he was here for today. He certainly won't stand by and watch. This is really a difficult problem. If everyone's emotions are to be aroused by him, the content presented must be wonderful. It seems that this means that the heroes of these times will encounter more and more problems. Everyone knows in their hearts that the following plots will become more and more difficult, and Avengers has become an alliance between the Captain of Magnesium and the top 10 heroes. Zian has never been a person who beat around the bush, and he is about to accept a new task, and he also hopes that the other party can express his thoughts quickly. Well, if that's the case, then I promise you, Chapter 151 Infinity War has begun. In normal times, these heroes will have many conflicts with each other, and these problems will also arouse the emotions of many spectators. After thinking about these, Zian simply didn't study so much anymore. Looking at the magic book in front of him, his heart moved at will, and the golden light of the magic book suddenly became brighter. The dazzling magic book, the golden light began to appear little by little, and the book began to open all of a sudden. Get ready for today's wonderful content, Infinity War. Infinity War is a great challenge for all the top 10 heroes of League of Legends. Zian began to write it at will. The system saw that Zian had entered the working state, and all the plots in his mind began to lay the groundwork bit by bit, and he was really satisfied in his heart and slowly began to disappear. As long as he can earnestly fulfill his emotions, he can get more rewards, which is beneficial to both of them. Chapter 1 is about to begin, and Infinity War is another new storyline. Thinking of Infinity War, which is the first chapter in Avengers, Zian couldn't help but smile with relief. Your friendship will soon come back. Looking at the golden magic book in front of him, what Zian was talking about was none other than the relationship between Iron Man Tony and Kamakura Captain Steve. I still remember that in the past, the two of them finally broke completely because of conflicts. Although the relationship is slowly recovering now, it is still very difficult to return to the way it was before. Zian moved his heart at will, and the story has already entered the first part. Advertisement in a vast galaxy, the Supreme Overlord is still Thanos. Now, with a few powerful men around him, he has destroyed the surrounding planets and entered the Earth. If he wants to take this planet for his own use, he has to use very hot methods. He wants to set all the infinite gems on the Earth on his glove, all destroyed. Everyone was sitting in an office, and when they got the news, they were extremely shocked. Could the opponents I met before be Thanos' subordinates? 0. Seeking flowers. Iron Man's face was extremely ugly. He sat in front of the table and told everyone about the opponent he had encountered before. You've been in this situation too. Black Widow's face is extremely ugly. He also encountered a strange combination before. I don't know if it is Thanos' subordinate. That man was just one of Thanos' subordinates, but his ability to destroy became extremely strong, and Iron Man broke several parts as a result. 0. Listening to the ins and outs of what he said, everyone's face became more serious. They knew that Iron Man had just upgraded a set of armor with his own money, but they never expected that the armor just upgraded would have been damaged. One can imagine how powerful the enemy is this time. The dark-skinned Fu Rui looked at all the people in front of him and his face became extremely serious. He knit directly in front of the table, looking at everyone with one eye. I know you all have always been heroic and like to fight individually, but this time we all have to fight together to defeat Thanos too. Chapter 152 Tony and Steve let go. His eyes looked in the direction of Iron Man Tony and Magnesium Captain Steve. One of them was sitting in the front position, the other was sitting in the rearmost position, and the distance between them was very far. It seemed that the misunderstanding had not been resolved yet. Thinking of Fu Rui, he felt a little headache, and he couldn't help but become serious again, and said to everyone, I hope that all of you can abandon the misunderstandings of the 760 in the past, and form a new alliance again in order to save our current universe. Sure enough, Fury's words also made everyone pay tribute to each other. Looking at the scene, not only Spider-Man, but also Doctor Strange and others. Everyone now knows that there is such an extremely powerful enemy, and even more that if they want to fight against him, all they need is to join hands. Although Spider-Man is young, he is the one who can see it most clearly. Tom stood up first and said to everyone, I agree with Fury that we should all fight the enemy together. After Spider-Man finished speaking, Doctor Strange, Black Panther and others all stood up one after another, agreeing to his proposal. I also agree that we all must fight the enemy together. Thinking of this, Zian couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly, thinking that this part of using ideas to paint is really wonderful. Make a statement. Although Iron Man said that he has always had a clear distinction between grievances and grievances, but when he heard the other party talking like this, he couldn't be stingy again, otherwise he would make others think of him. Sure enough, when he looked up, he saw Black Panther and Doctor Strange 1.2 all looked up at him. Advertisement, I am willing to abandon all previous misunderstandings and form a new alliance. The person who said this was the Captain of Magnesia, Steve. He has always been a person with clear grievances, but in the face of righteousness, he knows that the most urgent task now is to cooperate to protect the Earth. As one after another expressed their opinions, Iron Man's face at the back became extremely ugly. Okay, I believe you will be able to do what you say. Watching what I do, Fury exhaled lightly. He could be considered to have heard Steve say this, and he also knew what Steve had to bear in his heart for this matter. We are about to face a powerful enemy. Zian wants to write this place in more detail, and also wants everyone to be able to see their psychological changes. No matter what misunderstandings you have in the past, you must abandon the past, and I am willing to form Avengers. He has always been a person with clear grievances, and he is also a person with a temper. Once it is something he decides, it will not be changed easily. Zian wrote this place, took a deep breath, knowing that Tony has always been very stubborn. It seems that this also deeply aroused the emotions of the audience. Everyone thinks that at this time we must fight these enemies together, so I want him to talk about his thoughts at this moment. Even at this moment, he still has not been expressed, and he is still sitting there silently. Spider-Man was the closest to Tony, dragging his own chair, and slowly moved a little closer in his direction. Zian just paused for a moment, his heart moved freely, and he continued to look at the golden magic book in front of him and began to draw. Chapter 153 Thanos' strength. As a young man, he began to say good things softly. Tony was not an angry person in the first place, and this moment made Spider-Man feel very helpless. He could only express his position helplessly, stood up and said to everyone immediately. I know what is a big deal, I will not care about it like him, I am willing to join the league. Sure enough, his words made him and Steve meet each other's eyes. Hearing his statement, Fu Rui exhaled lightly for an instant. The salvation of the whole earth depends on them. Okay, let's not talk nonsense. Oh wait, let me tell you about Thanos' real strength. Now is not the time to delay, we must explain the ins and outs of everything clearly, and we must also explain to them the power of Thanos. How can we subdue it? When it was said that Thanos could kill many people with just a snap of his fingers, everyone's fists slowly began to be clenched. This guy is really too evil. Even if he doesn't mess with this planet, he will be killed completely in the future. Thor heard how evil this guy was, and knew that now he was not only a threat to the Earth, but also a threat to other places. Advertisement. It seems that even if they don't confront this guy today, the whole planet will start to attack him in the future. As for his situation, everyone can hear clearly. Fury looked at the projector in front of him, and he spoke very clearly about Thanos' various descriptions, and asked if all the people in the alliance below knew his weaknesses. Yes, understood. Everyone's face became extremely serious. It can be said that this guy actually has no weaknesses. It is not so easy to defeat him. Coupled with the fact that Thanos has so many subordinates in his hands, it is even more difficult to fight against him. Let's all prepare for battle. Following Fu Rui's words, everyone's face became more serious. Everyone knew that the next change of equipment would be the moment to fight Thanos to the death. Everyone stood up resolutely, their eyes became firm, and they agreed with their voices. Yes, advertisement. Yes. Everyone went out towards the direction of the door one after another. At this moment, Fu Rui looked at them and began to feel full of worries in his heart. Zian let out a soft breath. After writing this place, he knew that the next moment would be the worst moment in the entire war. It is also the most exciting moment in the whole plot. The excitement to catch the spectators is about to begin. Zian rubbed his hands together to get ready for everything. Looking at the golden hair comb in front of 183 again, he immediately entered a new chapter in a flash. Next is all the heroes, the strongest nodule, and they have to face the more powerful enemy Thanos. Zian's heart moved at will, and he entered a forest. All the League of Legends fighters entered the forest one after another to look for Thanos. They had received specific information, and they would fight against him next. In a forest, it was Thor who first encountered Thanos. I didn't expect it to be Thor. Thanos stood high in the sky, his dark blue skin looked at Thor in front of him, and he stood below with Mjolnir in his hand. Chapter 154 Thor under attack. Hearing this voice, the other party raised his head to look at the man, not expecting that he actually knew him. You are Thanos, let me clean you up today. Sure enough, he is a big talker. Go get this guy out of my way. Following Thanos' command, everyone rushed towards the front. I saw that the two parties spoke only a few words, and the Thanos Legion took the lead in moving in the front direction, and the Thor in front fought together. It's just a few little Lolos. For Thor, it's easy to get rid of them. Mjolnir raised it high towards the sky, just a flash of lightning, and the sound of howling ghosts and wolves began to sound. It seems that you really have some ability. Thanos personally stepped down and confronted Thor, and every move made it difficult for the other party to parry. Advertisement. Zian exhaled lightly, knowing that there is still a certain gap between Thor and Thanos. He didn't dare to do more, shifted his mind, and immediately turned to the front again, writing all the plots in the magic book. Immediately Thanos' left hand, the glistening red huge amounts of glove began to swing out, and a huge flame landed on his body. Thor was hit extremely far above, and the sound of pain sounded. At this moment, other Avengers superheroes rushed to the scene with all their might. It seems that you are all looking for death. Even if Thanos saw them, he was still not afraid, but felt that being able to deal with these guys together today would just save him a lot of trouble. It's all right, you're all right. Spider-Man was really angry. He took a step forward and helped Thor up. Seeing the man with dark blue skin in front of him, he gritted his teeth angrily at this moment. It's okay, don't worry, because Thanos was wearing that glove on his hand just now. It was really powerful, and it caused Thor a lot of pain. He stood up firmly again, and at this moment his whole body began to become embarrassed. Advertisement. Now everyone is here. Whether it is Doctor Strange or Black Panther, everyone sees this guy in front of him and knows that he is really a formidable opponent. Now is not the time to be polite. We are all ready to deal with him. Coming to the scene, the captain of Magnesia holding the shield looked at Thanos in front of him, knowing that the most important thing at this moment is to completely destroy him on the Earth. Yes, after killing him, Iron Man hangs in midair and sees Thor and him are not resisting at this moment, and knows the strength of this man. Ha ha ha, just because you want to get rid of me, let's all die today. Looking at all the superheroes in front of him, Thanos didn't take these in his eyes at all, but changed his hands, and another pair of light, Li Jiao, blue gloves appeared in his hands. This pair of gloves appeared very slowly, and the power of thunder and lightning moved towards the sky, and the dark clouds were densely covered, and all of them gathered in his hands bit by bit. The red gloves on his other hands slowly began to emit extremely hot power, as if there were huge amounts of bombs inside. Everyone is ready to fight. While speaking, Spider-Man popped out several cobwebs in front of him and attacked. Chapter 155 Iron Man and Steve joined forces. Iron Man and Captain Magnesium also knew that the most important thing now was to kill this guy, and everyone rushed forward. Just because you people want to kill me. There were rumbling thunders in the sky, and bursts of lightning hit the ground. Whether it was Spider-Man or the Iron Man just now, everyone was under attack. The captain of Magnesia held the shield in his hand, and after resisting the lightning this time, a huge amount of holes began to appear in the shield. How could this guy be? He never thought that this guy was so powerful, even the shield's resistance made him half kneel on the ground. Let me clean up today, 817 you guys. The sudden lightning attack also let every Avengers hero know that they must go all out so that they can defeat this huge amounts of enemy that truly destroys the universe. It was a real battle. At the beginning of this scuffle, it was impossible to see who was making what kind of moves, and the forest began to be shattered by their fighting. Cough cough cough. Advertisement: the captain of the country of Magnesium was attacked by his attack and reached a very far position, and coughed violently in his chest. It's okay. Seeing that all the heroes and warriors in the distance were still attacking in the front direction at this moment, Iron Man saw that he was seriously injured, so he took a step forward and asked with concern. It's okay, don't worry. Now that the two of them are facing such a powerful enemy, they really let go of all the grudges in their hearts at this moment, and must defeat the greatest enemy that destroys the universe. Persevere, we will definitely defeat him. Yes, I will hold on. After the two had finished speaking, they attacked again. They became a new team, and they fought complementary to each other, which also strengthened the fighting ability of the two of them again. After writing this place, the corners of Zian's mouth couldn't help but start to laugh. As long as they can once again unite within, this battle will slowly win. Zian is still very satisfied with what he wrote just now. He described this battle as if he was on the scene. I believe that the emotions of many spectators will be captured by him again. Advertisement: I found that my literary talent is really getting better and better. Under the sunshine, Zian looked at the scenery in the distance, and couldn't help but praise himself deeply. Zian knew that as long as the content was well written this time, the system might give him more rewards in the future. If I want to be with these superheroes, it seems that I need to work harder. In Zian's heart, he knew that in the future, all kinds of emotions will rise again, and the superheroes will have more conflicts. He wants to break into these people's internals and solve them, their contradictions. Thinking of this, his whole body was full of strength, and once again he looked at the golden magic book in front of him and started a new plot. As all the superheroes cooperated more and more tacitly with each other, the delayed Thanos began to retreat steadily. Doctor Strange looked at Banner in front of him and shouted loudly. Ask Stark to come and help. Receiving the sound of help, Stark knew that the other side was really under a lot of pressure, and immediately rushed over with a loud shout. Chapter 156 Genius Zian's brain opening. I'm here to hold on. This kind of scene of the crowd really made many people start to cooperate with each other better and better. Thanos really didn't expect that he couldn't beat them this time. His eyes all started to turn red in anger. I will come to you again in the future, to sell accounts with you. He didn't plan to entangle with these people any longer, but prepared to make them pay more if he had the opportunity in the future. Inside the blue glove on his hand, a bolt of lightning appeared again, forming a huge vortex, entering bit by bit. Huge amounts of power formed within the vortex, and Thanos fled towards the inside. Be careful not to let him get away. That being said, everyone can only watch that guy helplessly, leaving the forest completely. Seeing nothing in front of him, the entire forest is dilapidated, and all the heroes have come to this place. Advertisement: it's abominable to let him go anyway. When I see him again in the future, I will definitely not let him go. The superheroes also began to become very embarrassed at this moment, because the enemies encountered in this battle were too powerful. Everyone has been injured to varying degrees, and the most important thing now is to recharge your batteries. Zian felt that he had really exhausted all his brain cells for that enough spectator emotion. 0. Seeking flowers. Zian also knows that it will take a few days for these superheroes to go back to recuperate from their injuries, so he doesn't need to worry about the next things. How am I going to compose a new identity for you? Zian this time decided to make the audience more and more emotional. First of all, he wanted to let the huge amounts of villain escape once again, and then everyone entered into various disputes again, and worked together to kill Thanos. Lose. He remembered that when he wrote these programs before, he basically reached the highest point of all the plots at this place, as long as Thanos was killed, but now he changed his mind. Thinking of this, he felt that he was really a genius, and a smile appeared on the corner of his satisfied mouth. Advertisement: everyone was exhausted from top to bottom, without a trace of strength. After saying a word, they rushed out towards the direction of the forest. Let's go back. Every one of the superheroes who returned to the conference room began to feel disheartened at this moment. Zian let out a soft breath. Originally, he planned to write this Infinity War for him at one time, but he regretted it. Such a wonderful battle must make him have more twists and turns. Thanos is the ultimate villain for everyone. He wants to make this person more exciting, so that he can show the power of superhero. Looking at the magic book in front of him, which was filled with his thoughts, he exhaled lightly, rubbed the bridge of his nose and relaxed his eyes. Let's talk about it when we all go back. In order to see the mood of the audience, I really worked hard. He looked at the magic book in front of him, wanting to make them more exciting in this lesson. Zian also began to rack his brains. In the past, Thanos' identity was enough to be legendary, and for the entire universe, he was also one of the biggest villains. Zian wants to make it more legendary and more emotionally arousing for the viewers. Chapter 157. Pulling the spectators' emotions to a new high. I have a certain understanding of him before. Thanos has 2 generals by his side, and he is even the most powerful bully in the entire universe. He wants to keep the energy in the universe in balance, so he wants to get so many gems and other things. Kill half the people on this planet. This guy is really a big bad guy. Thinking of this guy's identity, Zian couldn't help but cursed. Just when, 087, Zian was thinking about these things, the voice against the machine rang out again in his mind. Master, don't waste so much effort, just write quickly. Hearing this mechanical voice coming out of his mind, Zian was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect that the system usually ignores him, but this time he can take the initiative to appear. Didn't you never show up when I talked to you before? Why are you in such a good mood today? Zian, he knew that the guy in the system never went to the 3 treasure hall without incident. Since he could appear today, he didn't know what happened. But he is not in a hurry, but writing the magic book is enough for him to synchronize these things with the world. The movement of Thanos on the master's side started to move. I hope you still have to write it as soon as possible. Advertisement. This surprised Zian a little. He never thought that the speed of this room was so fast. It seems that if he wants these guys to follow his own plot, he really can't delay again. It seems that his speed is really fast. If I don't move, I really can't do it. Thank you for reminding me. The system can also appear to make his magic speed hit the boiling water faster and faster, and Zian's point movement started to work again. Where do I want to write you again today? Zian wrote about a battle before, feeling that he had already aroused the emotions of many spectators, and it was not so easy to make them more exciting and push them to a climax. Come on, let's get on with it. Having said that, Zian really didn't have any hesitation. His heart moved at will, watching the magic in front of him disperse a golden light, and once again started the story of the top 10 heroes. This guy is so hateful that he even captured the Scarlet Witch. Yeah, why just take him away? Advertisement. The superheroes are sitting in a big office. This moment is really puzzling. Nick appeared in front of them, still with the same dark face. I have another piece of news. Get ready, all of you. If he said that, everyone knew that nothing good would happen next. Tell me, what new news do you bring? Tony was very familiar with him and asked directly. It is said that Thanos has captured the Scarlet Witch, but 0.5 he was able to escape with the help of Vision. I didn't expect things to change so quickly. It seems that the message Nick sent to them was really timely. What the hell is going on? Why did Thanos want to catch him too? Yeah, I don't understand why he only caught the witch. Iron Man and Captain Marvel looked at Nick in front of them and asked questions. Chapter 158. Vision's gem is targeted by Thanos. You also know that if you don't talk about Thanos' ambitions now, it will definitely be impossible, and besides, these superheroes of Avengers will not let him continue to hide it. His face was extremely serious, and he put his hands on the table, looked at the people in front of him, and spoke to them more firmly. Thanos has great ambitions. Now he wants to collect all 6 gems and destroy all the planets, so as to reduce the energy consumption of the planets by half of the people. This sentence shocked everyone. No one thought that he would have such a wolfish ambition. It seems that he just wanted to dominate the entire universe to do so. 08 These gems are hidden on various planets, and it is not so easy to find them. That's why he destroyed planets one by one. Why didn't Thor think of Thanos? Now he has set his sights on the entire universe. Doesn't this mean that not only the Earth is threatened, but other planets are also the same? You can see that everyone is full of doubts, and give them a definite answer. That's right, so the gem on Vision's forehead is also one that Thanos wants. After hearing this affirmative answer, everything can be resolved now, and everyone knows what will happen next. Advertisement. Since the opponent wants to get so many gems, they must try to stop them. If all these gemstones are set on the gloves, more and more people will die in the future. This guy is really hateful. The captain of Magnesium Country has always been compassionate. Hearing that so many people would die because of him, he was really angry and stretched out his hand to pat the table. Yeah, it seems that defeating him is what we have to do soon. The Hulk sat on the position below, and at this moment, the skin of the whole person began to turn green. Okay, everyone, please be quiet first. There are still the most important things we need to do right now. You and he know that even if everyone is angry at this moment, there are more important tasks waiting for everyone. Tell me what we want to do next. These superheroes are all ready to fight, and no one will escape this battle no matter what. Advertisement. Vision is running away now, and Thanos is also chasing after him. I hope you all go to protect him immediately. Regarding the words Nick said, everyone is definitely obliged to, and they will mess up his plan no matter what. Then what are you waiting for? Let's all get ready to go. The captain of the country of magnesium couldn't wait to stand up first, and walked out towards the door. Black Widow was also very angry at this moment. Wearing a black suit, he also stood up immediately, and walked outside the door without saying a word. During the last battle, Thor and Iron Man were injured to varying degrees. At this moment, the two of them must stop each other's methods no matter what. Let's all split up. Seeing the two of them leave, you didn't say anything more, just dropped a sentence, and everyone walked out of the door one after another. He's over there. Captain Magnesium and Black Widow were looking for Thanos everywhere, and suddenly they saw Thanos, and the two men were shooting at Vision. Chapter 159 The Strength of King Black Panther. Fortunately, the two of them came early, otherwise this gem would definitely be taken away in the next moment. You guys are really disgusting, let me clean you up. Black Widow came to the battlefield while speaking, and soon started fighting with those two generals. Seeing their attack, the captain of Magnesia held the shield in his hand, and was entangled with Black Widow again after the attack was blocked by Black Widow. Vision and the Witch moved to the side, knowing that these superheroes were here to save themselves. I saw Captain Magnesium and Black Widow rushing over, and soon they teamed up to defeat Thanos' two men. We're all ready to go. Seeing those two fleeing, the captain of Magnesium Country didn't chase after them again, thinking that the most important thing is changing eyes. If you accidentally chased him again and hit the enemy's plan to divert the tiger away from the mountain, then the loss outweighs the gain. When he was talking, the Witch was sitting next to Fantasy World, watching the other party's performance, really nervous. I feel that his program may be messed up, we all need to fix it quickly, otherwise this gem will explode. Zian felt that what he had written this time was really exhausting, and the current plot being promoted by him was really nerve-wracking, so he let out a sigh of relief. He felt that in the recent days, although he was writing books with his mind, his speed increased and he became more tired. Seeing the golden magic book in front of him, Zian couldn't help complaining. Advertisement, okay, so it's decided. Zian looked at the magic book in front of him without any movement, and couldn't help reaching out his hand again, and flicked him lightly. After hearing what the Witch said, Captain Magnesia and Grey Widow glanced at each other. These things were something they both knew nothing about. Although Zian was talking, the golden magic book in front of him did not move at all, as if it was just a person talking to himself. After an hour passed, Zian opened his eyes again. Unexpectedly he fell asleep. Backquote. You guy, you didn't show up when I was chatting with you. The golden light of the magic book, Wang Liao Zhao, trembled slightly, but there was still no movement, and he ignored him, a vexatious person. My head was dizzy just now, and I didn't know when I fell asleep. Listening to what Captain Magnesium said, several people hit it off and made the final decision to seek help from King Black Panther. This place is still very close to the place where Black Panther lives. It is impossible for everyone to toss Vision one place after another, and they are afraid that other accidents will happen. Now I work too long every day because I am tired. Black Widow also started to worry at this moment, wondering where should the Vision robot be sent to Iron Man next. But Iron Man is also in danger of protecting himself now. Such a boring day made Zian really helpless. He closed his eyes and began to rest slowly, so that his spirit could recover faster. Stop talking so much, send him to Black Panther for help first. What? Where are we sending him now? Chapter 160 Zian writes books. The magic book consumes his mind. It seems that writing the top 10 heroes is also very tiring. Zian muttered, but his heart moved randomly. Looking at the golden magic book in front of him, he began to fabricate again. Following the above plot, Captain Magnesium and Black Widow took Vision to the kingdom of Black Panther for help. Vision's program is so messed up, can the Black Panther kingdom really do anything about it? Black Widow is still very worried about Black Panther's ability, and I don't know if they can do it, but now I have to go to this country. This is really the nearest place. Don't worry, there's no problem. Black Panther's sister is proficient in various computer technologies. He thinks it shouldn't be a problem for 730 to open these programs and restore Vision. Captain Magnesium still knows these things in his mind. Besides, Black Panther's men have a good friend. When Bucky installed the Iron Man arm, he was also a mechanical master. I didn't expect Black Panther to have such a powerful sister. Thinking of that guy's subordinates, Black Widow couldn't help but praise him, and he didn't even think that Black Panther's sister was an expert in computer technology. Let's all go on our way. Advertisement Vision completely fell into a coma at this moment, and its AIDC program was even more disordered, and the program that needed to be repaired could not be delayed any longer. The few people stopped talking nonsense, and led Vision all the way to the direction of the Black Panther Kingdom and hurriedly changed. Within the Kingdom of Black Panther, the class of Black Panther has received specific information. Knowing that Vision was injured, it seems that now Thanos has gradually begun to go crazy. As the Jewel of Vision, a physical robot, after being taken away, it may kill him anytime and anywhere. Everyone has participated in battles together for several years, and no one wants to see such a thing happen. Yeah, Thanos is really powerful now, just sent 2 men and made me invincible. I'll explain it to you later, get ready to start. It was midnight. When Captain Magnesia and Black Widow came with Vision, everyone around them became nervous. He began to order his sister around him, as well as all the high-tech personnel, to make all preparations, hoping to help Vision fix his program. It's the king. Advertisement. The scientists didn't dare to delay, they agreed one after another, and hurriedly helped Vision into the laboratory. Fortunately, the people under Black Panther are all high-tech personnel, and together they should be able to save his life. Everyone didn't expect Vision to be so seriously injured, they thought it was just a program disorder. Seeing that he was unconscious now, it seemed that his life would be killed at any moment. Black Panther also knew that the most important thing right now was Vision's injuries, and he dared not delay, and everyone in the country would order. Yes, I understand. After laying him on the cold bed in the laboratory, the others began to get busy. What's going on? This Thanos really took his gem away. Why is it so strict? Wanting to fix his program is a big job, and not just any programmer can do it. Take him to the laboratory and start preparing right away. Black Panther's face was extremely ugly, looking at the few people in front of him and asking. Chapter 161 The Importance of Gems to Thanos. Thinking about the strength of that guy's subordinates, Black Widow's angry face began to change. It seems that they really encountered a strong enemy this time, and it is not so easy to wipe out Thanos and his men. What the hell happened? Knowing the importance of gems to Thanos, but everyone never thought that Vision was the first to be rivaled. However, she angrily told them all the ins and outs of the matter. It also made the two of them never expect that Thanos on the other side was so anxious and did everything he could to get it all. Is it possible? After everyone finished speaking, they didn't speak for more than half an hour, and their eyes were fixed on the Vision and the computer programs in front of them. The captain of Magnesium Country was really nervous at this moment, and he started to hold his hands tightly. Let's leave it to them if we don't know, let's go find Thor and others first. Advertisement. The most important thing now is that Thor has a gem in his hand, and other people also have gems in their hands. We must protect these things so that everyone does not encounter danger. Okay, then we are all ready to go. Now everything needs to be handed over to those scientific personnel. Even if they wait here, they can't help much. Several people hit it off, and rushed back in the direction of the Alliance one after another. Everyone in the Alliance has heard the news, and you have made everyone's face extremely strict. The sliding door opened again, and the captain of the Magnesium Country and the king of Black Panther walked into the meeting room one after another. How's Vision going? Seeing the three of them coming in, everyone started asking about Vision's physical condition in unison. The most important thing now is to fight against Thanos. Captain Magnesium briefly explained the ins and outs of the matter to everyone. Hearing these things, everyone's face became extremely serious. It seems that it is not so easy to defeat Thanos all at once. Since he is looking for us again, we will take the initiative to find him. Advertisement. Thor, he has never been a person who avoids disasters, saying that the other party is now focusing on himself, and he is willing to use himself as a bait for Thanos to appear. 0. Seeking flowers. He volunteered to stand up and share a plan in his heart with everyone. Listening to Thor's plan, you can't believe it, and you never thought that he would use himself as a bait. But everyone has to admit that his plan is sure to be able to quote Thanos, and it will be destroyed in the future. Iron Man heard that he was able to make so much effort to kill Thanos, his face became extremely serious, and he took the lead in expressing his opinion. I agree with his plan. Now Thanos has an influence on the entire planet. He snapped his fingers and destroyed half of the lives before. If he really collects all 6 gems, the entire planet will be under his control. Everyone knows this, and definitely knows that everyone has to make efforts for the real protection of the planet. I agree with him, too. Hulk's face was extremely ugly. He stood up and agreed with Thor's dangerous move. Chapter 162 Thor uses himself as bait. After these words were spoken, everyone raised their hands and stood on Thor's side. Although the captain of the country of Magnesium did not speak, he also knew that this was the moment for everyone to make a real decision. In the end, Nick was really happy, stood up and looked at Thor in front of him excitedly and said to everyone, I know that you all are true heroes, and on behalf of all the people, I thank April 27th, thank you. Everyone didn't speak, knowing that the real fighting moment was coming soon. When Zian wrote about this place, he loosened his handiwork and once again took it back from the magic book. He knows that these superheroes will be injured in the future, and he knows that superheroes and Thanos are fighting together. For him, the excitement he wants to describe is the most important thing. The emotions of these spectators are really getting harder and harder to pull. When Zian said these words, his eyes began to become more determined, and he looked in the direction of the magic spell. What's the matter? Zian has never felt this way in the past 2 days of work. Today, I just feel emotional. I want to write well, but I didn't expect to be blocked by him. What's going on? Could it be that I'm not allowed to work? Zian, he thought about becoming friends with these people in the future, and now everyone is going to participate in the battle, but he can't stand by their side. He really feels a little sorry. Zian shook his head without any hesitation, wondering what happened in a daze. Advertisement. At this moment, he was really angry. But as long as he thinks that after finishing this book, he will immediately get more spectators' emotions and become a good friend of the captain of the Magnesium Country, Zian begins to have a new motivation in his heart. No way, I just wanted to write the climax of 5.2, but you actually want to remind me to rest. You be ***************** D. You have used too much of your thoughts, and your energy is not enough. I hope you can. A mechanical sound sounded, which was the magic book system reminding him that the working time was too long and his body was exhausted. At this moment, Zian also began to lose his temper. This person was against him. He just wanted to write the climax of the plot. After he got in the mood, he forced himself to rest. Zian felt that he was too much of a perfect person, so he exhaled lightly, thinking about how to make this battle more exciting. I'm going to arrange a new skill for each of you, which will definitely make you chic and handsome. With great difficulty, he made up his final determination to finish writing all the books written by the captain of the country, but for some reason, he really lacked energy. In the past, he posted a lot of superheroes, all of which were very exciting, and the emotions of the viewers were aroused. Now it is not so easy to reach a new high point. He was going to write this magic book again, but the golden light on the magic book began to dim slowly. It seems that you are really going to suffer. He has been working for more than 8 hours today, and the time spent in thinking is too long, which also makes his whole head feel dizzy. Chapter 163. The plan is implemented. Everyone comes to the forest to eliminate Thanos. I'm sorry, Master, your body is completely overdrawn now. I hope you can fully rest and continue working tomorrow. It is said that the magic book wants him to write more exciting parts, but he also knows that once the Master's body is overdrawn, it will have an impact on his health in the future, so he has no choice but to force him to rest. Hearing this guy talk, Zian was really furious. He leaned back on the chair and rubbed his already sour mind. It seems that although the magic book written with ideas can be faster, it still consumes my mental strength. I used to write by hand, although the speed was slower and it was very tiring, but Zian never had this kind of mental state. Sure enough, upon hearing what Zian said, the mechanical voice began to hiss, and indeed he didn't say a single word. Could it be that this guy wants to explain, but really doesn't know where to start? Zian smiled knowingly. Do you think this thing will consume my life? Now I feel myself at this moment, as if I am 2 or 3 years older, and my body is completely incapable of what it was before. It seems that this system wants him to complete various tasks and gives him more rewards, which also has a certain loss for him. The system heard that Zian understood everything so quickly, and the mechanical voice could not help answering his words again. Master, don't get me wrong, as long as you work 4 hours a day, it can be comparable to the usual workload. Advertisement. He doesn't need to write so many books now, and he can complete the real workload as long as he works for a while every day, but he doesn't know why Zian is working so hard. In fact, Zian also has his own ideas in his heart. He can only get more rewards if he writes more books and gets more reading, and let people like Captain Magnesia and Iron Man become friends with him. He moved his mind randomly. Just when the teacher talked about this method, the system began to sigh deeply mechanically. He knew that Zian had been locked in this small room for a whole year, and his mood had begun to change to a certain extent. You must know that he is just a 20-year-old young man now, and he stays in this small room every day. No one in contact with him will definitely make Zian feel depressed. Master, you can only rest today. In any case, his current body is completely overdrawn, and he must rest compulsively. It is also possible for him to write about this part of the climax tomorrow. Hearing 340's words, Zian wanted to forcefully open his eyes, but his head was too cloudy, which also made him feel dizzy. There was no way. Zian leaned back on the chair again, slowly said to him slowly. It seems that I can only be obedient. He felt that it was very difficult to go to bed at this moment, so he agreed in a somewhat dejected manner. When the system heard that he had really started to rest, the system was relieved and answered him again with a mechanical voice. Master, as long as you sleep, you will recover soon, I promise. The magic book system kindly reminded. Chapter 164. Too much mental effort. Zian fell into a deep sleep. After all, the two of them have been together for more than half a year, and the system doesn't want to see him suffer so much. Zian didn't make another sound. This time it was his turn to ignore the magic book system and leaned back on the chair quietly, and soon he really began to fall asleep with his eyelids getting heavier and heavier. It was midnight after waking up. Zian slowly opened his eyes, and saw the high moon hanging in the dark blue sky in the distance. Tonight is the 15th day, and a full moon hangs in the sky. Today is another sunny day. There is no cloud in the whole sky, and the stars hang brightly on it, shining brightly. What a wonderful night. Seeing such a scene, Zian couldn't help but sigh with emotion. He opened his eyes again, looking at the magic book in front of him that exuded a faint blue light, and felt that his mental state had become even better at this moment. Looks like I can start working again. He wants to finish this book written by the captain of Magnesium Country immediately, get more rewards, and wants to enter the working state. Advertisement. The system did not show up this time. Zian felt that his mental state at this moment seemed to be really bad and very good. Where did I write it before? Zian looked at the magic book in front of him. Every word has been carefully guessed by him, which also made this article about heroes more refined. It turns out that the climax has come. Come on, we want to complete this book. Looking at the magic book in front of him, the faint light began to radiate again, and the golden light began to become more prosperous. Zian made all the heroes appear again. All the superheroes came to a forest, and they used Thor's gem as a bait to get Thanos to come to this forest to fight. Looks like Thanos is coming. As a strange strong wind blew by, the captain of the Magnesium Country tilted his head and looked to the right, reminding all his friends in a low voice. Everyone else sensed Thanos' presence, too, and everyone started getting serious right away. There was a clearing in the middle of the forest, and Thor stood alone in the middle with a hammer in his hand, looking up at the distant direction. Advertisement. When Thanos arrived, he looked around in the direction of the surroundings, smiled unremittingly, and a deep voice sounded. Didn't expect all the League of Legends characters to come? It seems that this guy is really amazing. He can feel all the heroes coming. In this case, the captain of the country and the other heroes will not be afraid to hide their identities if they look at each other. Thor understood what he said, and knew that the next moment was for everyone to fight, and they had to reserve all their strength to destroy this guy. Now that you know it, prepare to die. Well done. You threaten the entire universe. You are our common enemy. Today we will kill you in this place no matter what. All the others stepped forward to look at Thanos, wanting to destroy it. But I didn't expect this guy to be really arrogant. Even if all the more than 10 superheroes have come out, he really doesn't have any fear. Just because you can still kill me now. Chapter 165 Thanos Arrogant Guy. He has got 3 gems in his hand, and it will be very easy to kill them, which is also his confidence. Arrogant guy, get ready to clean up. Soon Thor waved the magic hammer in his hand around and around, and the whole forest also started to have a big wind, which made the place start to spin. As soon as the real story started, Zian's eyes began to turn red, and he also became excited in this dark cabin. Seeing Zian like this, the system has never seen him so excited, and slowly 583 began to appear among their children. He was really afraid that if Zian was so excited, any danger would happen next, so he could only observe his situation anytime and anywhere. But at this moment, Zian couldn't feel anything, but used all his energy and thoughts on the magic book, hoping that the real Avengers could make it more exciting this time. As one hero after another attacked the front again, various explosions began to occur around Thanos. You can't kill me with these methods. Thanos looked at Thor and Iron Man with disdain, and everyone flew in his direction. Now 5 gems are still short of the last one for Thanos. Did not expect these guys to come to the door. It seems that they want to kill them. Song was able to take the last gem from Thor's axe. Stop him quickly. Once he gets this gem, his life will definitely be ruined. 0. I definitely want to take this last gem. Advertisement. After Thanos finished speaking, he moved very quickly and began to pick out the last gem. Mjolnir was simply impossible for others to pick up, but Thanos took him with a direct reversal of his body. Everyone else fell to the ground one after another, watching as the last gem in Thanos' hand was set on his glove. Mjolnir, who was still very powerful just now, suddenly lost so much destructive power and began to become light and fluffy, throwing towards him. What are you up to? Thinking of these things, an extremely dangerous smile began to appear on the corner of Thanos' mouth. He ignored Iron Man without hesitation, but rushed in the direction of Thor. It is completely impossible to know that other partners want to take other things, but the gem that represents power is shining brightly. AICC, God suddenly felt that everything in his hands had disappeared. He didn't expect this guy to be able to hold his own hammer. Stop him now. The captain of Magnesium Country was very anxious when he saw this scene, and he opened his mouth to remind everyone, hoping that they would stop this disaster and catastrophe immediately. Come on, offer up your gems. Thor flew forward and took the big hammer in his hand, which he held as if he had lost his strength. While speaking, he wore huge amounts of gloves on his hands, and shook them in the direction of Mjolnir without any hesitation. The other superheroes also didn't expect it. Everything happened in this instant. What's going on? What the hell is going on here? Chapter 166 When all 5 gemstones are collected, life is disappearing. No matter if it was Spider-Man or the captain of Magnesia, everyone started rushing towards the front with all their might. Just when everyone was about to contact Thanos, the other party disappeared all of a sudden. Everyone froze on the spot, paved a blank space, and only saw the other side, where the last gem on Vision's forehead was also taken away. Today I will let you all come to see the power of all my 5 gems. In this void, the voice of Thanos began to sound, and it used the power of 5 gems to start to strangle all life. Before, he thought that these beings in the universe would waste more energy in the universe, and today is just the moment to witness miracles. Where are you D? Get out of here immediately. Thanos, what's the matter with you coming out as a coward? Iron Man also began to feel a little anxious about this lesson. He knew that once all 5 gems of Thanos were collected, many people would disappear again. Before, he smashed one of his arms into pieces, and made half of the people on the earth disappear. Thinking about it now, it is too scary. Advertisement, come on, I'll show you my force zone. Immediately, Thanos appeared with 5 gems in his hand, exuding a shining light. With a snap of his fingers, he used the power of the gems to randomly start killing these ordinary people. It was too late for everyone to step forward to stop it, and began to watch life die. He looked helplessly at the Spider-Man in front of him stretching out his hand to help him, but he really couldn't do anything. As everyone was surrounded by the fear of this kind of death, Zian did exhale softly. After saying this sentence, Spider-Man began to slowly disappear without seeing his body. He was really destroyed in this universe just as Thanos said. Even Doctor Strange, who was usually omnipotent and weak, began to feel strange at this moment. What's going on? What the hell is going on here? Help me find out what's going on here. 0. Seeking flowers. Advertisement. He didn't want to start disappearing in this place without fighting Thanos. Sorry, I really can't do anything. The fantasy world that had just been revived suddenly began to disappear, and the entire Star-Lord team also began to disappear one by one. At this moment, his eyes also began to turn red, he said helplessly. Everyone really started to panic at this moment. Spider-Man rushed towards his good friend Iron Man with all his might. Iron Man also widened his eyes, never expecting that all this would actually happen. Spider-Man looked at his hands in disbelief, and watched his body gradually disappear. He felt that his body was rapidly disappearing into ashes, without any movement. He wanted to resist, but he didn't know how to do it. Zian looked at the golden magic book in front of him, and knew that these superheroes would gather again in the future, but to restore them all, more plots were needed. Before, he and Captain Magnesium also said that he wanted to be friends with Spider-Man and Iron Man, but he didn't expect that he would make all these people disappear tonight. Devil, you are simply a devil. Chapter 167 Iron Man is on the verge of a kind of anger. He looked at the emotions of watching the class that he had aroused before, and sure enough, the emotions of the audience had begun to reach a very high level of emotional construction. It seems that the more tense the situation, the more you like to watch it. Zian was really helpless. Although this scene was very frightening and made many people powerless, the emotions of the spectators were really too high. Zian let out a breath, knowing that Chi Wu-san said that he should continue, but tonight these emotions made him a little excited. He stretched out his hand and rubbed his eyebrows, feeling tears starting to swirl in his eye sockets. People like Zian, and more ordinary spectators, each of them has become extremely nervous now, and many of them are even standing in front of their own TVs, watching everything. Come on, let me take all of you to a new high. After Zian finished speaking, he looked in the direction of the golden magic tree again. Zian watched the golden magic book in front of him begin to dim in color, probably due to the disappearance of these heroes one by one. I'm going to bring you back to your peak form again. For Zian, it is really not easy to arouse the emotions of these audiences, even sad, for him, he can get endless rewards. For my rewards, for my freedom, I really worked hard. After saying this sentence, Zian's heart moved freely, and once again, he turned to the direction of the magic book, and began to write the book with his mind. Advertisement. Now Spider-Man and Doctor Strange, and even more ordinary people, suffered this kind of bad luck one by one, and their bodies began to disappear rapidly. On the scene, many people began to become more terrified, and other people who were not wiped out also became afraid. Just now Thanos completely disappeared without seeing everyone, and at this moment, he can only return without success. Let's go back and talk about it first. The captain of Megu looked at his friends who had disappeared and gave the final order in fright, hoping that everyone could go back with him to renew their memories. Iron Man's eyes were red at this moment, looking at everyone in front of him, especially at Spider-Man who was still begging himself for help just now, but it disappeared at this moment. He couldn't swallow this breath no matter what. Where the hell is this guy? Let me kill him, let me kill him. He was really crazy at this moment. A ball of flames under his feet rushed towards the sky, and he began to search everywhere, but he couldn't find anything except a blue sky and white clouds. Thanos wants to eliminate half of all people on this planet, and there are more tasks for him to complete. He doesn't have that much time to entangle with these superheroes, and he wants to wipe out 4.2 of them one by one, and he is leading a few generals around him to do bad things. Let's go, let's all go back and renew our memories. The Hulk also became frightened at this moment and came to Captain Magnesia's side and agreed with him. Several other people also kept silent, followed behind them, and rushed back to the place where they gathered. Chapter 168. Everyone in the base camp is disheartened. After more than an hour, everyone returned to the base camp, looked at everyone immediately, and was silent at this moment. He knew that they disappeared this time, and the two partners would disappear little by little in the future. All of a sudden, everyone's future became gloomy, and they didn't know what to do next, how to kill Thanos completely. This guy wants to become the main ruler of the entire planet, and it seems that 08 must work together to defeat him. Let's talk about what we should do next. What else can I do? I can only wait. Can you find him? Some people began to feel disheartened and spoke despondent words. Sure enough, after this sentence was finished, all the people silently closed their mouths, and the office became extremely depressed. Zian rode to this place with his mind, and exhaled lightly, feeling that such an atmosphere needs to appear by himself. Even Zian is thinking at this moment that if the system agrees, he really wants to give everyone more ideas, wants to be their military advisor, and will accompany these heroes in the future. Zian thought of this, and couldn't wait to start communicating with the magic book system. I have written a book on the system for so long, can you come out and have a good negotiation with me? Come out of the system, I want to help them, this is my best way to introduce. Advertisement. He wants to be with so many superheroes and fight side by side. This time everyone encountered a problem, which is an excellent opportunity for Zian. He has always been the author of this magic book. Once he puts forward real opinions to everyone, he will definitely be able to kill that guy when he writes the book. The more Zian thought about it, the more excited he became, but the system ignored him at all, which made him extremely anxious. Now, he patted the direction of the magic book vigorously, and the golden light began to flicker on and off. You come out of the system, I want to negotiate with you, I'm going to help these superheroes. I don't want to be in this room anymore, I want to get out. But no matter what, no matter how he shouted at the system, he simply ignored this temper-playing person. In the end, Zian calmed down little by little. It seemed that he could only continue to write the story to a new climax, so that he could get more rewards, and then he could show up to help them again. Zian lowered his head dejectedly, looking at the golden book in front of him. Once again 117's heart moved freely, pouring emotions into it. Now in the entire League of Legends, all the characters began to become extremely depressed, and the entire low pressure enveloped the planet even more. What Thanos did this time, you started a lot of disagreement within the League of Legends. Now everyone doesn't want to find each other to take revenge again, and they also know that their strength is not enough, and Thanos has completely defeated their team very weakly. Zian continued to write and endured his heartache to let the whole team really start, and it was time to disperse. Everyone started to live their normal life. Chapter 169. The Forgotten Hero. The captain of Magnesium Country is still the same as before, cheering for everyone and fighting against various evil forces with many ordinary people. Black Widow now manages the remaining Avengers, so that they can continue to be avenged by Thanos. Some of the remaining Iron Man people also began to resume their ordinary lives. Captain Marvel did not give up all the ideas of revenge before, and he is still maintaining the peace of the universe, fighting against those Thanos men everywhere. These people used to be fighting characters among heroes, and now they start to live the lives of these ordinary people, which also makes the whole plot pulled into a very low level. When Zian wrote this place, he felt very aggrieved in his heart, and he wrote the time 5 years later in a blink of an eye. Zian, who moves at will, really has an idea at this moment, wanting to help these heroes so that they can return to normal. I will give you a reminder, you all can rest assured. After Zian said this sentence, he felt the magic book system to see if the other party agreed or disagreed. But what he didn't expect was that the magic book system didn't make any sound, as if acquiescing to his words. Feeling that the other party didn't make any movement, Zian began to feel relieved at this moment. It seems that even if heroes like Thanos want to write wonderfully, they still need to give reminders. Thank you, I know what I should do myself. If there is a chance in the future to be able to walk beside these people again, Zian must be willing to take this step. Advertisement. Now the entire room is pitch black, and 5 years have passed in the blink of an eye, and several chapters of the magic book have been turned over again. Zian moved his heart at will. Avengers has started. Everyone has their own new life. Looking at their lives so ordinary, but War Machine is, at this time a new news came. Zian sent the latest news in the direction of Black Widow Avengers. Hawkeye was discovered in the cruel ways in which it is hurting ordinary people. Hawkeye was also one of them before, I don't know why he has become like this now. Zian, he knows that this is a reminder he gave to everyone, and slowly these things will gradually start to get on the right track. Black Widow was really sad at this moment, I don't know why all the people have become like this now. Waiting for the moment when he was sad, on Zian's side, his heart moved and turned to another direction again and again. In one corner of the world, there is a forgotten hero. It was Ant-Man, because he had flipped some field switches before, and he was received, and it had been in that box for 5 years. Zhao Dahao, Ant-Man doesn't know what the outside world is like now, so he managed to pass through various quantum levels and let him walk into the real society. Ant-Man stretched his body, looking at everything around him, although it has been 5 years to the outside world, but for him, it seems that only a few hours have passed. Ant-Man was found soon, and Black Widow saw his friends meet again, everyone was very happy. Chapter 170. Zian makes the story happen again. You guys haven't seen each other for several years, and I didn't expect you to come back again. Black Widow was able to see his good friend again, and greeted him cheerfully. What happened in the past 5 years? No matter how I see it, you are not right now. Although Ant-Man is very happy to be able to return to his friends again, he also knows that everyone is no longer the same as before. Listening to his words, Black Widow became a little sad again at this moment, but he still told him the ins and outs of the matter. Ant-Man really didn't expect the entire 753 Avengers to suffer such a blow. I have a way to solve this incident. Go, the two of us are leaving now. After he understood the facts that the other party said, he immediately went to the headquarters and raised it again to everyone. Ant-Man didn't have time to say too many things. The reason why he was able to be locked up in that small customs clearance was to make time happen again, and reversibility could also revive these people. The Iron Man Tony place has the most advanced machines in the world, and there are many modern inventions. Although it is ridiculous to think about inventing these time machines so that they can go back to the past again, everyone is willing to give it a try. Captain Magnesium and Black Widow glanced at each other. They didn't know much about this so-called quantum time travel. The eyes of the captain of Magnesium Country started to light up, and he wanted to leave now without any hesitation, to find Tony and let him make this machine. Then why bother? We're going to find Tony now. Advertisement. But the two knew that in order to truly realize it, they now needed to find someone who really understood these things right away. You have to remember that there is only a 1 in a billion possibility, and I don't know if I can intercept this time and space. Ant-Man is also seeking truth from facts and told them what he thinks in his heart. I don't know if this is feasible or not. What did you say? You really have a way to bring us all back to the past. When Zian wrote this point, the corner of his mouth began to smile slightly. He felt, that the reminder he gave them would push the whole plot to a new climax again. Avengers Headquarters. Black Widow and Captain Magnesium, the two are really happy to see Ant-Man come back. I'm really too smart. Even though his life is so peaceful now, he still thinks about his previous life in his heart. Captain Magnesium and Black Widow have already made a decision and must ask him for help. Ant-Man doesn't want them to have too many illusions, and also hopes that these people can be treated rationally. Black Widow and Captain Magnesia were really shocked when they heard what Ant-Man said. After a step of self-praise, Zian once again wrote the magic book at will. Everyone's life gradually calmed down, and Tony had a 5-year-old daughter in his life in the past few years. Once there is a new point of view, then Zian will get more rewards. This is just a theory, I think. Whether it can be realized or not needs to be tried by all of us. Chapter 171. 5 years later. But what he doesn't know is that whether it's Black Widow or the Captain of Magnesia, these people have been waiting for this moment for 5 years. Even now, if there is such a slight possibility, everyone will definitely not let it go. They don't want to give up the current opportunity, and they don't want Thanos to wipe out the entire planet again. Stop talking nonsense, we are all ready to go. Hearing what Ant-Man said, he didn't waver at all. The two captains of Magnesia sat down and made the final decision to take him to meet Tony without any hesitation. On the top of the building, Tony was dealing with his official business, and he was very surprised to hear a few of them coming. Let them come up. Listening to the assistant's words, Tony said something coldly. Captain Magnesium, Black Widow, and Ant-Man walked upstairs one after another, and saw Tony wearing a black suit sitting at his desk in the president's office. Smart people don't speak dark words, so I'll just talk about our content today. Advertisement. Captain Magnesium and Iron Man still had a lot of misunderstandings before, and they just met, and they were unwilling to be around the bush. Okay, I haven't seen each other for a few years, I want to hear what you guys are doing here. Tony leaned directly on the boss chair at the back, staggeringly listening to the Captain of Magnesia explain the ins and outs of the matter to himself. When he heard these things, he was really shocked, but you must know that he has started to live a normal life in the past few years, and he doesn't want to break all the beauty. His expression became more and more serious, and finally he refused again. I have precious time now, and there are many family members who don't want to go back to the old life. Ant-Man and Black Widow glanced at each other, and we didn't expect him to directly reject the brother's request. You're really ready to give up? Everyone started chatting, and the more they chatted, the more angry they became. Seeing Tony Tank's attitude is really very firm now, everyone didn't expect him to really think so now, so they had to leave angrily. Well, if that's the case, then we all will meet later. Advertisement. While talking, the Captain of Magnesium Country turned his head without any hesitation, led the two people, and walked out in the direction of the door. Zero, seeking flowers, although they can only achieve recovery now, they now think of another person, that is the great Dr. Banner. The Hulk was a doctor before he transformed. He has a lot of research and hopes to help everyone open this time machine. When Zian wrote about this place, his expression became a little ugly. He never thought that Iron Man would refuse the request of his good brother. With Iron Man's financial and physical resources, it must be very easy to build this time. Thinking of these, Zian exhaled lightly, and once again took back his spirit. The color of the magic book began to dim little by little, and Zian's eyes gradually dimmed. It seems that the past few years have had a certain impact on you superheroes. Zian knew that Captain Magnesium and Iron Man had a lot of disputes and different ideas, but he didn't expect that they didn't stand on the solid 10 line this time. Chapter 172. Zian's secret help. Although it can write the whole storyline very clearly, can arouse the emotions of many people, and make the whole story ups and downs, but Zian can't control the thoughts in these people's hearts. Fortunately, the Captains of Magnesia are very smart and know to go to the Hulk. The Hulk Banner is a doctor and can definitely help them. Thinking of the situation of the Captains of the Magnesium Country, Zian put his energy into the magic book again. 967. I will definitely help you. On this side, Captain Magnesium brought the other two people in Hulk Banner to meet in a coffee shop. Good friends haven't seen each other for 5 years, everyone met again this time, and they talked about such serious things, which made Hulk's face gradually become dignified. I'm really sorry, but what you're talking about is not in the field I'm familiar with. I can't help you complete this experiment, but after thinking about it for a long time, he knew that he had done a lot of research on this aspect, but these forces in Quanda were not the direction of his research. He has been studying these things in recent years, but he has been unable to complete them. Advertisement. He was really happy to hear that Captain Magu and the others had come, and he even shared his recent past few years with everyone. Everyone had a great time chatting together, but when they heard what he said, no matter whether it was the Captain of Magnesia or Black Widow, they all began to change their expressions. It's okay, as long as you can live well now. Ant-Man's complexion also began to become extremely ugly, unexpectedly, even Banner could not complete it. Yes, then let's all figure out a way. When everyone was at a loss, the other side couldn't resist their own thoughts of wanting to study those computer space-time interception machines. Ever since he had a big fight with Captain Magnesia, Tony has still entered into the production of a computer-simulated space-time interception machine. After half a month, Tony was really very happy. He didn't think that the direction of time and electronic simulation were really feasible. He was as excited as a child at this moment, and the electronic sensor door opened slowly. It was Tony's wife who walked in. He knew that he had always wanted to complete his knot, and that he would become like this if he could succeed today. Advertisement. Do what you want to do, I don't want you to have any regrets. Hearing his wife say this, Tony stood there in a daze. He didn't expect his wife to agree with him to return to the Alliance. Really, dear, you are very kind. He knew that this had become a knot in his heart, and now that he could save many companions, he had to go back to everyone. Come on, I'll help you call them right now. While speaking, the woman picked up the phone next to her and called Xingzi, a few other partners. The people who received the call were really happy. They didn't expect that in 2.7 when everyone was asking for help, Tony's side actually got the final feasibility research method. Okay, we'll be heading to your home right away. It was Banner who answered the phone, and he was really happy to have this new discovery. After hanging up the phone, he told everyone the good news, which made everyone very happy at this moment. Advertisement. Chapter 173. Ant-Man Shuttle Time Machine. It's really nice. Yeah, it's really great. The Captain of May Country also showed a smile on his face, and immediately proposed to everyone. Then what are we all waiting for? We are ready to go now. Yeah, we're leaving now. Tony's ability to make a move again is a piece of good news that everyone can't wait for, and everyone agreed to say it one after another. Then what are you waiting for, Ant-Man? This time it's up to you. Ant-Man has a fast time machine, put everyone in it, and he can rush to Tony's side in a very short time of 08. Hearing everyone's joking tone, Ant-Man is definitely obliged to tell everyone immediately. Then you all should be ready. Advertisement. He immediately took out his time machine and waved it in the direction above. Everyone began to laugh and rushed in the direction of the time machine. Zian wrote this moment with a satisfied smile on his face. All of this was arranged by him, because he also knew that Hulk is not very good at these things. Let them all run around like headless chickens. Zian really couldn't bear it in his heart. Just when Zian regained his spirit contentedly, the mechanical sound of the system in the magic book sounded again. Master, you have violated your own will. The only thing Zian has been able to get is the spirit points of the spectators, and now he has violated the rules of the two of them. But now he has become good friends with Captain Magnesium, and he wants to be with more heroes in the future. As friends, he can't watch them, and he can't do anything about these troubles. Zian immediately turned to the system within the system with a playful smile and said apologetically. I'm just giving them a small reminder to make things turn around. This is what the plot needs. When Zian uttered these words, the system was really helpless. He never thought that this guy would have such control. He was not talking, but started slowly, becoming silent. Zian rubbed his eyes and entered the handle of the magic book again. Advertisement on the other side, Captain Magnesium, Black Widow, and Ban have arrived at Tony's residence. When everyone came to this place, they were also warmly received by their friends. Let's not gossip, let's get ready to see the feasibility of what you said. Captain Magnesium and Tony still have a lot of misunderstandings, and they always feel weird when they talk. But both of them knew that the most important thing now was not the opportunity for them to quarrel, and Tony no longer cared about the other party and said it directly to everyone. Come and see the results of my latest research. While talking, he took these good friends around him and walked towards his laboratory. Everyone in the laboratory did not expect that this person really started to make some time machine templates. Oh my god, you are a genius. When Hulk Banner saw this scene, he had to admit that Tony was an expert on these things. Tony just put his hands on his shoulders and looked at the shocked eyes of his friends, without saying a word. Chapter 174 Thor becomes a fat man. I still need your help. Definitely I'd love to. Whether it's Hulk or Iron Man, both of them are real scientists, and when they talk to each other, they have already started doing various experiments. Seeing this scene, Black Widow and Captain Magnesium were really helpless, so they could only walk towards the side. Everyone waited for 2 days, and none of them disturbed the two of them. They didn't expect that with the efforts of the two of them, a time machine truck was actually made. Looking at the finished product in front of him, Tony was really happy, and he came to Ant-Man and said, "You're done, and Ant-Man needs to successfully travel through this time machine." The Hulk knew that Tony was very happy now, but he poured cold water on him again. "But I would say he's not stable right now, you need to pay attention." Ant-Man came to this so-called truck time machine and looked at him, knowing that this thing must be unstable now, but if he wants to solve these technical problems, he can only experiment by himself. Advertisement, it's okay, I'm willing to do this experiment for you, son. Although he has been locked in the previous time machine for 5 years, but now everyone is waiting for him, so he has to give it a try no matter what. When Susie and Shoes came to this place, he was also very happy in his heart. It seems that all the people have also started to unite at this moment, and their hearts are working hard towards this place. Come on, let me help you. Susie muttered in his mouth, and started to make the whole time machine work again. On the time machine, Ant-Man successfully traveled to another time and space. He was really happy. He just wanted to shout out, but he didn't expect that this time machine was quite apart. Ah, what the hell is going on with this thing? While he was yelling, the time machine transported it back to this laboratory again. How did it become like this? It never occurred to Tony that Ant-Man had just been out for 10 minutes and turned into an old man. Advertisement, Tony UB ************. Ant-Man was really very angry. When writing this point, Susie also started to laugh, thinking that there was a little bit of evil in this serious plot. You really are a bunch of lovely people. Susie, while writing, made everything start to develop in a good direction. Whoa. The top 10 superheroes he wrote, for him now, these people are his good friends. Although they will encounter problems, Susie will let them solve all these problems time and time again. The time machine started to shuttle again, directly to the other side. Ant-Man entered the time machine, only for a while, and returned again, Jiao Jiao, turning into a strong young man. Sorry, please try again. Really, there will definitely be no mistakes this time. Tony didn't know why he was so unstable this time and asked Ant-Man to try again. The other party just gave him a big roll of the eyes, and entered the time machine. He didn't expect that this time. What made everyone laugh and cry was that he turned into a baby. Chapter 175 Poor Ant-Man shuttles in various spaces. My god, what the hell is this? Black Widow looked at the baby in front of him, holding a pacifier in his hand, and couldn't help complaining. Everyone definitely knows that this is nothing more than an unsuccessful experiment, and Tony immediately started to solve these problems. Let's try again, the two of us, let me help you. 2 doctors, 2 scientists, once again entered the experiment. Everyone knows that there are already solutions, and this technology will be developed in an all-round way. The captain of the Magnesium country watched all the technologies start to be broken one by one, and then he saw the dawn, and the most important thing was to call all the players back. Call everyone back. Okay, let's start contacting them now. Advertisement to defeat Thanos, the most important thing is to have all the partners return, and now everyone has new hope. As long as all the team members can return, everyone can go back to the past, and Thanos will definitely fail if he takes the 6 gems one by one. Thinking of the things that disappeared because of Thanos before, if my friends can bring back the gems, everyone will be able to restore the whole world to its original state. The time machine has been truly restored, and the Hulk and Captain Magnesium came to the new sanctuary and were confronted by Thor. Thor's koi began to become extremely negative. He is no longer as energetic as before, but has become a fat man. looking at him who was extremely negative in front of him, and made everyone glance at each other. None of them thought that he would become like this. How did this guy become like this? Zian knows that if he wants to write this wonderful plot, everyone has a different situation. This is a plot he wrote for Thor. The corners of Zian's mouth raised slightly, seeing Thor's appearance, AIFI. He couldn't help but also began to feel like laughing. But think about it, Zian once again wrote Thor as a new identity for the attention of many viewers. Advertisement, come on, let me make you more wonderful. For Zian, each of the top 10 superheroes is not only glamorous, but also has many stories, especially Thor, who has a different existence. Zian started to write again at will. Everyone came to Thor's house, and saw that the whole person has changed now, and the alcoholic who only loves to watch TV series. Brother is really happy to see you again. Thor was also very surprised, never expecting them to come. Why did you all come here? As everyone chatted, Thor really didn't expect that they could make something like a time machine. I want everyone to go back to 5 years ago. As long as you think about Thor's moment, it's really incredible. Although Thor has become a fat man now, after everyone's encouragement, he joined the Alliance again. In just one night, all the heroes in the Alliance have been assembled again. Although many people have changed, but being able to gather everyone together is already the best result. Chapter 176. Trying to get back the mind gem. The captain of Megu looked at these friends in front of him and was happy, and he said encouragingly to everyone again. We need everyone to assign their own tasks so that they can retrieve their gems. Thor, he knows that since he has no gems, he is a waste. Hearing what the captain of the Magnesium country said, he agreed without hesitation. Okay, I am willing to cooperate with you. I would also like to join you. The Hulk knew that many friends lost their lives because of this, and even more so, many people were bullied by the disaster tyrant. He couldn't let this happen. Besides, he is not a green-skinned monster who only knows rage. On the contrary, he has returned to a normal state in terms of intelligence and body shape. You assign it, we are all willing to follow your command. Following Ant-Man's words, the captain of Magnesia was no longer polite, and assigned tasks one after another. Banner needs to find the old one's gem master and ask him to hand over the most precious time gem. Advertisement, okay, I see, I'm definitely going to get the time gem back. Now everyone has finally seized an opportunity, and no one is willing to do anything easily. This time, they will have a showdown with Thanos. The captain of Magnesium country shared one idea after another with these good friends around him. Fortunately, everyone was thinking about one thing this time, and all their energy was focused on one point, and everyone took their own tasks. Then what are you going to do next? Iron Man Tony looked at this guy, one task after another, but he never said what he wanted to do. In his heart, he still had a certain grudge against the captain of the country, and asked without any hesitation. Me. The captain of Magnesium country frowned slightly, he definitely knew his mission. Next, I will go to the time point where Loki was defeated before and enter the previous days to get the mind gem. He still remembered that he and Loki fought each other before, when he lost to each other and lost the mind gem. Advertisement. Now that everyone can go back to the past, he has to solve this matter no matter what. Oh. When everyone heard the other party talking like this, they all glanced at each other, but they never thought that he thought so. Well, in that case, we are all going to split up. Iron Man Tony also felt that he said this sentence without any complaints, and immediately began to change the subject, ready for everyone to start moving. The captain of the country of Magnesium entered the time machine, his body began to shrink rapidly, and he shuttled in the front direction. Looking at the chaos in front of him, he really hoped that there would be no mistakes in this lesson. In just a blink of an eye, it fell to the ground. Looking at it as a familiar scene, I didn't expect that this time it really returned to the correct time node. Am I going back to 5 years ago? Even if he had already made mental preparations before, he felt very shocked at this moment. He never thought that he wanted to go back to 5 years ago. As long as he used this time machine, he could really come back. Seeing that the surroundings are so familiar, Captain May Guo soon saw a more familiar figure Chi in front of him. Chapter 177. Overcoming the cowardly self 5 years ago. That figure is not someone else but the self 5 years ago? He is kneeling in that place very frustrated now, without mind gem in his hand. It seems that this thing is still in Loki's hand. Why are you such a loser in this place? He looked at the moment when he was so useless 5 years ago, and he was really angry in his heart, and wanted to come forward to persuade the other party. But I didn't expect it to be in the past. 097 saw the present, and thought that he must be a bad guy in the costume of the captain of the country, and he came to this place just for mind gem. Who are you? Why do you look exactly like me? Seeing his clothes, he has already taken out the shield, and he is always on guard against what is going on. This person looks like himself. Is it a dream? The captain of Magnesium country didn't know how he should answer for a while, but he knew that if he couldn't say clearly, it would be very difficult to convince himself to get this mind gem back. Listen to me telling you. No, don't tell me what you said, I won't believe you. Advertisement. The captain of Magnesium country never imagined that he was really stubborn 5 years ago, and someone wanted to explain to him, but they all refused to listen. Since he didn't want to talk too much nonsense, he immediately got to the point and started asking. Then where did that guy Loki go? How did you know him? Throwing down a word, he didn't want to entangle him too much and came to the front place, and soon they fought with Loki. When the other party heard what he said, they were even more wary of another questioner. The former self is now as if he is facing an enemy no matter who he sees, and he is full of all kinds of defenses against him. Then he confronted him without any hesitation. There was no way to deal with it, and the captain of the Magnesium country could only fight back. The two of them started to entangle in this piece of sky after more than 10 years of loyalty. Calm down. Could it be that you also came here for Mind Gem? Then the two of you are the same breed. Advertisement. Since this is the case, then he will completely defeat his past, and then obtain this Mind Gem. He was hanging in midair, looking at Sha Mo's scene with glowing red eyes. He was also very shocked, not knowing what the situation was. This really made him helpless, not to mention that guy was holding a shield in his hand and had already started rushing towards the front. The captain of the Magnesium country was entangled with his past self, and suddenly raised his head 1.6 times to see this scene, and rushed forward without any hesitation. If anyone saw it right now, they would definitely be stunned. How could it be that two people who looked like twins actually started fighting? Wait until I beat you. You wait here. The more he fights the captain of the country, the more he knows that he must overcome the shadow caused by his past psychology in order to get this gem back smoothly. The two were entangled with each other, and he didn't say a word of nonsense, knowing that his past self still cast a certain shadow on this guy's heart, and he must be defeated. At this moment, Loki came back with a gem in his hand, and we didn't expect that there would be a scene that shocked him so much. What's the situation? There are actually two captains of the Magnesium country. Chapter 178. Zian is full of sad emotions after more than an hour of the entanglement. The captain of the Magnesium country who had already passed by the other side saw this scene and knew that only the two of them could work together to retrieve the Mind Gem. I'm here to help you. While speaking, he had already rushed towards the front, and the two of them began to get entangled with each other. Zian wrote this place, exhaled lightly, and felt that the plots he wrote were really too exciting. How much labor did I have to write such a good story? At this moment, Zian admired himself 08, feeling that only a genius like him can write a story so touching. Thinking about it, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but start to smile, thinking about the opportunity to meet Captain Megu in the future. In fact, there should be an encounter. How can I see you again? In fact, Zian still remembers that the captain of the country of Magnesium had promised himself that he would introduce him to those friends around him when he had the opportunity. Now all these people have gathered, but he didn't have the chance to meet those people, which was also the most disappointing time in Zian's heart. Advertisement. Master Zian, you are already distracted at this moment, please continue to write heroes. The system is really helpless. Zian is easily distracted when he writes the most exciting part. Now he has been deeply attracted by the plot, but the master has rested. Hearing the reminder, Zian immediately came back to his senses and looked at the magic book in front of him emitting a faint golden light. Okay, don't worry, I understand. Zian looked in the direction of the magic book with his head and eyes wide open, and the whole plot continued again. Sure enough, just as I thought, the captain of the Magnesium country is still very powerful. His powerful mind quickly defeated his past self and became the real master of the spiritual treasure city. He rushed in the direction of Loki again. This Loki was also an imagination before, and soon completely defeated him. With the Mind Gem, you can defeat Thanos next. Without any delay, the captain of the Magnesium country rushed back in the time machine towards the gathering point. It fell to the ground, but what he didn't expect was that everyone didn't come back. It seemed that everyone was still troubled by various difficulties. Advertisement. Is it just me? While talking, he could only sit quietly here alone, waiting with Mind Gem in his hand. Iron Man and Ant-Man formed a team, and entered that time and space from the place where they defeated Loki for the first time. The two of them cooperated with each other with 667, trying to get the space gem, but what they didn't expect was an accident, and it started to happen again. The Rubik's Cube was taken away by Loki, and a landslide occurred. It seems that it is not so easy to solve this problem, and it will take a while. What the hell is going on here? Iron Man looked at the situation ahead grumpily, really furious. Stop talking nonsense and solve the trouble quickly. Ant-Man definitely knew that the most important thing now was to get rid of these troubles so that he could go back to the past. Chapter 179. Don't talk nonsense. If the problem is solved, withdraw quickly. On the other side, Thor went to the sanctuary of the past. This time he is going to the day when his mother died, and also the day when his ex-girlfriend was possessed on the time-limited gem to treat her illness. This day is simply too painful for Thor, and he doesn't have such a mind to face this day. He watched what happened at that time very painfully, and his will was slowly wiped out. Looking at the already fat Thor in such pain at this moment, the raccoon next to him really couldn't stand it any longer. Rocket Raccoon has always been his good friend. Seeing him like this, it seems that these tasks can only be done by himself. You wait for me here. If they want to get the time-limited gems in their hands, they need to extract the energy of those gems from his ex-girlfriend bit by bit. Seeing that Thor didn't speak, he walked towards the front alone, ready to start, and the energy of the time-limited gem was extracted. At this moment Thor was still watching the raccoon walking forward in depression, without any movement. Suddenly he saw his dead mother appearing in front of him, talking to him. Don't worry, mother, I won't let you down. He doesn't want to live this kind of life like being locked in a cage every day. It seems that no matter whether he is finishing the book or facing the society, he must take this first step. Brother, I'm here to help you. Advertisement. About 20 minutes later, Thor's eyes shed tears little by little, and he really put all those things in the past behind him. When I think about Zian, I feel a little uncomfortable. How can I make my life better and better? Zian felt that although Thor has always been a tough guy, he also had a scene of tenderness. For his ex-girlfriend and his mother, this should be the softest part of his heart. Looking at the dark blue sky at Genuine, the stars are shining brightly. Zian also felt a lot of melancholy at this moment. Zian felt that he wrote this emotional scene really well. He raised his head in the middle of the night, but he didn't expect that this day would be really fast. Mother, why did you come back? He didn't want his son to always be fascinated like this, but to continue his wonderful life. Zian stretched vigorously, and wiped the little tears in his eyes by the way. He stood up without any hesitation, and walked in the direction of Rocket Raccoon, wanting to use Thor's spear to take away this worldly gem with him. It has been more than half a year since he came to this place, and he hasn't talked to more people since he met a captain of the Magnesium country, Mo Qian's. My son, I believe you must be the best. You have to face your past. With a gentle smile on her face, the mother exuded a faint golden light, and began to speak out all her words of encouragement, hoping that Thor could regain his spirit and return to the real society again. Backquote. This scene should make a lot of tears. During the conversation, the whole person was refreshed again, and the two of them smiled together and started to do things. Starting tomorrow, I won't be able to write books in this place every day. I want to get in touch with this society. Chapter 180. Make up your mind to contact the outside world. Even if this place is full of dangers, he feels that he can't keep depressed like this. He wants to take this first step like Thor. After making this decision, Zian felt that his whole body began to become extremely relaxed. Once he can get out of this step, his life will definitely become easier and easier in the future. The corner of his mouth began to show a slight smile. Even if the sky outside was so dark, he was not afraid. He also felt that the starlight was very bright. I'm going to go out and exercise every morning starting tomorrow. After making the last 300 decisions, Zian smiled slightly and closed the magic book in his hand. It took too long to write a book today. For him, the whole person has become exhausted. If he wants to recover, it seems that he needs to go to bed earlier. Why is this book so tiring? Although he now says that he is using his own consciousness to write the book, the speed has started to become faster and more three-dimensional, but it is really too much energy. His mind began to become clear, and Zian slowly lay down on his bed, with one hand under his head, and began to think about how much emotion he could get today. Hearing the other party's questioning words again, a mechanical voice sounded in his mind, and Zian answered in the affirmative. But you have to know that it's dangerous outside now. Feeling the highlights of these emotions, his eyelids became more and more heavy. Zian slowly closed his eyes and fell asleep. The system really didn't expect Zian to make such a big decision now, and immediately the mechanical voice began to comfort him. Advertisement, but he thought that there are still many superheroes who haven't written about Thor's various past events and will be mentioned by everyone again, and he doesn't know if being a god can persist. The reason why the system has not appeared is because he knows that Zian may not be able to do what he says, but he was really scared just now. He feels that Zian has made the final determination, and this time he will definitely stick to it. Waking up the next morning, Zian sat in front of his magic book again. After listening to Zian's final decision, the system didn't say another word to comfort him, but silently disappeared. The more he writes books like this in the future, the more exhausted he will be. For the sake of his health, he must. AIEG, step out of this small house no matter what. I'm not afraid of these things. If you want to die, then go die. Master Zian, are you really planning to do this? He wanted to meet more friends and get in touch with more people. Thinking of these, his whole body and mind began to relax. Zian really thought about it at this moment, whether it was danger or death, he was willing to face it by himself, but he didn't want life to be so peaceful. Today he must let Thanos taste the real power. Yes, I am going to live a normal life from tomorrow on. Now that everyone has obtained all kinds of gems Thanos, it is definitely impossible to control the entire universe. Now Thanos has started to make a mess of the entire Earth and even the entire galaxy. For them, danger exists all the time. Chapter 181. Life returns to calm. Are we all going to seek revenge on him? As long as we have these gems, he will surely be able to do no more evil. Where is this Thanos? Even if they used the time machine, they couldn't find him. Everyone was very angry at this moment. In this case, let's go back to Earth. On this piece of the Milky Way, Iron Man looked around carefully, but there were no traces. Okay, let's go back and talk about it first. Everyone did not reject his request, but felt that the safety of the Earth was really important to them. Besides, everyone is also afraid of Thanos, and he will use a strategy to transfer the tiger away from the mountain, and transfer all these people away. Then he will return to the Earth alone, and many creatures will be threatened. We're all ready to go. Thinking of this, no one dared to delay any longer, and they all flew back in the direction of the Earth. Advertisement. Now all the gems are in the hands of the League of Legends. As long as Thanos cannot collect them all, it will not cause any harm to the entire Earth or even the galaxy. Thinking of this, everyone can rest assured. It's okay to be back on the Earth, everything is safe, but what they don't know, Zian has closed the magic book in his hand again at this moment. The days began to become dull, and the episode this time passed in such a light way. The Hulk and even Iron Man waited for 10 days, but they still didn't see any sign of trouble, and they all returned to their posts. Iron Man also returned to his post, patrolling around. As long as there is something injustice, he will meddle in his own business again. The same is true for the captain of the Magnesium country. He has his own work every day. These tasks are very complicated, and he is also willing to bear the burden of hard work. Zian closed the magic book in his hand, and now that it was the afternoon, he had already made a decision to go out for some exercise every day. I'm leaving get off work today, and I'm going out to relax. Zian casually said a word to the system, and then closed the magic book mercilessly. Advertisement, isn't it, master? You really decided on TNDO. 0. Seeking flowers. The magic book system knew yesterday that Zian had made a decision and wanted to go out and contact the outside world, but it never occurred to him that this person really could do what he said. Zian came to his bed, looked at the casual clothes in front of him, and thought that these were the clothes he and Captain Steve bought together. Only before going out would he carefully iron these clothes and put them on himself. Listening to the system's words, Zian raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and then answered his words cheerfully and seriously. That is definitely, I have decided that I want to integrate into this society, and I will definitely get in touch with it. I am going to buy some things first. Some of the daily necessities are no longer available, and Zian also needs to get in touch with this society, so let's start from here. Hearing what he said, the system also knew that he had made his final decision, so he didn't say any more words. Silently looking at the person in front of him, he packed up everything and watched Zian leave this room to die. Chapter 182. The noise from the supermarket downstairs. The door of the small room was opened, and at the moment when the sun was setting in the west, the scenery outside was so beautiful, he called out softly, and left this place in one breath. I hope you are all well. The mechanical sound of the magic book system sounded. It can only write a variety of storylines, but it is too difficult to help Zian. He felt that Zian was really disobedient. After the two of them, 840, finished writing the top 10 superhero characters, wouldn't they just get more rewards and want to have a better life? Not a problem. Although it was okay to say so, he could only lie quietly on the table at this moment. When we came to the street outside, there were crowds of people coming and going. Everyone had smiles on their faces, and from a distance, we could see some troops on duty. Zian felt that such a life was really wonderful. Seeing the supermarket in the distance, Zian walked towards the supermarket without any hesitation. Hello, what would you like to buy? There was a clang of the door, and the service staff of the supermarket came towards Zian and asked. The sound of the ringtone was really crisp, and when Zian saw the smile on the other party's face, his whole mood began to improve a lot. I buy some daily necessities to eat. Okay, that's over there. The service staff stretched out their right hand to direct Zian, and the front is all the areas for those things he needs. Thanks. Advertisement. After saying thank you, Zian put his hands in his pockets and walked out towards the front. Looking at the food and drink items in front of him, he also began to carefully select them. But what he didn't know was that the danger outside was approaching little by little, and suddenly there was a loud noise, breaking all the tranquility. Another group of unknown monsters broke into their community. This kind of thing happens frequently these days, and there are various reports on the news. Although everyone is very panicked, everyone has slowly begun to accept such a turbulent life. Zian's body trembled, and when he heard the plop, he turned his head and looked outside curiously. What's the matter? What the hell happened? It's really scary. Those guys looked extremely terrifying, and rushed towards the front, which had a certain impact on many citizens and injured many people. When Zian saw many people rushing into the room, he also looked outside. He didn't expect to see that familiar figure in the distance. That person is none other than the first friend he met, the captain of the country. I didn't expect today to be such a coincidence. Zian didn't have any fear at this moment. On the contrary, the corner of his mouth showed a smile. To be able to meet the captain of the country of magnesium, or in such a critical situation. 0.5 It seems that the two of them are really destined. Just like that, he quietly hid by the window, watching the captain of the magnesium country in front holding a shield in his hand, throwing it towards the front, and started fighting with the monster. A lot of people were watching their battle, and this scene of Captain Magnesium's bravery also made him admire. Chapter 183. Sudden accident on the street. Oh my god, he is so handsome. If it weren't for him, I would definitely die in this place today. A girl was rescued, and when she saw the handsome captain of the country in front of her, she was so brave and praised without hesitation. Yeah, I don't know if Steve has a girlfriend or not. The other girls saw in the distance at this moment, Steve was fighting fiercely with each other, and spoke in a low voice. Seeing that the two of them were able to talk like this in such a critical moment, Zian couldn't help but start laughing. There was another whirring 08, followed by the sound of glass shattering. Everyone was scared and ran away. Zian really did not expect a huge monster's body to fall in front of him. But the guy didn't die in horror, and ran out towards the house again. Zian was startled. He never thought that this guy would rush into this supermarket. As long as the captain of the magnesium country and the troops around him didn't notice, this place would become extremely dangerous. Advertisement. He wasn't going to be a coward, so he immediately stood behind the supermarket and took a look. When he saw a place selling kitchen knives, Zian rushed over without any hesitation. Let me be brave today and kill you, monster. He didn't know what it was that mutated, and his appearance was very ugly. When Zian saw this guy, he was holding a knife in his hand, and there were some trembling girls behind him. He had to be brave by himself. The monster saw Zian holding a knife in his hand, so he was very defensive, and walked towards him step by step, limping over. Even though he was injured at this moment, that guy was about 2 meters tall, and he was much stronger than them. He stretched out his huge amounts of claws, and slapped Zian vigorously. Go to hell with you, B**************. Just as he was yelling and waving the kitchen knife in his hand casually, the captain of the country took it again and discovered the situation in the supermarket this time. He flipped his body and flew into this place. The shield in his hand flew out without hesitation and threw it on the monster. Zian opened his eyes and saw that the monster's body fell straight on the ground, splashing waves of dust on the ground. Hello, Captain Magnesium. Advertisement. This sentence stunned the other party for a moment. The young man looked familiar. The two of them had met for more than a month, so it was no wonder that the other party had forgotten something. Seeing his expression, Zian felt a little disappointed in his heart, but immediately began to smile again, introducing himself. Have you forgotten 187? My name is Zian, we met in the park. With his reminder, the captain of the country of Magnesium immediately thought of Zian. With a smile on his face, he immediately introduced himself and said this to him. Oh, remember, I'm sorry, I was stunned for a moment just now. It's okay, I know you're busy now, wait for me, it just so happens that I've been looking for you these days. The captain of the country of Magnesium had told Zian before that he must introduce his good friend to him. Since the two of them are destined to meet again, he must fulfill his promise no matter what. Chapter 184. Steve's street mission comes to rescue ordinary people. Okay, then you go to work first, I'll wait for you. Zian was also very happy when he heard what the captain of the country of Magnesium said. Fortunately, this friend still remembers himself. In fact, the captain of Magnesium country has always had a feeling of sympathy for this young man. It is really very enthusiastic to be able to express contact again today. Don't go and wait for me. There were still some problems after the battle that had not been resolved. After he said a word, he ran towards the direction above the scene. Zian did not leave, but followed behind the captain of the Magnesium country and watched as the troops on the scene were solving one problem after another. He really didn't expect that the past few months have been extremely quiet, but there are still so many wars and various monsters appearing on the streets. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the captain of Magnesium country arranged everything properly and walked back again. It's a good thing you're still here, let's go, I have something to tell you. Zian felt a little strange. The two of them had never revealed their identities. Did the other party have any guesses about him? Seeing the bewildered look of the young man standing at that place also brought a smile to Steve's face. He patted him on the shoulder, and directly asked for 10 more invitations. For many young people, they are really untouchable heroes. Hearing Zian's praise, the captain of the Magnesium country does not take it into his heart at all. Besides, he hasn't met all kinds of friends for a long time. Everyone lives their own lives. Captain Magwo also wants to meet Zian again at this opportunity. The captain of the country of Magnesium directly faced the front direction, held the shield in his hand, greeted the teammates around him, and left the place. Advertisement. Definitely know that you are all my idols. It seems that your car is really getting more and more beautiful. Steve came to the front of his car, put his shield on the back seat of the car casually, stretched out his hand and patted his proud car. A black and stylish motorcycle in front is waiting for its owner. Sure enough, his words instantly made Zian extremely happy, and he agreed without any hesitation. Asterisk. No, Batman. He made it for me. Okay, it's better to be respectful than to work hard on you from Jai. Batman has a very cool car. When the two of them met, the other party remodified his own car, Zhao Zhao. Instead, speak directly. He had always been a man of his word, and he had promised this young man before that he would definitely not break his promise if he wanted to introduce his friends to him. Zian definitely knows that Batman has always had his own research on various technologies. It seems that both of them should be very good in private usually be. I remember I told you before that I want to introduce you to my friends, right pointing arrow. When Zian saw that motorcycle, he knew that it was the captain of the Magnesium country. He would ride this motorcycle when he had no missions. You're welcome, let's go. I have to admit that the captain of this car has been adjusted again, and it is really cool now. Chapter 185. Zian meets his idol again. You also have your own expertise, and I believe you are also a real hero. While speaking, he had already stretched out his long legs to straddle that cool motorcycle, stretched out a helmet and handed it to Zian's hand. Let's go, we are all ready to go. Where are we going? Zian stretched out his hand and took out the black motorcycle cap, put it on his head, hung it on the car and asked. He knew in his heart that Steve would definitely not harm him, but he was really curious in his heart, not knowing where he was going this time and who he was meeting. He has always wanted to be friends with these superheroes in 620, who can he meet today? The motorcycle on that side had already been fired, and the muffled voice of the captain of the Magnesium country rang out in the motorcycle head. Let's go to the building where Iron Man Tony is. Friends, before the appointment today, it was said to be 10 o'clock, but because he got the task temporarily, he was already late at this moment. Advertisement. Tony has the tallest building in the country, and all the technology inside is also the most advanced in the country. As a successful rich man, this guy has never treated himself badly in life. Today he entertained all his friends to his laboratory. Although Captain Magnesium has a bad relationship with him, he will definitely not be left behind. I also watched all kinds of news and didn't know if it was true or not. He definitely knew about the relationship between them, but he didn't expect that the other party would find out the loopholes in his words so quickly. Want to see Tony? We were just a quarrel between friends, and we are definitely good friends. All the way to a very tall building, the car in front of him stopped slowly, and a staff member stepped forward immediately in front of him. You know that the two of us have private wishes. In fact, the two of them only have different personal opinions, and there has been some estrangement for a long time, but there are not many grievances. The car is heading in the front direction all the way to the urban area. There are not many cars in the urban area. After all, it is noontime, and many people are also at work for this class. Advertisement. Zian definitely knew it all, but felt that what he said just now was really inappropriate, so he immediately changed his words. For the two of them, Zian definitely knew very well. At this moment, the captain of the Magnesium country felt a little curious and turned around to the inquirer who had some questions. At this moment, the motorcycle was already roaring towards the front, and bursts of big winds passed by his side. Hearing what he said, the captain of the country of Magnesium began to smile and then answered calmly. His words are self-evident. Even if they are good friends, there will be opportunities to quarrel with each other, but we are still good friends and will not be torn apart because of a little thing. Shouldn't your relationship be very good? That's good? Did the relationship between the two of you ease? At the moment when his voice was muffled, he was really relieved, because the quarrel between Iron Man and Captain Magnesia was too serious, which made him worried. He immediately opened his mouth and found a perfect excuse to cover up the news he had seen. Chapter 186. Take you to meet my friends. It's Mr. Steve, please come in. The staff got out of the way and opened another door. The captain of the Magnesium country didn't say a word, just nodded slightly with the other party and rode, and the cool motorcycle entered another door that was usually closed. This is a special door for the few of us, and no one comes in normally. He walked into the building with Zian, and at the same time introduced him to various facilities of this place. This place can go straight to the top floor, and it is also the place where these superheroes meet in private. Zian listened to the other party and didn't say too much. He knew all about these things. The car was parked in the underground parking garage. There were already several cars parked there, but as long as he looked at those cars, he knew they were all other superheroes. I didn't expect people like Batman and Wolverine to come too. Hearing that Batman was still there really made him excited. How much did his voice start to increase? Advertisement. Yeah, it seems that they really came too early. The captain of the country of Magnesium agreed, took off the hat, turned around and took the motorcycle hat from Zian's hand, and ordered directly. Let's go, the two of us will go. Good. Being able to meet so many superheroes again today, Zian really began to feel a little excited. Although these people usually appeared in the content of his magic book, but this time they were able to meet real people, which also made his 10 hero fans become excited. The captain of Magnesium country definitely saw Zian at this moment, took a deep breath, the light in his eyes did not speak, and led him towards the elevator. Entering the elevator goes up slowly, and walks up in the direction of the top 100-story building. This guy is such a luxury, it's still a dedicated machine, we'll get to that in a bit. I don't need to be too nervous when I meet my friends, every one of them is very good. He knew that Zian was young, and he was also afraid that he would be nervous when he saw these friends of his, so he couldn't help admonishing him every sentence. Advertisement 0. Seeking flowers. Zian really didn't expect that the captain of the Magnesium country would be such a warm person, which made him feel different at this moment. Thank you for introducing me to these superheroes, I really appreciate it. Wanting to meet so many people with his own strength, Zian knows that it must be very difficult. Today, I am really grateful to Steve for remembering the previous agreement between the two of them. 0. It seemed that it was more than half a year before he planned to meet so many people, and the time had already been advanced. Thinking about this, he was very happy. You're welcome, this is what I promise you. He has never been a person who breaks his promise, and this is nothing more than a little effort for him. Moreover, he feels that this young man has very good qualities, and he also wants him to be friends with everyone. With a ding, the elevator door opened, and two people walked out in the direction of the door. Walking into a huge amounts of hall, there was a big table in the middle and sat down. Many people were laughing and joking. So many people have come to beg. Chapter 187. Tony's Rich Life. He was the first to walk forward and greet the friends around him. Zian was excited from the beginning, because he saw Thor, Batman, Iron Man, Captain Magnesium and even the Hulk were all present on the scene. He didn't expect so many people to come this time, and he could meet so many superheroes at one time, and today really fulfilled his dream. Thinking about the time before, the system would not let him go out on May 13th. Today, going out this time is simply a big bargain. Thinking of this, Zian and the system spoke directly in front of others. How is my luck today particularly good? Look, these are my idols. His heartbeat started to speed up, and he started beating bang 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 when he saw these people turn their heads curiously and fixed their gazes. A mechanical voice sounded in my mind and answered directly. Then the master wishes you a happy play today. The system really didn't expect Zian to worship these people so much. Advertisement. What's more, what the system didn't expect was that the captain of Magnesium country had met before, but the other party still remembered him and fulfilled his promise. Hearing the mechanical voice, Zian didn't pay attention to him again, but with a gentle smile on his face, he followed Steve into the crowd. Ouch, Steve, you're late today. I'll see who's coming. It's Steve, we just saved the street. When Batman and Hulk saw him coming, they both had smiles on their faces and were joking with him. He looked at Zian's appearance. He was gentle and handsome, and his impression of him was extra points. When everyone saw him coming, everyone turned behind him and looked in the direction of the young man. This is a kid I knew before. I admire you also. Today I brought him to see the world. It was Batman who spoke. Hi everyone, my name is Zian. I'm really glad to meet you today. It's not too late, we all just arrived for a while. Advertisement. When Zian heard that the other party had heard his name, he immediately stepped forward and gave them a salute, then introduced himself and said, "Hello, young man." Steve was still chatting with his friends, turned his head to look at everyone, looked at Zian behind him, and introduced it first. After saluting, Zian showed neither humble nor overbearing, and took the lead in extending his hand to introduce himself to the other party. Looking at this young man, although he is not very old, he is very good at talking, and he also advances and retreats. Everyone has a good impression of him. Zian looked at the other side again. Thor and the Hulk, all of them started shaking hands and greeting them again. He didn't think so much in 5.3 now, but stretched out his hand and held the young man together. Batman smiled slightly and didn't think that he just said a word and took the bat face photo off his face. The young man still knew him. It's nice to meet you too. Hi Batman, I really like you and it's great to see you today. Yeah, I just finished work and came to meet with you. I'm not late, I'm sorry. Chapter 188 The explosion in the laboratory. Come on, the two of us will go there. Iron Man was not there at this moment, but entered his own laboratory, making everyone wait for his experiment results. Has his quantum problem been solved this time? Everyone remembers that it was a difficult problem for them to defeat the Thanos Prince element. Although several months have passed now, this problem has always surrounded these people. After Steve finished it, the first question he was most concerned about was this matter, and he asked the friends next to him without any hesitation. I don't know, Tony said he can solve it for me today. Only at this moment did Zian realize that these people were able to gather in this place today because Iron Man was able to break through all kinds of problems with the quantum elements. These people have become like this without writing into his plot. Zian is still really happy for him in his heart. But when everyone was talking to each other, and Zian was watching the excitement, there was a loud noise, which disturbed everyone's attention. Advertisement, what happened? What happened? The one from the lab, hurry up. Everyone rushed, ran to the door and saw Tony, and they were all relieved at this moment. Banner, he looked at Tony, there was no great danger to his life, and at this moment he felt relieved and asked. Everything is not going well, how did it become like this? Zian knew that something must have happened on the other side of the laboratory, so he quickly stood up and followed them to see if there was anything he could do to help. The captain of Magnesium Country also stood up quickly, and ran into the laboratory after them. Batman was the first to run to the scene. He really didn't expect such a serious thing to happen. Tony hid in a corner with an extremely ugly face. He didn't speak, but the explosion just now was too severe. Looking at the entire laboratory, he had done such intensive protection work and suffered such damage. Come on, let's go see what's going on. Advertisement. How could it be blown up like this? Hulk, Banner and several other friends also ran to the door. Seeing the mess in the entire laboratory, everyone's expression was extremely sad. Batman and the Hulk couldn't help but ran towards the direction of the laboratory. When the captain of the Magnesium Country arrived, the certificate showed that Tony's body was not affected in any way, so he let out a soft breath. When everyone just walked in, they suddenly heard a crash, the glass shattered, and one after another glass shards fell towards the ground. I'll go, this guy won't destroy himself, right? The explosion this time was really unexpected to him, and fortunately he was wearing an Iron Man costume so that it didn't get affected. The laboratory has always had explosion-proof glass, but because those bright things just now were really explosive, the glass was completely blown apart. Tony's face was extremely ugly. Seeing all his partners running over, he didn't say a word, but took care of the things that fell off his body bit by bit. What's going on? What's the matter? Chapter 189 All of Tony's research results fall short. But what they don't know is that in this building, there are many people who are more afraid than the few of them. The plop just now caused the entire building to shake, causing everyone in the various offices to panic. Everyone knows about the president in this building, and many people immediately began to discuss what happened. My God, is it an earthquake? What happened? What happened? Due to the turmoil just now, many people have all spread it under their desks, hoping to ensure their own safety. As people talked one after another, a mechanical voice sounded in the entire company soon. That was just a big loudspeaker for the company to notify all employees, briefly explaining the ins and outs of the matter. When everyone knew that it was caused by the president, they had long been accustomed to it, and started working again without any more questions. When Zian arrived, he looked at the few of them, and they all looked at Tony with great concern, but Tony had a very serious face, stood up and walked out. This office is now in ruins, and it looks like a mess everywhere. What happened? How did it become so serious? This quantum experiment has always been a knot in their hearts, and it is extremely important for everyone to understand Thanos' experiment. Engaging in scientific research in science and technology, there have never been so many shortcuts to take. Failure is what the success of the mother wants. He became more balanced in his heart, and his good brother stepped forward to comfort him. Zian didn't speak. How could he say that he was also a bystander and could only watch from this place, watching what happened to them? Advertisement. When Banner heard him say this, although he was disappointed, he also knew that every experiment needs to experience failure after failure before it can be successful. Before, he thought that in a few months, everyone would gradually forget about these things against Thanos before, and he didn't expect so much time to pass. I thought the quantum experiment would be successful, but I didn't expect a single failure. If you fail, you will fail. We will continue to work hard in the future. Everyone is so happy to be here today because they believe that with Iron Man present, the experiment will surely succeed in the future. They did not expect one person to fail again. He was also very relieved, since everyone did not give up. In the future, he could write this story even more wonderfully. Backquote. Finally saw some clues, and was about to fail again. If Thanos appeared again, wouldn't it make the story more emotional for many viewers? Zian couldn't help but become serious when he saw them talking. Sure enough, his words made all the faces start to change. Seeing that the other party didn't speak, Bruce was really anxious, walked towards the front direction, supported him, and asked the person again. He was thinking happily of the few people next to him, but he had a sad expression on his face. If you can't accept the failure now, it will be even more impossible to succeed in the future. Still did not give up. Chapter 192 Grumpy People. When Captain Magnesia heard what he said about failure, he was really disappointed in his heart. He saw the light of hope, but he didn't expect to return to the darkness again. The relationship between the two of them has not been very good in recent days, and the Captain of Magnesia made Tony's face even more ugly by saying this sentence. He took off the protective cover that was shining on his face just now, and when he heard his words, he instantly transferred all his anger to the other party, staring and questioning the other party. Is it because I want to fail? How can this proton be so good? This thing has always been something they are not good at. After studying for such a long time, he has also made a great breakthrough of 290, but I don't know where the problem is today. I just said that I hope that all of us can study it again in the future, and there is no other meaning. 17. Seeing that the other party was angry, Captain Magnesia didn't want to argue with him, so he opened his mouth to explain again. I don't need you to say what these good people say, I know it all in my heart. Tony was really angry, and he spoke in an extremely bad tone, but this person was his own brother, and he didn't pay that much attention. Sure enough, the moods of several people were not very good, and the captain of Ma, Ace, Shangmei also began to ask questions with a very serious face. That's not what you mean, what's the matter with you? Everyone is unhappy, and it's no wonder that the tone becomes a little harsh when they speak. When the other party spoke, he must not be able to bear the disadvantage of being dumb, so he turned back without any hesitation. Okay, stop arguing. Advertisement, oh, it's all about one sentence, please don't argue. Batman and Hulk came forward to comfort them one after another, don't quarrel over such a trivial matter. What's more, they also knew that Tony and Steve's tempers were really a little out of hand, and they hadn't gotten any relief for such a long time. I'm really afraid that if the two of them talk to each other, all kinds of conflicts will happen in the end, and when the time comes, it will be even more harmful than the gain. The two of them had a better view of the overall situation, and after listening to everyone's comfort, they didn't say anything more. Zian stood alone at the back, listening to their arguing, and also looked into the direction of the laboratory. Suddenly he saw that the machines on the other side were indeed made of different materials, and the machines inside were not completely disabled because of this. He came to the laboratory, amidst the ruins, and ignored the quarrel of these people. After reading it for a long time, Zian suddenly remembered that he had written a lot of laboratory content in the past, and he still had a certain understanding of these things. Everyone was noisy and looked directly at the young man in a white t-shirt and jeans sitting in the laboratory, and began to sort out all kinds of things in front of him. This moment really shocked many people. You must know that even if Tony did this experiment, he was wearing his own Iron Man costume to prevent any accidents from happening. Young man, what are you doing? Come out quickly. Captain Magnesia was afraid of any accidents happening to him, so he hurriedly told Zian to leave this right and wrong. At this moment, Zian looked at the various instruments in front of him, and the microscope had already begun to study, and he didn't pay attention to the outsiders calling him. Chapter 191 Zian came to the laboratory. He was still indifferent, and he was still studying slowly, which made the Hulk and Bruce see it in his eyes. Bruce couldn't believe it, because he could tell that Zian didn't move, or that every experimental equipment he took was experienced. He has a bold idea at this moment. Is it because this young man is also involved in this experiment? He directly stopped Steve's words and spoke directly. Don't bother him, let him have a look. Steve really didn't expect that Zian had never been in touch with these things by himself. If any accident happened, how would he explain to his parents at home? He was not talking, but walked in the direction of this laboratory, hoping to help him. Iron Man took off the iron suit on his body, and came to this dilapidated laboratory wearing a suit of dumbfounded clothes. At this moment, everyone turned around Zian, and they never thought that this young man would really look like that when he started the experiment. Look at him, how is it? Advertisement. The Hulk was really shocked at the moment when Zian was doing the experiment, and asked Iron Man whether the experimental method Zian did was correct for him. You must know that this is Tony's own territory, and he is the only one who is most familiar with these things. He planted a tree that had already begun to become stunned, and looked at the young man in front of him without blinking. He actually knows how to study quantum. He ignored the Hulk, but started again, looking at the experiments he did, and even the changes in the microscope, all in his own eyes. Seeing his serious look, the others knew that Zian must have been made somewhere. By the way, no one said anything, and waited earnestly. At this moment, the captain of Magnesia looked at him like this. Although he was worried, he also knew that now was not the time for him to talk more. I saw that Zian completely entered a state of ecstasy. He directly stretched out his hand to find various tools beside him, but he couldn't find them, so he turned his head and ordered Tony. Help me get the equipment for that time. Tony agreed in a strange way. 0. Ask for flowers, advertisement. Unexpectedly, this young man is very familiar with the equipment on this side. Those are his 10 most expensive bad materials. Okay, now. He hurried to the right, rummaged through the ruins, found all kinds of equipment, and returned to Zian's side again. What you want is this thing that can be used as a stand. This allows the equipment to be completely covered. This thing is made of special steel. Fortunately, there is no shapeshifting or breaking. That's right, he was the one who helped me up. Zian completely forgot at this moment that these people were all started as his own superheroes. Facing them, they had done various things for themselves. He also didn't expect that this experiment was only written in the plot before, and now he can recover again at this moment. Okay, tell me how to do it. Tony didn't have any hesitation and started making equipment with him. He felt that there was another force in this young man. If he really had new ideas, maybe they could continue to grow up at this time. Chapter 192. This young man really has some skills now. He pins all his hopes on Zian, and really wants to find a new breakthrough point from it. Although there was a mess everywhere on the table, the two of them were extremely serious. Seeing that the two of them started to work, the people who got up and stood outside the door were really unbelievable. Tony, who was still decadent just now, entered the state of research again at this moment. What's going on? These two people really started to experiment. Bruce was a little unbelievable. He obviously brought a child, but he was able to help them say at this moment. Looking at his serious look, it seems that there are really two brushes. The Supreme Master was even more shocked than them. He always thought that Zian was just a teenager. I didn't expect that he still has a certain level of research on the princes, San. Let's all take a look. Everyone became extremely quiet at this moment. Did anyone go up to make trouble and seriously watch the two of them busy? Looking at the 2 hours past, Zian and Tony really didn't have any idea of resting. The two of them looked selfless, as if they had discovered something extraordinary, and none of these other friends dared to bother them. The giant has never been very proficient in this kind of experiment, but looking at them like that, he knew at this moment that he had discovered some real breakthrough point. He whispered to Batman next to him. Bruce said, I didn't expect that this young man really has some skills. Batman Bruce has definitely seen what happened on the front field. He has been studying various machines and is very clear, but these quantums are really not his industry. Seeing the two of them researching that way, in fact, he already knew that the reason for his madness must be the discovery of a new breakthrough point. Hearing what the Hulk said, he couldn't help but answer directly. Yeah, let's all keep our voices down and don't disturb him. Advertisement. The captain of the Magnesium country listened to the two of them talking, and this moment was really unbelievable. Zian was a child he had just met twice, and he had always thought that children had dreams of heroes, so they brought him here. But today he realized that getting to know Zian is really not easy. They don't understand the things that Tony studies, and he can really get involved. The captain of the country of Magnesium did not speak, but still quietly watched everything that happened on the scene. Other friends were also sitting beside them, chatting casually and waiting in a low voice. Look, has this quantum changed? Both Zian and Tony were very happy to see the quantum change this time, and he moved the chair under him to let Tony sit over. The light in Tony's eyes began to shine, and he immediately came to Zian's side. Really? Let me see. This experiment made him study for several months. It was too difficult to make a breakthrough. I felt that my whole body began to become depressed. I didn't expect that today I would only study with Zian for 2 or 3 hours. There will be a new breakthrough in time. Chapter 193. The experiment got a breakthrough. He looked down at the microscope and looked out that the quantum has indeed begun to change, and even various activities have begun to take place inside. This small movement made Tony very excited, and he whispered in a trembling voice. It's changed. It's really changed. Is this a success? He really couldn't believe it. After failing again and again, he had already given up completely. Even the whole laboratory was bombed and crippled. He didn't expect Zian to make himself successful again. Yes, if my guess is correct, we should be able to continue this prince's experiment. To make it successful again, there is definitely still a lot of follow-up work to be done, but Zian knows that as long as he goes through this difficult problem, all future problems can be easily solved. Bruce and Hulk, who were talking, stood up and walked into the room after listening to their words. Everyone never thought that Zian actually solved this real problem, and everyone began to show a very gratified smile. Congratulations then, Tony. Advertisement. The Hulk was not good at expressing, and his silly voice sounded. There was a big smile on Tony's face. Today's moment was really a huge amount of stone for him, and he said politely to his friend. Thank you. Fortunately Xiao Bai is here to help. He is really grateful that when he encounters ups and downs and difficulties, there will be someone like Xiao Bai who can help him and solve all his problems. You are really Tony's lucky star. You have solved such a big problem for him just after you arrived. Bruce is really happy, but he knows that as long as a little bit of difficulty is broken, it is extremely important to everyone. Seeing everyone's praise for him, Zian was actually very happy in his heart. He never thought that he would be able to help them for the first time today, and this is something he knows. All of you are really polite, and I just lift my hands. Captain Magnesia stood among the few of them, watched them talk, and recently began to smile slowly. In fact, the success of Tony's experiment was a huge amount of joy for them. I'm really happy to meet you today. Zian is gone. The look of serious study just now, once again returned to a fan watching these idols in front of them start to become their real fans. 4.2 Just let me know if you need anything in the future, little guy. Iron Man Tony prepared all the things in his hands, turned around and listened, and Zian agreed without any hesitation. Thank you for your promise. I will come to you if I have something to do. He wasn't ready to go to work. Thinking about the oblique rejection, he might as well just refuse directly. You're welcome. Do you have any idea to come to work in my place? He needs a lot of talents here. As long as they are talents, he is willing to recruit them all. Even if Zian is a person he just met, he also thinks that he has such talents. The other party's words made Zian slightly taken aback. This is the place everyone dreams of. Chapter 194 The dream job. You must know that his most important task now is to compile the contents of the entire magic book, and going to work is too far away for him. Besides, only after the magic book is finished, it can make the whole world operate normally again, and it can also get endless rewards from mobilizing the emotions of these spectators. Zian doesn't want to waste time here. I'm really sorry, I'm still in school and don't have so much time to study. We will cooperate again when we have a chance in the future. Zian replied to the other party in an unassuming manner, "Oh wait, if you can work in Tony's place, you can get a lot of money," but the young man resisted the temptation and directly refused. Listening to his answer, Tony raised his eyebrows slightly. He never thought that his invitation would be rejected by others, so he began to laugh. It seems that everyone has his own ambitions. Even if his building is too famous, there will be many real talents who will reject him. I should also thank you for giving me a chance to show off today. It seems that this guy is not static, and he is starting to feel a little anxious at this moment. Well, if this is the case, tease him. I'm really glad to bring you here today, and you can still help us. But the same superheroes, watching Zian sitting there silently, listening to them talk, always have a smile on their faces, and even their expressions change with their changes, which is also true for this young man. People like it very much. The attitudes of the superheroes next to him also became very good when they talked to him, which made Zian suddenly become everyone's favorite little boy. I was really anxious about the system lesson. I thought Zian might just play around here, but the whole afternoon has passed. Advertisement. After staying here for an afternoon, we chatted for another 2 hours, and the sky outside slowly began to darken. Master Zian, aren't you ready to leave? The captain of the country of magnesium rubbed against Zian and said this. He was really happy in his heart. He came to Zian's side and said again. When everyone was talking, Zian didn't interrupt, so he said that it was clear about the contents of the entire magic book, but he didn't want to affect the mood of these people. Knowing it in my heart, I didn't bother with these things anymore. Everyone started to talk about this quantum experiment, and Tony also said, as long as you want to defeat Thanos, how big a shortcut will be after the quantum experiment is successful. Hearing the mechanical sound in his mind, Zian was slightly taken aback, and then began to feel the anxiety of the system. The magic book for this day has not been written yet. Okay, let's talk about it later. The young man sat quietly in the last seat, looking at these people. You said each sentence, the thoughts in your heart. I really admire these people. He listened to everyone's talk. He was really happy in his heart. He was not ready for 247 to leave, and at this moment, a mechanical voice started to sound in Zian's mind. Zian didn't feel complacent because he helped a few of them today. On the contrary, he still spoke very modestly. Chapter 195. Zian gets superheroes' approval. I don't plan to go back. I want to be with these superheroes. Zian's heart moved at will, and the system in his mind communicated with each other. The heroes on the scene were still chatting, unaware of his small movements. That's not okay. You don't want endless rewards. The system will start to become anxious immediately, and the speed of the sound of the machine will start to increase by how much? If Zian doesn't go back to write the magic book, he won't be able to make progress again if he doesn't drive the course reading program. This is a continuous impact. Hearing the other party's voice began to become urgent. Zian has been under his orders for the past 6 months, and at this moment, his heart is really very happy. He had always felt that he was the one being oppressed, but at this moment he realized that he could also make the system anxious. Don't worry, I know in my heart, I will go back. When he wanted to make the other party speak in a hurry, his attitude was very perfunctory and he didn't have a serious conversation with him. This appearance made the system feel a little anxious, thinking that the master came out to meet the world, so at this moment, does he not want to go back with him? He definitely didn't know that Zian was bargaining with the 2 people in the system at this moment, in order to make that guy more anxious, so he didn't see what everyone was talking about. Then the 2 of us are ready to say goodbye. Immediately, the anxious voice of the system urged Zian not to go back to write the book again. The magic book they wrote would be broken, and it would be a very serious problem at that time. Hulk and Bruce glanced at each other and stood up one after another. Since he was leaving too, there was no need for him to stay in this place any longer. Advertisement. Everyone knows that the captain of the Magnesium country has been very busy these days. In the entire Magnesium country, no matter what happens, big or small, he has to personally manage it. Bruce was just joking. He has started to improve his motorcycle again in recent days, and his speed and attack ability have also become stronger and stronger. Okay. Tony didn't try to persuade his friends to stay again, but said to everyone for the time being. Sure enough, when Zian was communicating with the system, Captain Magnesium stood up first and said goodbye to the friends around him. It's already dark now, and I have to go to work tomorrow, so I left first. Okay, since that's the case, I won't, please, keep you, and you are welcome to come to my building again in the future if you have something to do. Yeah, I'm going to go back and study my motorcycle. Don't worry, I know what's going on, goodbye. But master, you haven't written a magic book for a day now, you should go back to work, man. The captain of the country of Magnesium was about to leave just now. Seeing that Zian was still motionless, he felt a little strange, wondering what the young man was thinking. Besides, after finally solving the quantum problem today, Tony must have a lot of things to do next, and he doesn't have so much time to entertain them. He is still reluctant to part with these superheroes, but he also knows that everyone will leave in a while. Chapter 196. The system anxious reminder comes again. Steve came to the kid's side, reached out and patted his white shirt, and asked directly. We're getting ready to go. Zian was taken aback for a moment, his mind moved randomly, and he withdrew his absence and system, and the 2 of them talked with each other. Hearing what Steve said, he quickly opened his mouth to agree. Okay, The young man stood up straight, looked at today's host with a tall body and said his speech. Then thank you Tony for today, I'm going to leave too. After all, Tony said that he wanted to invite him to the company. This is really a very big challenge for him. Zian still has to thank him. Iron Man is really very playful to this young man, so he likes his character even more, neither humble nor overbearing, and he doesn't have so many words. Once again he speaks and invites to speak. You are welcome to come and play often in the future. If you need to work, come to my place and talk to me. Advertisement, it's a good deal. Zian politely reached out his hand and shook hands with the other party, looked at the captain of the country and said directly. Let's all get ready to go. Zian is also very happy in his heart, seeing that everyone likes him so much, it will definitely not be a problem to become friends in the future. Are you interested in the science I'm studying, and come to my place to play in the future? Thank you very much for your love for me. We will cooperate again when we have the opportunity in the future. He followed Bruce and the Hulk, and all of them walked towards the elevator on the top floor. Are you not very interested in my laboratory? After saying goodbye to each other, several people took the elevator and rushed all the way to the first floor. This elevator is too high, and it takes about 5 minutes to reach it. Okay, we're ready to go. Advertisement. Besides, looking at his gentle appearance, the other party also thinks that he is a nerd, and the most important thing is to focus on his studies, not to mention that such talents will be very scarce in the entire country in the future. In fact, Hulk also admires this young man very much, and feels that he must have great potential in scientific research. If he is by his side, he can, AIBD, become a worthy opponent in the future. No, you are very polite. I'm honored that you invited me, but I am really a student now, and I should focus on my studies. Zian still rejected the other party's invitation with the same reason for refusal, which was actually not a difficult matter for him. The Hulk looked at Zian like this, and was really guilty of him, so he asked again. The Hulk smiled knowingly, and answered politely. When he was thinking about it, the Hulk was a little strange seeing him like this, and asked again in a simple voice. Listening to what the other party said, he was slightly stunned. This was really a surprise to Zian, who did not expect to be welcomed by so many people. Well, I hope that one day the two of us will have the opportunity to cooperate. Hearing what the other party said, Zian, who was sitting in the corner next to the elevator, was slightly taken aback. He never thought that the other party had such a good impression of him. He has always looked harmless to humans and animals, which may also make his impression better in the hearts of the few of them. Chapter 197. Friendship from Hulk. It's a good deal, thank you for your deep love for me. While they were talking, the captain of the country was observing Zian. He met Zian in the past, but he just met him once. He didn't feel that this young man has so many qualities. At this moment, he also started to treat Zian differently, looked up. Seeing the other person's eyes, Zian didn't say too much, just nodded politely with him. It took 2 minutes for the elevator to reach the first floor, and Captain Magnesium and Bruce walked out of the elevator door side by side. Zian followed beside the tall Hulk, walking behind the two of them. Are you going back to your place? He knew that the place where Zian lived should be not far from the park they met before, and the captain of the country of Magnesium was going to give him a ride. Yes, that's where my home is. Okay, then I'll see you off. The captain of the Magnesium country spoke in a very succinct voice. He just wanted to have a deeper contact with this young man. Besides, he should be brought to this place today, and he should be sent home by himself. Advertisement. Thanks. Zian did not refuse the other party's kindness, but directly agreed to the other party's request. Are you two going back by yourself? Bruce has his own car, but the Hulk only came this time by taking the bus all the way, and did not drive when he arrived at this place. Bruce looked back at the Hulk, and directly opened his mouth to invite. Did you not drive me to take you back? The Hulk has been living in this city in recent days and has his own laboratory. Now his body has been controlled to the state of a normal person, and there will be no such out-of-control scenes before. Hearing what his good friend said, he thought about it, and he didn't refuse his good friend's invitation. Okay, I'll trouble you then, the two of us will leave first. Then drive slowly, goodbye. The captain of Magnesium country knew that there was no need for him after someone sent the Hulk to him. Besides, he wanted to send Zian, and this motorcycle could not hold so many people, so he said goodbye to them directly. Advertisement. When there is a chance, we will all connect again. 0. Seeking flowers. Goodbye. Zian nodded his head slightly and said goodbye to the two people directly, followed by the captain of the country of Magnesium, and walked back in the direction of his motorcycle. The cool motorcycle is waiting for its owner. When Zian saw this car, he really felt that he needs to get a lot of rewards to buy a car in the future. 0. Thinking of these, Zian felt that what he had been getting all the time were some rewards for improving his writing skills. For money, vehicles, and houses, the system hadn't given them. It's better to manage some industries in this place. Well done. While thinking about it, he followed the captain of the Magnesium country and walked in the direction of the car. The captain of the Magnesium country held a motorcycle hat in his hand and walked towards him. Zian was still thinking about it in a daze, completely ignoring him. Young man, what are you thinking? Suddenly the other party spoke, interrupting these patterns of Zian's thinking, and when he turned around, he saw a black hat knife sent by the captain of the country of Magnesium. Chapter 198. Zian rejects the other party's invitation again. He followed politely and thanked politely. Thank you, it's just a little emotional. Hearing what Zian said, Steve felt that it must be that Bruce, the Hulk, and even Tony invited him today, and he began to feel a lot of pressure in his heart. In order to prevent the young man from having too many feelings in his heart, he also directly explained to him again. It's nothing to do with 187. Don't look at them, it's just pity to send you various invitations. If you have other things to do, you can do it according to your own ideas. Hearing that the captain of the country of magnesium has always had this attitude towards himself, Zian was really moved. He put the hat on his head, tied the belt 10 times, and memorized it. He made a muffled voice, I know you are good people. It's not about leaving, we'll take you back. The captain of the magnesium country just felt that the young man Zian was very talented, and he didn't want to waste his talent to say so many things. He also knew that the young man didn't say more. Steve stepped on the motorcycle first, and Zian followed behind him, and also stepped on this cool motorcycle and rode towards the direction of the selection. The scenery along the way reminded the two of them when they met for the first time. When seeing these scenery, Zian knew that in less than 20 minutes, he might return to that small room and continue to write. Advertisement thinking of being able to get together with so many friends and return to the room, he was the only one alone. Every day, all kinds of brain cells were implanted to obtain the right to survive in this world, which really made him feel a little emotional. Perhaps sensing Zian's psychological changes, the other party slowed down and asked, if there is a chance in the future, can we meet again? Zian was really happy to hear what the captain of the country of magnesium said. These people are heroes and idols to him, and he definitely hopes to be in the front with him. He swore without hesitation, a brave answerer. That's natural, it's my pleasure. Then you leave me a contact information and I will contact you when I have time. In fact, Captain Magnesium has a good impression of Zian, and he knows that several friends around him have achieved certain results in scientific research. If Zian is willing, they can have more contacts together in the future. Mentioning this point, Zian was a little embarrassed, because he has never had any friends, let alone a mobile phone. Wait a minute, I'll give you my cell phone number. Zian has never had a mobile phone, and he doesn't know how to contact him, but he knows that as long as 3.2 is to tell the system a number and use it as his mobile phone number, it will definitely not be a problem. He didn't want to lose this opportunity, and without any hesitation, he began to make up a series of numbers and give them to the captain of the country of magnesium. The other party's memory is really good, just listening to the series of numbers he said, he quickly memorized all these numbers, and this number is really too smooth, and it is very convenient for him to remember. Chapter 199 gave Steve the phone number. Okay, I get it. For the captain of magnesium country, he has always been not good at words, so he didn't say any more, but the speed of the motorcycle slowed down a little, and it took half an hour to come to the park where they met before. You can park here. Zian didn't want to invite the captain of magnesia to come to his home. Besides, there are many secrets in that place, which should not be known to outsiders. Listening to his call, Steve didn't force him again, but slowly parked the car on the side of the park. I live not far from here, thank you today. Zian stretched out his long legs, stood firmly on the ground, looked at the man in front of him, and was very grateful for allowing him to be in contact with so many heroes today. You are so polite, these are what I promised you before, and I should do it. Then I should thank you. If he didn't know Steve, he wouldn't have met Bruce and Tony, and today he was really happy to let himself see these friends again. Well, let's not say these words. I hope we can still have the opportunity in the future. Good master, the phone is on the top of your magic book. You can go directly to get the phone number. I have put it in it. If you need it, you can call it. The system felt its 443 changes, and at this moment, it really did not expect that the owner started to change after only going out for a day today. He knew that for him, the most important thing now was to get back these magic books, and if he wanted to have a car, a house and various mobile phone numbers, he needed to discuss with the two people in the system. Advertisement. The motorcycle on the other side started to start again. Zian waved his hand. Steve turned the handlebar of the motorcycle, and left this place in a distant direction. Seeing the black figure at Genuine getting farther and farther away, Zian also walked back in the direction of his rental house board. Zian knew that the phone was waiting for him without looking at it, and he still lay there lazily chatting casually with the system. Back in the room, Zian felt that the whole person was really tired today. After all, he had racked his brains to think about those princely elements. He didn't make any more movements, and lay directly on the bed, exhaled deeply and connected with the system in his mind. The system may feel that Zian's mood has changed today, and he was asked to come back before, and now he dare not play hide and seek with him anymore. The mechanical voice began to ring in his mind without haste. Goodbye. Are you in the system? I have something I want to discuss with you. For the magic book system, this is nothing more than a matter of little effort. He wants to do it soon, so he has placed a brand new black mobile phone on his desk. Zian discussed with the system, and his tone of voice was completely different from the way he bargained before. One good, there is an opportunity for the two of us to call. Hi Master Zian, I am here. The mechanical voice answered directly without any hesitation. I want to ask you for a mobile phone, and my mobile phone number is the number I said today, okay? Chapter 200. Zian intends to make a home here. I want to settle down in the country of magnesium in the future. Do I need to write more magic books to get a house and a car? Seeing that everyone wants to settle down in this place today, and he wants to socialize with friends in the future, he feels that he should still have a comfortable family of his own. The place where he lives now is just one bedroom and one living room. One bedroom is not very big, he doesn't have so many demands every day, but thinking about the future, he has regretted it now. Want to live a comfortable life. Hearing that Zian has so many requests, the system is actually very happy, because the owner has more and more requests, which proves that he can write the contents of the magic book very well, and arouse more emotions in the class, so that he can let him progress. As long as you are serious, I believe these are not problems. Zian knew that he hadn't worked all day, so he took a break now, sat up and said affirmatively directly to the system. After talking to himself, he stood up and walked towards the table. Thinking of this, Zian began to show a very satisfied smile on his face, even laughed out loud, and sat on the bed and began to giggle. At this moment, his mind is running rapidly, thinking about which superhero can make him get rich right away. Zian stretched out his hand to pick up the black mobile phone, thinking about the fact that he and the captain of the Magnesium country communicated with each other today, and it was easy to store his phone number in it. The dazzling golden light quickly made him narrow his eyes slightly. Advertisement now for her, the next hero gets more attention, so that he can have money to buy a car and a house, and realize the conditions for his own life. The life of the Hulk was very smooth before, and later he became more legendary. He has more relationships between men and women, which can make many spectators get into these emotions. Backquote. What am I going to write about the Hulk? At this moment, he was full of strength all over his body, and he had a new goal to write the magic book again, get more rewards, and make his life better. Thinking of everything, Zian looked at the magic book in front of him and his heart moved freely, and immediately began to write and draw on the book with his mind. After everything was done, Zian opened the magic book again. I'm sorry, Hulk seems to be the only one who can start with you. A golden magic book was waiting for him beside the desk, and there was a black mobile phone on it. Yes, how could he have forgotten that River of the Hulk is a magical character, and he has many stories about him. If it were anything else, wouldn't it be possible to get a lot of emotions from the audience? Zian, who was sitting on the bed, was full of fighting strength at this moment, but he also knew that the story about the superhero character of the captain of the Magnesium country was over. Thinking of the Batman and Iron Man I saw today, Zian immediately thought of the Hulk. Although I want to write his story, I don't know where to start. It seems that there will be some things to connect them. Don't worry, I will seriously write the magic book, get the house and car. Chapter 201 about the Hulk. All the stories are connected with each other, and these people's tasks also have their own lives. To connect them well, Zian needs to see what these heroes are doing. What he didn't expect was that during the experiment, Batman did start to make new discoveries of his own. I'll see if you're busy. While speaking, Zian's heart moved freely, and he looked in Bruce's direction. He was in the office at this moment, watching all kinds of precision instruments in front of him, carefully operating them. What's going on? It's dangerous for you to do this. 900. What Zian said was actually talking to himself, how to say that Batman and himself are also good friends, and if there is danger, it is not what he wants to see. But no matter what he said, it was too late at this moment, and Batman couldn't hear anything he said that time. He looked at the various chemical components in front of him, and there were many various energies placed in different containers. For these things, Bruce is still seriously studying bit by bit, but what he really didn't expect was that an accident, AIFJ, came quietly at this time. Careful. Zian was really nervous. He didn't expect such serious things to happen before the magic book was written. He stood up nervously, and looked into the golden magic book. At this moment, many spectators were also aroused by him. Advertisement. You must know that this is an extremely tense scene for Zian. Even if he wrote it himself, he never thought that Batman would be written in this place. My God, be careful. Zian yelled excitedly again. That time Bruce took out different energies from a container and put them together. Unexpectedly, the chemical reaction occurred at this time. The chemical container didn't fill these energies particularly tightly, and a lot of things began to be released from the bottle bit by bit. That's all you do. What he said to himself, the danger of only accepting one side has come completely, and it only took a while for Bruce to completely lose his self-awareness and fell to the ground. There was a plop, and the sound of the man landing on the ground was even more shocking. Zian was really anxious, and immediately picked up the phone and wanted to call the captain of the country. But at this critical moment, he stopped himself again. If Bruce's side was in danger, he didn't know how to explain it to Captain Magnesium. Thinking of all these things, he started to hesitate again, and instead of making a phone call again, he headed in the direction of the big magic book, and quickly became busy with his heart. How did he forget? He could develop all the stories to other moments again. Let me help you. While talking, Zian's side has already begun to let the Hulk join this storyline. Before writing the book, he had already thought about adding Banner to this story, and now it is a good entry point. In a daze, Bruce insisted on crawling towards the edge of the table little by little. He knew that he had absorbed too much supernatural energy at this moment, making it look like he lost his self-awareness. Chapter 202. Bruce has an accident. If you really don't quickly find someone to help you, it may turn into a monster in the next moment. He doesn't want to be like this, and the best friend he can think of in the most critical moment is Banner. After a while of hard work, he finally crawled towards the table, picked up his mobile phone and dialed the first contact. The phone rang, and Banner was taking a shower at home, and when he came out, he saw the phone was ringing. He thought it was Bruce who missed him, and when he picked up the phone, he answered with a slight smile on the corner of his mouth. What's the matter? Something happened. He thought that his good brother was looking for him to drink or something else. After all, the two of them had just separated, and it was Bruce who sent him back. If the brother wanted to drink, he wanted to go out. But what I didn't expect was that there was only a whining sound on the other side, and it really didn't say a complete sentence. Hearing this voice, Hulk immediately began to become a little nervous, and he listened carefully to the voice in the microphone for a soft inquiry again. Advertisement, what's the matter, you have something to do with me. Me. At this moment, the other party couldn't speak any sound at all, lost all the strength in his whole body, and could only squeeze out 2 words. After uttering a sound again, he couldn't utter any sound at all, and threw the mobile phone next to him on the ground on the other side, and he fainted. I didn't expect to make a call at the last moment, but I really didn't say a word, and I don't know whether Banner on the other side will know his call for help. After writing this point, Zian let out a soft breath, which also brought up the emotional tension of all the spectators. As long as the writing can continue, it seems that the characters chosen this time are really good. Zian looked in the direction that symbolized the inside of the magic book. Fortunately, Banner still cared about his good brother, so he quickly changed into a suit of convenient clothes and went out. He drove the car all the way back in the direction of his home, hoping that everything would be in time. What's going on? The car doesn't work well at the critical moment. Advertisement 0. Seeking flowers. At this moment, Banner was a bit angry, patting the steering wheel of the car vigorously. Why did he break down at this moment? Damn it, really damn it. The more anxious he was, the more he felt that he was going to walk on the edge of rage again, and he took a deep breath. Thinking that Bruce was still waiting for him, he immediately got out of the car and walked towards the side of the road, direction to run. The outside is now completely dark. A man of great height came to the middle of the road and stood directly in the middle of the mainland. A car saw a person standing in front of it, slammed on the brakes and stopped. What's going on? Are you courting death? A person standing in this place at night, not waiting for him to kill him, what is he waiting for? The Hulk's temper is now on the verge of rage. He didn't think so much, he came to the driver's side, and directly stretched out his hand to open his car door. Get out of the car. While talking, he didn't wait for any driver to speak, but looked at the other driver's terrified eyes, and stretched out his hand to pull him out of the car. Advertisement Chapter 203. A distress call called in a confusion. I use your car. Banner didn't have so many hesitations, he got into the car directly, and said a few words. The car started and drove towards the car in a distant direction. The driver, who was enraged just now, seeing everything he did at this moment, was really stunned. He saw the car going away bit by bit, and then he withdrew from his stunned eyes. Down the spirit. Chi is coming to steal the car, I will arrest you. But no matter how he shouted, how could anyone help him at this moment? It was already dark outside now. On the other side, Banner drove the car all the way, facing the direction of Bruce's house. After stopping the car at Bruce's house, he saw his house. The windows were dark everywhere, and he knew that Bruce's laboratory was under his class. He drove the car into DUNZ, got out of the car when he reached the backyard, and drove towards the semi-underground without any hesitation. Sure enough, just as he thought, he came to this laboratory for a long time and saw Bruce lying on the ground. How did it become like this? Advertisement. He didn't have time to think about it and hurried forward to see Bruce lying on the ground, and stretched out his hand to help him up directly. Wake up, what happened? Seeing him like this, Banner was really a little anxious, and once again opened his mouth to shake the other side. Seeing the scene of the other party also made Banner's eyes slightly wrinkled. What's going on? What happened? Where are you? At this moment, Banner thought that he and Captain Magnesium had just separated, and immediately took out his 1.8 mobile phone and dialed the number of his friend. He was really anxious, not knowing what happened to this guy, but no one came to help him at this moment. Seeing that the other party didn't fully wake up, he also knew that it must be because the experiment failed, so he became like this, raised his head and looked around the laboratory. He was a little anxious, and asked Bruce directly, but at this moment, the other party didn't even have a little consciousness, so how could he have so much time to tell him? Bruce completely lost his self-awareness at this moment, only breathing lightly like a dead man, and didn't have so many reactions. Advertisement. When I saw that the contents of a bottle were all mixed together, and the whole office began to emit a faint smell, I realized that he must have been affected by which technological material. I saw that Bruce's body began to change little by little, the energy of his whole body immediately began to burst out, and the skin on his face and body also turned green little by little. You tell me what happened to you. Don't tell me you're going to start to mutate. The other party stretched out his hand to bring the phone to his ear, and the phone rang once and was connected. It seemed that his shaking made the other party slow down little by little, and slowly opened his eyes. Unexpectedly, when Bruce woke up, his eyes did have a faint green light. You wake up. Before he could say a word, the voice on the other side began to sound. The phone rang, and the captain of the country was lying on the bed, just about to go to bed, when he heard the anxious call and sang again. Chapter 204. Where are you? Captain Magnesia was really confused by what he said. After looking at the name on it, he saw that it was Hulk, and felt even more strange. Why did this person become so anxious? What's wrong? What happened? He knew that Banner would not call him normally. If he must be calling, something must have happened. Is this guy going to start transforming again? Thinking that he would turn into a Hulk when he was anxious or angry, the other party also knew that he might be suppressing his last trace of reason. 08. No, I'm Bruce this time. He doesn't know what's going on at home and has lost his self-awareness. Come and help me right away. It's just this simple sentence, and the other party didn't say it again. Captain Magwo knew what happened on his friend's side, so he couldn't stand by. I'll be right there. While talking, he hung up the phone, casually took a coat, and rushed out in the direction of the door. Zian wrote this place, and exhaled lightly. He knew that he could not be a bystander in this matter anyway. I'm going to help you. Thinking of these, Zian looked directly at the golden magic book in front of him, without any hesitation, and ran out in the direction of the door on you. The magic book system felt extremely helpless seeing the owner running out of the door in such a hurry. All along, no matter how many spectators' emotions are aroused, the master has always been more than one thing, but he has changed now. Advertisement, master, you really decide. The mechanical voice began to ring in Zian's mind, hoping that he should still stand in these places and ride the magic well. Zian answered his words in the affirmative while wearing clothes. Yes, they are all my friends, and such an accident happened, and I must go. This really made the system helpless. He wrote this book well, but the master did become like this. He can only emphasize it again. But master, you are really too weak, you have to be careful about your own safety. Once the director has any accidents, he will not get any benefits in the future. Besides, he also knows that there are various energies in it. If one fails, he will also be affected in the future. Don't worry, I know. 17 Zian agreed faintly, took the clothes in his hands, put on his shoes, and ran out towards the door without any hesitation. But what he didn't know, the Hulk watched Bruce's body start to become more and more green, and he really didn't know what to do. 250. You tell me what's going on with you. In this semi-underground office, the Hulk was running around in a hurry, looking at the friend in front of him. He really couldn't use any strength. I have absorbed, the energy in the experiment may be too much and the body has been affected. Bruce used his last sense of reason and said this item, hoping that the Hulk could come to help him. Sure enough, upon hearing his words, the Hulk froze in place, which meant that these energies had an impact on him, and his friends would become monsters just like him. Chapter 205 Experiment failed. The Hulk made a final decision in his heart. If he becomes the energy-absorbing person and pours all the energy on himself, will Bruce regain his self-awareness? Thinking of these things, he began to be a little scared again. After all, he was able to control the power in himself little by little. If so, wouldn't it be another change? Ah. While he was thinking about these things, Bruce's painful voice sounded. This voice completely interrupted his thoughts, and made him look in the direction of his good friend again. It seems that this time he will help him no matter what. Don't worry about asking me to help you suck out these energies. The Hulk made up his final determination to help his friends no matter what. Even if he would become a monster, he had to solve the immediate problems first. Otherwise, these energies rely on Bruce alone, and he may explode and die in the next step. No. With his last trace of reason, Bruce heard what the Hulk said, and rejected his friend's help without any hesitation. He knows that it is really not easy for Banner to achieve it alone. If these energies affect his body again, it will definitely attract all kinds of attention from the society. Stop talking so much nonsense. Banner has always acted swiftly and resolutely. Now that he has made the final decision today, he is also ready. He directly took out a knife and stabbed in the direction of the opposite body. Advertisement. I saw those energies exuding a faint mist, floating in the air bit by bit, and those energies were also rushing into Banner's body very quickly. These things seemed to be very fond of him, which suddenly made Bruce sober a lot. Ah. These forces really caused his whole mind to start to change, and also made his whole body feel swollen, and he cried out in pain. I don't need your help, you stop quickly. Seeing him in such pain, Bruce hurriedly reminded him again that if he did this, he would be affected a lot in the future. Don't worry about it. Just for a while, his whole body began to emit a faint green color, and he would transform again in a while. He knew it all. But if he can't persist, it's even more impossible to see his good friends die in front of him, or have other mutated powers. The two were entangled with each other, but unexpectedly the Hulk's body began to swell again, and huge amounts of muscles bulged out from his eyes again. When everyone was entangled with each other, Zian and Captain Meiguo also came to his house. Another thing, Qian Dejiao, happened again. Banner's girlfriend Betty saw him on the way to his house, and drove with him all the way to Bruce's house. When they came to his house, they saw the scene between the two of them, which made Betty completely stunned. It never occurred to him that the Hulk managed to return to the state of a normal person before, and now what is the purpose of absorbing these energies again? Chapter 206 Banner's choice. He even started to misunderstand. Could it be that Banner just wanted to absorb these energy well, so that his body could transform into a stronger one again? Seeing this scene, the girl slowly pushed towards the back and left this place. When Zian ran out of the house, Steve had already called him. The jingling phone rang. He didn't expect the other party to call him, picked it up without any hesitation, and picked it up directly. What's wrong with you? Is there something wrong? At this moment, he was still running out of breath, panting, all very uneven. What are you doing? The captain of Magnesium Country knew that 277 Zian had helped Iron Man Tony before, and the Hulk also said that they would cooperate, so they must have experience in these experiments. He was too anxious just now, so he called him while riding a motorcycle, hoping that this young man could help him. Suddenly Zian stopped and took a few breaths, then thought about answering. Advertisement, I'm practicing late at a place not far from home, what can I do for you? Hearing his words like this, the whistling voice on the other side rang out again, answering in the anxious voice of the wind. It's near your house. I'll pick you up later. I need your help with something. Hearing the anxious voice of Captain Magnesium, Zian was completely sure of his heartbeat at this moment. It seemed that Banner and Bruce both asked him for help. In the past, Banner was able to turn into a good direction little by little because of his father's support. Now he thought of his father, and hurriedly wanted to find someone to discuss with. As long as one sentence is finished, the captain of Magnesium Country quickly hung up the phone, and the speed of the motorcycle was raised to the highest speed, and it was integrated on the road all the way. Now he didn't have time to explain too much, and he also knew that the situation on the Hulk's side must be very critical, so he yelled at Zian to let him get in the car. It only took 10 minutes, the motorcycle braked suddenly to the surface, and he turned sharply again and called Zian. Okay, I'll be waiting for you at Cary Park. Zian didn't have so much hypocrisy, he hung up on the motorcycle with a loud yell, and the two of them left here all the way to the distant direction. Let's go, the two of us. Advertisement, get in the car quickly, there is something urgent. The two of them didn't know what kind of situation was going on inside, so they rushed in the direction of the room. But they are still very anxious about the situation of Bruce's family. How can they have so much time to care about these trivial matters? Okay, there you are. Seeing a beautiful figure, he walked towards the dark place. Teammates meant that even if he went to save them, Banner and Bruce would have excuses. Zian was really happy and hurriedly answered. Okay, the two of us hurry in. This time, another 10 minutes passed and he arrived near Bruce's house. Okay, I get it. When Zian and Captain Megu stopped their car, they. On the other hand, Betty ran out of Banner's house, remembering the changes that had happened to Banner just now, and at this moment, she was really scared. Chapter 207. Betty is frightened. He took out his phone and started to call the very familiar number with trembling hands. Hey, what's the matter so late? Betty's father was a general, and General Ross felt a little strange when he heard his daughter's call. Father, I have something to tell you. Betty's voice was a little trembling, and it could be seen that what happened just now really touched him a lot. Hearing her daughter's voice began to change, Master Ross sat down on the sofa next to him slowly. His face became a lot more serious, and he directly asked the questioner. Tell me what happened. Betty took a few deep breaths, leaned against the big tree next to her, and then started talking about everything that happened when she saw Banner and Bruce just now. He also said that Banner has absorbed all the energy from Bruce to his own body, and it will soon change again, and he is really a little scared. Ross heard these words from his daughter, and his complexion began to change slowly. He has always wanted to make the army more and more powerful, and wanted the entire army to mutate at once. It can be solved again. What he thinks in his mind is not the safety of his daughter, but thinking that as long as he captures the Hulk into his laboratory, doesn't it mean that he can use this person as an experiment to make the whole army become fishy? But seeing his daughter was still talking endlessly, and her emotions began to become more and more agitated, he once again spoke to comfort her. He just helped his friend temporarily, you have to stand by his side and help him earnestly. She is your boyfriend, you have to be by her side all the time, you know. Advertisement definitely. What Betty doesn't know is that the father wants to use his body to make a deal with Banner, and even wants his daughter to monitor Banner. I know, Dad. Listening to his daughter's emotions slowly starting to stabilize, Ross also wanted to start doing various steps at this moment, and he didn't have so much time to waste talking with him. Calm down slowly, and the two of us will talk when you come back later. 0. Ask for flowers. I know, Dad. Betty hung up the phone slowly. At this moment, there was still some fear in her heart, and there was no hesitation when Ross died on the other side. Holding the mobile phone, she dialed the number she was most familiar with 10 times. General. On the other side of the change is his Lieutenant General, who has been looking for all kinds of strange powers in order to make the entire army stronger again. Zero Rose's tone became extremely serious, and he had already arranged various things on the other side, hoping to capture the Hulk to this laboratory. Give me the banner right now and take it to the lab for research, it's our new breakthrough. It's the general. The lieutenant on the other side who heard what he said was really excited. They have always been like headless chickens. It seems that this time they have a clue. When Zian and Captain Megu entered the room, they saw the Hulk, and their bodies began to change, and even at this moment there were signs of transformation. Chapter 208. Banner transfers those energies from friends. Once his transformation is completed, he will definitely lose his self-awareness completely and turn into an angry Hulk. Captain Magnesia does not want to see this happen. Go in and take a look. Talking to see the captain of the country, he hurriedly took Zian to walk out in the direction of the laboratory. Zian carefully stood at the door and looked around. The bottles and cans everywhere were kept in good condition, 050, and the computer was not damaged in any way. It seems that this is not man-made. What's going on? How did it become like this? Bruce in this one has slowly begun to become a little sober, but he just doesn't have any strength in his body. Seeing Captain May and Zian, the two could come forward, and the weak voice immediately began to answer. You two are here, hurry up and save Banner. It has absorbed the energy I absorbed before, and at this moment my body has reached an extreme state, and it is about to transform. Bruce dragged himself extremely tired and explained to the two of them, hoping to help the Hulk immediately, and don't let him leave this laboratory. Hearing what the other party said, Zian walked towards the middle of them after carefully inspecting the laboratory, and squatted down slowly. Zian stretched out his hand towards the direction of the Hulk's arm, but he didn't expect that the other person's eyes were full of struggle, and he was looking at him with a roar like a beast. This gave Zian an idea. Have we ever thought that when the banner changes, it is really scary? It's okay, don't be afraid, let me do it. Advertisement. Captain Magnesia said a word, looked in the direction of the Hulk, and a shield would appear in his hand, and then asked defensively. Why did you call me here? Don't you know me? Hearing his words, Banner's green skin slowly began to change a little bit, and he shook his head vigorously, trying to maintain the last sliver of reason. Help me quickly. He knew that he was going to transform soon. Once transformed, he would become violent without his own reason. He didn't want to become such a monster. He hoped that his friends could help him quickly. For these scientific things, the captain of Magnesium Country has always been ignorant, and this moment made him really anxious. Don't worry, I will definitely help you. No matter what. Steve would not give up on one of his best friends, and now he turned around and asked Zian as if he had grasped at straws. How? Young man, is there any way you can bring it back to clarity? Zian, a coy scare, put a heavy burden on him. He was slightly taken aback, and then he didn't answer very positively. I haven't studied the things here, so I'm not sure. Whether it's the Hulk or Bruce, both of them have become like this in 1.0, and the only thing that can die depends on Zian. Thinking of these things, Steve didn't have any hesitation, and ordered again in a direct command tone. I believe in you, come on. Hearing Steve's firm tone, and knowing that the other party believed in him so much, how could Zian reject someone 1,000 miles away? Chapter 209 Calling for help from Steve. He made up his final determination, no matter what, he must find a way to save them in the laboratory in this place. Okay, let me give it a try. Zian also knew that whether it was the Hulk or Steve, the two of them didn't need to take care of themselves at all, so they stood up without any hesitation, and walked towards various equipment. Since all the energy on Bruce's body has been absorbed by Banner bit by bit, he is only weak now, and he should be able to do it if he stands up. He struggled hard and stood up bit by bit, walked towards 08 Zian, and leaned against the cabinet next to him. This entire laboratory is the most familiar place for him, no matter where it is, he didn't know what it was, and he said it to Zian. Looking at the computer, there are all kinds of formulas for me. Also, if you don't understand anything in these bottles and jars, you can ask me right away. Okay, I get it. Zian also became extremely serious at this moment. He knew that only by using these technologies can he release these energies bit by bit, and then he can wake up this friend again. Not daring to delay, Zian turned on the other party's computer, and then used his fingers to identify it, and immediately began to search for various things in it. Fortunately, Bruce has some experience, and every step he usually takes will be recorded in the computer, and soon he found some cobweb horse traces. The captain of Magnesium Country tried his best to suppress the Hulk, hoping that he could endure once on the edge of rage. Zian was really surprised. He didn't expect that all these technological things were connected in these systems, and he soon discovered the loopholes in them. Advertisement. Let's try it out, the two of us. While tinkering with his computer, Zian said to Bruce beside him. Bruce, we didn't expect that this young man would have found it after watching for more than 10 minutes. Some of the key points in it are really admired by him. The voice he needed promised. Okay, I get it, come on. Little by little, he slowly stood up from the edge of the cabinet, came to the side of the bottles and cans, and mixed one of them together according to Zian's recipe. I hope these things can unlock the mutated energy on the Hulk, and I hope you will never become different because of this. Ah. When the two of them were concentrating on this matter, suddenly a huge amounts of voice sounded. He really couldn't bear the power on his body, and without hesitation, he broke free from the shackles of the captain of the Magnesium Country, and pushed him to the other side of the laboratory. The captain of the Magnesium Country flew a few meters away, and fell to the ground with a plop. Once again, it seemed that Banner had turned into a Hulk, and fled towards the direction outside the door. Don't want. Brother, come back quickly. But no matter how he yelled, on the other side, the Hulk had completely left Bruce's house and fled outside. Once he goes out, no matter who provokes him or who he sees, there will definitely be various instances of sabotage.